Prologue. Explosion. A person wearing a low hood calmly chanted the spell. In contrast to her calm tone, the power of the spell was devastating. The boom shook the air and was accompanied with a scorching blast. The giant black beast chasing me was easily blown away. And that's not all. My sacred playground was also completely destroyed by the powerful spell, and all the toys that I worked so hard to gather were blown away. Overwhelming power that can sweep away anything. The greatest destructive force that was stronger than any other kind of spell. This massive destruction was dealt by only a single mage. A single shot. What kind of spell could that be? Even the adults in the village have never used something like that before. The hooded person walked toward the mind-blown and dazed me. Are you all right? Were you hurt anywhere? She bent down and peeked at my expression. The robe she was wearing was really rustic, but when she bent down, her plump breasts were displayed prominently. Oh wow, this is awesome. Well, that spell was awesome too, but this is way better. How do I become someone like you? This question just immediately popped out from my mouth. I even forgot to thank her first. The words that my mom kept repeating recently floated in my mind. Our family has always had slender figures. It'd be better if you give up early, something like that. I am not gonna give up, not gonna give up until the very end. With my mind set, I clenched my fist, staring at her plump parts. The hooded person looking at me seemed to smile. After a short silence, the One-san cringingly asked, "Is that a nickname?" "It's my real name." The One-san fell silent as she tried to calm herself down, and then she said, "You want to become someone like me?" If you eat more, learn more, and become an archmage, I am pretty sure. Become an archmage, then I can have huge breasts. Become an archmage, then I can have huge breasts. Yes. If you become an archmage, one day you will be able to use that spell. But honestly, I don't really recommend that spell. Seemed like the hooded person said something else, but I've already fallen into the dream of being an archmage. But the person with the hood patted my head while I kept mumbling archmage, archmage, and looked around. Hey little girl, did you see any other adults around here? There should be someone who removed the seal of the tomb. The fragments of the seal are here, and seal shouldn't undo itself. The person with the hood twisted her head, and picked up the fragment beside my feet. That person should still be around here. It's a mystery as to who unleashed me. Well, never mind, asking you is not gonna help me figure it out. While she was talking, she moved to the center of the giant hole that was created by the spell. A black beast was lying over there, barely breathing. She put her hand upon the black beast's head. Please sleep a little bit longer, my other half. This world is still too peaceful for you to wake up. The hooded person mumbled like this, and her hand started flashing, seemed like she was absorbing something from that beast. Meanwhile, the beast became smaller and smaller. Finally, it shrank to the size of a cat, and as its shape became a blur, it disappeared. Okay, after this. Oh? What are you doing right now, little girl? I was picking up the toys that were scattered on the ground. Then she turned to me. I am picking up my toys. My family is very poor, these are all I have. Ah? No, no. These are not toys. They are used for sealing the horrible, evil fiend. They're very important. Huh? I assembled the fragments I picked up, but some of them are missing. Need 3 more pieces. One-san, your spell blew 3 pieces away, can we look for them together? No, 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 no. This is way too weird. How did you assemble those pieces so easily? This is odd however you slice it. Even those adults, including oracles, were having a hard time cracking them. How did this happen? The person with the hood kept stroking her jaw and seemed to be really confused. When did you come and play on this restricted area, little girl? Didn't the adults inside the village tell you not to go near here? My mom said that if people tell you it's dangerous there or there's nothing there or don't get close to it, that always means there are treasures hidden over there. Wow, what? The person with the hood was frightened and panicked. After that, she stood beside me and put her hand on my head. Well, there are still many things that I don't know, but most likely, I have you to thank. Do you have any wishes, little girl? I might not look like it, but I am actually a mysterious archmage with great power. No matter what kind of wish you have, I can make one of them come true. Wish? Yes, a wish. No need to hesitate, just say it. No matter what kind of. Conquer the world. So sorry, I can't do that. What's with her? This kid might become an amazing person. Don't you have any other wish? The edge of her hood was very low, but I could still see the corner of her mouth twitching. Then turn me into a girl with huge boobs. No, that is impossible too. How old are you right now? You shouldn't be at the age to worry about such matters. Looks like this is not gonna work either. Then, turn me into the Demon King. So sorry. I have to correct my words. Unlike such a talented little girl as you, I am just a simple mage with some power. Only able to grant a simple wish. The hooded person apologized to me as a drop of sweat crossed her face. I looked at the fragment pieces on my hand. My toy is still missing 3 pieces. Could you find them for me? Wait. No, I can still achieve a wish that's a little bigger. And don't treat it as a toy. That black beast right now was just resealed. Don't come to this place again, got it? Don't you have any other wish? Something a little bigger. The person with the hood seemed embarrassed and looked at me cravenly. Something a little bigger. Well then. Please, teach me that spell. Chapter 1, Crimson-Eyed Mages. Part 1. This morning's scene was the same as usual. The homeroom teacher held the name list in one hand while taking attendance. I'm doing the roll call. Arue. Kai Kai. Saki Berry. As each student responded accordingly when their name was called. They are all girls. This school separated boys and girls into different classes. There were only 11 students in this classroom, so the teacher got to me quickly. Megumin. Present. After getting my response, the homeroom teacher nodded in satisfaction. Okay, everyone is present. Then. Tay teacher. The student next to me raised her hand just as the teacher was about to close the name list. She was on the verge of tears. My name has not been called yet. Oh, sorry. There is only one student on the next page. Sorry. Then. Ionion. Present. Ionion, her hair tied with ribbons, replied as her name was called. She ought to be angry for being left out, yet she merely blushed. This was a small school located within the Crimson Demon Village. When they come of age, all kids in the village learn general knowledge at this school. At the age of 12, they gain the advanced job known as Archwizard and begin learning magic. The Crimson Demons are naturally blessed with high intelligence and vast amounts of mana. In most cases, they will remain in school until they mastered magic. Here, mastering magic amounted to graduation. In other words, no one in this classroom knows magic yet. The students here accumulated skill points daily in order to master the type of magic they desired. Different magic requires different amounts of skill points. The more powerful the magic, the more skill points it required. Besides this, the type of magic the students here wanted to learn is definitely advanced magic. This is what all mages aspired to, the ability to use all kinds of powerful spells. Among Crimson Demons, mastering advanced magic is the only way to be officially recognized as a mage. Now, announcing the test results. As usual, the top 3 will receive the skill up potion. Starting with the third. Arue. With my peripheral vision, I watched the student lazily walk forward to get the potion. I then looked out of the window in a daze. Second place, Ionion. You live up to your name as the chief's daughter, well done. Continue to be diligent. Yes. I looked at the side as Ionion stood up, blushing. Other than killing monsters to gain experience points and level up, the only way skill points can be gained is by drinking the rare skill-up potion. Therefore, everyone was competing to get these potions in order to learn advanced magic as soon as possible. Finally, in first place, Megumin. Hearing my name called, I rose to get the potion. Next to me, Yornion appeared vexed by this. Your results are very consistent. I always thought that you should already have enough skill points to learn advanced magic. But never mind, continue to work hard. After taking the potion and returning to my seat, I looked out the window again. From the second-floor window, one could see beyond the village. Was that unnamed person that I met as a child currently traveling in high spirits? While the homeroom teacher was still encouraging the other students, I quietly took out a card from my chest pocket. This card was called an adventurer's card. In the job field, Archwizard was written. Level 1. There were 45 skill points displayed below. In the list of available skills, the words learning advanced magic requires 30 skill points were glowing. The other students should learn from Megumin, and work hard to master advanced magic. Now then, let's start the lesson. Ignoring the homeroom teacher, my finger touched a certain row of grey words in my card's skill list. Learning explosion magic requires 50 skill points. In the Crimson Demon Village, a person must learn advanced magic to be officially recognized as a mage, but that was not the magic I wanted to learn. The destructive spell casted by that robed person was still fresh in my mind. I will definitely learn explosion magic. And, someday, I'll show that person my spell. Part 2. During the break after the first period ended, a hand slammed on my desk with a loud pat. Megumin. You understand, right? The person talking to me is Yornion, who sat next to me. She is the daughter of the Crimson Demon Chief. An all-rounder who was also the class monitor. Fine. By the way, what's my breakfast for today? I'm famished. Is that so? Today's meal was wholeheartedly prepared by me. No, wait. Why is my defeat a foregone conclusion? I definitely won't lose today. This time, I'll show you the victory of the chief's daughter. She proclaimed herself to be my rival, yet she treated me to free meals every day. As Yornion made her declaration, she placed her meal box on my desk. I placed the potion I received earlier on the desk as well. I will decide the content of this match. This little concession is surely acceptable to the chief's daughter. Betting a rare potion against a packed meal is unfair anyway. I understand. Megumin, you can decide the match's content this time. She's so easy to scam. Then, the match's content will be this: during the next physical examination, whoever is slimmer and more environmentally friendly. That's cheating. There's no way I can win against Megumin in this. What? Although I decided the content, I'm still angry when you say that so confidently. We're at the same age, so there can't be too big of a difference. Just how narcissistic are you, little girl? Ouch, ouch. Stop. The match's content should be competing on how much we've grown, right? If you're so energetic, why not have a match during physical education class? I was still knocking Yornion to the sound of pat. 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 As the other students left for the infirmary. According to my long years of research, the saying that I heard as a child, becoming an archmage will enlarge one's breasts, may have some basis. Mana circulation allowed blood to flow more smoothly, accelerating growth. Probably. Most of the powerful wizards in the village have big breasts. Therefore, as the top student in class, I should have big breasts soon. Still indulging in fantasy, I walked towards the infirmary. Yornion hurriedly followed behind. Hey, Megumin. If you are so confident, let's settle this with normal games instead. Don't walk so fast. When we entered the infirmary, the examination had already begun. Mine was an all-girls class. I was the shortest one. I believe this was a nutrition issue. Thanks to my father, a magic item artisan with certain special inclinations, my family always had issues with money. The inconsistent meals I was getting probably affected my growth. Araway has grown. You're already the first in class. Good, Next is Megumin. I already told you, it's pointless even if you stick your chest out. I use examination magic, so it won't change the results even if you take a deep breath and hold it. My little bit of effort was wasted. The infirmary's teacher used magic to determine my true physical statistics. Megumin has grown slightly taller. Next is Ionion. Oh no, since I've grown bigger, I'll definitely lose. I really lost to Megumin again. Ouch, ouch. Why? I lost the match, and my packed meal has been taken. Why is Megumin still hitting me? Ask your goddamn breasts. Megumin, stress is not conducive to growth. Part 3. I ate the breakfast that I plundered from Ionion. Megumin. This is some high-grade pudding made from natural Neroid. It's perfect for dessert. Thanks. There's no spoon. So sorry. Please wait. I silently ate Ionion's meal at my desk, looking at her as she hurriedly took out the spoon. At this moment, Ionion finally recovered her wits, and slammed the pudding and spoon on the desk. Wait, what am I doing? I'm trying to use the pudding as a wager. Why must I take care of Megumin so diligently? I feel like a kitten or puppy fed by Ionion every day, so isn't it about time you bring me home? Buy some snacks along the way. Can I really? No, it's not like that. We are rivals. Besides, your so-called buy some snacks is nothing more than snatching away my food. When did I become her rival? Whatever, I returned the meal box to Ionion after finishing the content. Thanks for your hospitality. The flavor isn't bad today. Very delicious. Tomorrow, I'd like to have more protein. Is that so? Then tomorrow Ionion took her meal box and happily put it in her school bag, then recovered her wits. I already said, this is very strange. Why must I? Get back to your seats. Lesson is starting. Hey, don't bring pudding to school. Confiscated. Suddenly entering the classroom, the homeroom teacher confiscated the pudding. The teacher ignored Ionion, who was softly moaning my pudding next to me, and started the lesson. The homeroom teacher wrote names of magic systems on the blackboard, urging students to take notes. We silently took notes. The teacher blatantly ate the pudding while explaining. Today I will explain special magic. Firstly, there are 3 types of magic written here. Basic, intermediate, and advanced magic. There is no need to explain these further. You should already know that advanced magic is the highest level of magic. The homeroom teacher wrote 3 other types of magic on the blackboard. In this world, besides advanced magic, there are also special systems of magic, known as blast magic, detonation magic, and explosion magic. Although these magic systems are very powerful, they are hard to control and consume a lot of mana. Therefore, few people actually use them. I was focusing on the pudding being eaten by the teacher, but suddenly reacted to the term explosion magic. Firstly, blast magic. This magic can crack even bedrock. Mages who learn this will be recruited by the government when they need the magic for civil development. However, learning blast magic requires as much skill points as learning advanced magic. Therefore, unless you want to be a civil servant working in civil engineering, it is best not to learn it. Blast magic. Blast magic. I wrote it neatly in my notebook, intently listening to the teacher's explanation without missing a word. Next is detonation magic. This is the magic wielded by the legendary archwizard. In the face of her barrage of detonation magic, the opposing monsters were easily blown apart. But, this magic consumes a lot of mana. An ordinary mage can only cast it a few times. Even if you are confident in your mana reserves, learning this magic is still not practical. Detonation magic, detonation magic. I diligently wrote it down. At this point, the teacher put down the chalk, and returned to eating the pudding. Seriously, he did not explain the most important of all, explosion magic. Teacher. About explosion magic. I stood up and raised my hand. All my classmates turned to focus on me. The homeroom teacher laughed. Forget about explosion magic. It requires a ridiculously high amount of skill points to learn. Even a mage with large mana reserves cannot cast it successfully because of the immense amount of mana required. And even if one is lucky enough to cast it, the immense power will not only defeat monsters, but also change the physical terrain. If it is cast inside a dungeon, the entire dungeon will collapse. The explosive noise will also attract monsters nearby. Yes, explosion magic is simply useless. Part 4. The third period was language class. Everyone, for Crimson Demons, grammar and vocabulary are very important. Do you know why? Megumin. Please explain why they are important to Crimson Demons. Upon being called, I stood up. Because the speed of casting and accuracy of pronunciation will affect the control of magic. 3 points, far from being good enough. 3 points? I only received 3 points. 3 points. I sat down dejectedly. Next to me, Ionion, was called. Next, Ionion. Tell me the correct answer. Yes. The sealed, ancient magic is written in the language of past eras. It is necessary to learn them in order to decipher forbidden curses and spells. 30 points. Good job on mentioning forbidden curses and sealed magic, but the other parts are wrong. 30 points? 30 points. Ionion sat down dejectedly. The teacher seemed disappointed and sighed deeply. Sigh. Are you two really at the top of the class? Ah. The teacher's attitude caused us to cry out in indignation, but this annoying teacher ignored us and called another student. Arroway. For the Crimson Demons, why are grammar and vocabulary important? The third in class, Arroway, stood up, raising her head and sticking out her chest. To prevent the appearance of strange aliases like Flame User of Exploding Flame. Also, to present an interesting monologue before a battle and hype up the mood. 100 points. Yes, our aliases are very important. I personally possess the best alias in the village. When you graduate, you need to decide on your alias as well. In the next physical education lesson, I will give you all a demonstration. Part 5. Calling it a schoolyard was an exaggeration. It was essentially an open space created using fire magic to burn away the vegetation in front of the school. The teacher, who was wearing a cloak, had been burning things for some time now. The rising smoke seemed to be thicker than when I arrived at school. The teacher must have come to school really early just to do this. As the smoke rose, the sky darkened. The teacher probably burnt expensive rain, making talismans, summoning the clouds in advance. When the teacher was satisfied with the size of the clouds drifting in the sky, she nodded slightly. Good. Next will be combat training. For Crimson Demons, what is the most important thing during combat? Ionion, you answer. Me? I think, the most important thing during combat is calmness. The calmness to be unshaken by any event is the most important. 5 points. Next is Megumin. 5 points? Ionion, after being given 5 points by the teacher, became depressed, ceaselessly muttering 5 points. What was the most important thing in combat? That was obvious. Destructive power. The power to lay waste to everything. Power alone is the most important. 50 points. Power is indeed necessary. If there is not enough destructive power, the Crimson Demons won't be able to fight. But it is not entirely correct, so only 50 points. I got merely 50 points? I only got 5 points. The teacher looked at our dejected expressions and spat on the ground, as if saying, the top students are so disappointing. Poi. Ah. The hateful teacher ignored our cries, and called another student. Arroway. Surely, you will know. To someone like you, who covers her left eye with an eye patch, what is the most important thing in combat? If the classmate was to remove the eye patch covering her eye, she would be regarded as really beautiful. Arroway, who didn't look like she belonged in the same grade, took a step forward and used her index finger to lift up her eye patch. It's being cool. 100 points. Not bad, Arue. I'll give you a skill-up potion. We, the Crimson Demons, must fight elegantly. Now, I will demonstrate. Call of Sandstorm. I didn't know what spell the teacher had been casting. Among the drizzling dark clouds that had been there since earlier, bluish-white lightning flashed. A powerful magic was being invoked, as unnatural winds howled. My classmates pressed down their hair in the strong winds. The teacher took out the staff she had prepared, and raised it high in the air. Mine is the name of Puckeen, an archwizard who wields advanced magic. After the teacher declared her name, lightning struck the tip of the staff. Then, the teacher flipped her cloak, causing it to flutter wildly in the wind. The strongest homeroom teacher of the Crimson Demons, the one who will eventually become the principal. Following the teacher's declaration, an even bigger stroke of lightning flashed. With the lightning glow behind her, the teacher maintained her pose, holding her staff and flipping her cloak. Too cool. As my classmates cheered loudly, I looked around. Only Eonion held her hands to her cheeks, trembling slightly. Because the teacher was too cool, Eonion didn't dare to look at her directly. I heard her whispering softly. How embarrassing. It seemed the rumor that this girl is weird was true. I heard that after entering puberty, some children started admiring strange people. This phenomenon is called chunibyo. She probably had it too. Note: see http://animanga.wikia.com/wiki/chunibyo. In the howling winds, the teacher finally made a move, clapping her hands while saying, "Good. Pair up with a classmate near you. Then, make cool self-introductions to each other. Be conscientious about experimenting with poses." Hearing the teacher's words, Eonion's body trembled. I wanted to know what was wrong with her, so I stared at her. She looked around uncertainly, then stole a glance at me. She probably wanted to pair up with me, but it was difficult for her to ask because she declared herself as my rival. How troublesome. I decided to forcefully pair with her and make her cry with my coolness. But before I could do so, someone interrupted. Megumin, do you have a partner? If not, do you want to pair with me? Turning around, I was confronted with a pair of big boobs, which did not seem like those of a 12-year-old. It was as if they were intentionally being displayed. This makes me even more annoyed. At that moment, a soft voice was heard behind me. There is no need to turn around to look. It was definitely Eonion. The eye patch-wearing classmate who spoke to me, Arue, seemed to be doing warm-up exercises, rotating her head and jumping. Her boobs bounced along with her jumps. This one is an enemy. Fine. Based on my statistical calculations, your chance of becoming a powerful archmage is very high. Therefore, here and now, let's decide who is better. Can statistics even analyze such things? Eonion retorted accordingly, but I had no time for that. Does everyone have a partner? There should be one extra student. She can pair with me, the teacher. Eonion looked around nervously after finding herself alone. She dejectedly walked towards the teacher. Arue. I'm not feeling well today. I want to rest during physical education lesson. Maybe it's because the food I got from Eonion earlier had something weird in it. Hearing me, Eonion showed an expression of gratitude and surprise. Teacher, I'm not feeling well. Can I rest a bit during the lesson? What? No. You have never attended a single physical education lesson properly. Today's lesson is especially important. Don't pretend to be sick. Facing the relentless teacher, I moaned and collapsed on the ground. No. Don't try this trick on me. I can't suppress it anymore. If this persists, the one within me will take possession of this body. What, Megumin, you? So the thing sealed within your body is awakening? It can't be helped. I permit you to go to the infirmary. Let the teacher in the infirmary reinforce the seal. I understand. Then I will leave now. Okay, is everyone now in pairs? Start now. I listened to the teacher's instructions as I walked towards the infirmary. If the physical education lesson expended the calories I made so much effort to gain from Eonion's packed meal, it would be a waste. After I received the nutritional medicine with sealing power, which was also sold in the market, from the infirmary teacher, I laid down on the bed. In the quiet infirmary, I pulled the blanket up to my shoulders, thinking about what the teacher said previously.
Explosion magic is a useless spell. I wrapped my head in the blanket in resentment.
Teacher. It's raining, or rather, it's raining sand.
We have already witnessed teacher's cool poses, so can you stop the rain?
The tulips carefully planted by the principal in the flower bed have been blown away. CA can't stop it.
This is terrible. The moon, the source of magic, rises to its highest point today. My suppressed power has been released. Let me stop this rain. Do not worry about me, take shelter in the school building.
Teacher. Be honest, you only thought about the performance earlier.
You didn't think about how to stop this at all.
As I listened to the voices from the schoolyard, I slowly closed my eyes. Part 6. Hey, Megumin, why are you pacing about in front of my desk and showing off your skill-up potion?
Is there something you want to say? Nothing.
Oh yes, Eonion's packed lunch looks delicious today.
Is that so? Besides the box you have stolen, I made an extra portion. I won't give it to you. This portion is not for wager.
If this packed lunch gets stolen too, I won't have anything to eat, so I won't challenge you.
Stop.
Don't dangle the potion before me.
Hurry up and drink it already. Don't. I won't give it to you. Even if you show such a sad face. I will only give you half.
After eating the lunch I got from Eonion, an announcement was made in the school. Based on Teacher Puckin's analysis, there was a sudden and mysterious rain this morning. Doubtlessly, it is due to the evil god of rain and sloth who was sealed somewhere in the Crimson Demon village. After checking, the principal confirms that this downpour has traces of magical influences, meaning it is artificial. All the teachers are busy controlling the rainfall, therefore, all afternoon lessons are cancelled. The weather outside currently has strong winds, lightning, and heavy rain, making it dangerous for students to go home.
Therefore, please do some self-study in school. It appeared that the teacher shoved all the responsibility onto the evil god. As I was plotting on how to use this situation to scam some dinner, some students stood up. They're probably going to the school library to pass time. There is something I want to research too.
I hastily shoved the food I forcefully took from Eonion into my mouth.
I already said half. Only giving you half.
After tossing the lunchbox at Eonion, I ran to the library. This was the Crimson Demon Village's school which produced many mages, so the library should be well stocked.
From unspeakable legends to dubious practical manuals.
Eonion, who came along on her own, was looking for something in the shelves for practical manuals. Abstinence Magical Manual for Making Friends, Guide, even snails can be good at communications. Eonion took a few books with titles I couldn't understand, but looking at her eyes that seemed to glow with excitement, I decided to keep her muttered words to myself. I continued searching for my target book, sliding my finger across the books on the shelf. Secret Origins of Crimson Demons, Until the Fall of the Magic Kingdom, Dukes of Hell Series, Volume 4, Prophetic Demon, The Truth About Residents from the Other World.
Interesting books flashed by one after another.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. Practicability of Explosion Magic. I took this book, and flipped through it.
Explosion magic is the ultimate destructive magic.
It is the most powerful offensive magic that can inflict injury to everything in existence. Currently, the way to learn this magic is mostly lost, only known by humans who have spent many years in magical research and long-lived, non-human mages. Furthermore, not only is it difficult to learn, its opportunity for use is also very limited. Therefore, mages who use this magic are also known as minefield mages, frequently rejected by adventurers who are looking for party members. Reading this, my admiration for explosion magic was slightly shaken.
In the scene I witnessed as a child, it was a destructive magic that violated everything. I had always admired that hooded person and her magic.
Firstly, A person with ordinary talents cannot use it.
Even if it has been learnt, it usually cannot be used due to the vast amount of mana consumed. It is a mystery why such magic was developed.
In the present situation, only non-human mages, who have immensely long lives, will whimsically use excess skill points to learn this magic. Reading this, I put the book back in the shelf. I got the feeling that if I kept reading, I would be even more devastated. At this time, I noticed an interesting title next to where I put the book.
Rhodes the Untamed.
Attracted by the strange title, I reached out to take the book. The story was about a senile old king who was accompanied by 2 retainers as he roamed about his territory in order to change the world. Due to an unexpected incident, the villagers learnt of the old man's identity and accused the governor of various crimes.
The governor insisted on his innocence, claiming the villagers were lying.
The old man declared both parties to be guilty and handed out sentences to the villagers and the corrupt governor. As a result, both the villagers and the governor banded together and defeated the old man. The old man raged, declaring that he will raise this land, while his 2 retainers consoled him, telling him, "It is time for a meal," and brought him home. After fighting together on the same side, the villagers and the governor learnt the benefits of unity. Not long after, they built a great city there, unsurpassed by any other cities.
Where is the 2nd volume? I searched for the sequel to this book.
Hey, what is this book?
Super funny.
What, don't you have friends? There was a sudden burst of noise that was incompatible with the quiet mood of the library. I looked over, and saw that it was Eon and another classmate.
This situation is. Friend. That.
You don't have any, right?
Otherwise, why would you? You can even befriend fish? Come on, forget about this book. At least choose one about mammals.
Stop right there. I jumped between Eon and that classmate, pointing at the latter sternly. Your goal is first to bully and toy with this pitiful girl, then take advantage of her broken heart and pretend to be her friend in order to make all kinds of unreasonable demands, right?
Even if you can hide this from others, you cannot hide it from me.
Huh? After being exposed by me, the classmate appeared to panic. Hey, wait, I don't understand what you are talking about. I'm only making conversation because I saw Eon holding an interesting book. Me, Megumin, what's up?
Are you influenced by some strange book you have read? It's just someone conversing with me.
The classmate and Eon separately explained, but no, I merely detected a disharmonious mood, so I intervened as I have nothing better to do. And because I skipped the earlier lesson, I'm the only one who did not practice self-introduction, so I'm somewhat dissatisfied.
Way too unreasonable.
Probably because someone heard the shouts of Eon and the classmate, the library doors opened. Hey, you people are too noisy.
Be quiet in the library. I will think of a way to stop the evil god's reign. The principles and my power are just enough to suppress the evil god somewhat.
Teacher, didn't you tell us that it is your suppressed power that was released? The evil god is too pitiful if it gets the blame for everything.
The classmate complained about the irresponsible teacher. No, the villagers have checked the tomb of the evil god. It seems some idiot messed with the seal, and broke it.
Apparently, there are still a few missing seal fragments. The evil god and its minions who were sealed away might burst forth at any time. After all, the seal is made specifically for the evil god, so its minions may have already escaped.
Therefore, before it is resealed, please do not go home alone. The homeroom teacher told us. Part 7. Hey, do you know?
About 7 years ago, when we were still children, the seal of the evil god was broken. There was a big crater before the tomb of the evil god, right? It is said that it was the scar left behind by the wandering mage who resealed the evil god.
Back in the classroom, the classmates were discussing this matter.
In this village, even such unbelievable rumors became the subject of discussion. I can't remember my childhood events very clearly, but the wandering mage they mentioned should be the hooded person who saved me. Because the teachers left to investigate the evil god, we were dismissed from school early today. The classmates left in groups based on the locations of their homes. Only Eon and I remained in the classroom. My house was at the corner of the Crimson Demon village, so no other classmate lived near me. The classmates who were going to buy snacks grouped tightly together, saying, "This is tasty, that is good too."
This was probably one of the reasons why nobody bothered me. With no other option, I decided to go home alone.
Ionion, who also remained in the classroom, reached out her hand with a soft mumble.
She seemed to be calling me. What is it? No, nothing,
Megumin's house is along my way home, so. Ionion's house was the village chief's house, built in the middle of the village.
If she wanted to walk together to my place, she would need to take detour.
Want to go back together? Can I?
But we are rivals. To be this close.
Ionion's face seemed to brighten, yet she kept saying such troublesome words. I ignored her, walking out of the classroom quickly. Ionion ran out after me. Wait. From tomorrow onwards. We'll resume being rivals starting from tomorrow. As Ionion and I exited the school, we saw the clouds drifting unnaturally. Did the teacher really cause such an unnatural occurrence just for the sake of a performance? Burning an expensive talisman just to act cool, the teacher is a true Crimson Demon. Although the homeroom teacher was useless in many aspects, this was one aspect you had to acknowledge.
I walked home without stopping.
Ionion, who was following behind, spoke uncertainly.
Megumin, are you free? If possible.
Ionion invited me to buy some snacks along the way.
Even paying for it.
Of course, I have no reason to reject. Why is this happening though?
Only because I'm a little hungry.
Ionion was embarrassed.
Fine, you are entering puberty after all. But as a girl, wouldn't it be unnatural if your appetite is too big?
Wait.
Megumin, you have no right to say that. I'm hungry because you ate my lunch. Besides.
Ionion's voice suddenly lowered.
Buying snacks with a friend, shopping on the way home. That is. I'm somewhat looking forward to it. What did you say?
Ionion mumbled something, so I intentionally turned back and positioned my ear before her to listen. At first, Ionion lied that she didn't say anything to hide her embarrassment. But after I interrogated her multiple times, she finally cried and repeated her previous statement clearly. Part 8.
Welcome.
Welcome to the Crimson Demon's #1 coffee shop. Isn't this Megumin, Hyoizaburo's daughter?
I heard you are very conscientious in school. Everyone says that you are the top genius of the Crimson Demons.
I seldom see you eating out. What would you like to order?
I want something with plenty of calories that can make you feel full easily.
Megumin, that's not the way a girl should order food.
The chef's recommendation.
Ionion and I arrived at the terrace of the village's only coffee shop.
The shop owner brought us the menu. He seemed to be my father's acquaintance. Recommendations.
Stew of Dark God's Blessing, and also spicy noodles in Lava Dragon's Breath style.
I want spicy noodles.
Give me this one, Demon God's Sacrificial Lamb Sandwich.
Okay.
Dicey Doodles in Lava Dragon's Breath style, Demon God's Sacrificial Lamb Sandwich.
Please wait a moment.
It's spicy noodles. Red-faced, Ionion corrected the dish name in a serious tone. I slowly drank the complimentary fruit juice.
Megumin.
It's a little sudden, but may I ask a question?
What? Since it's your treat, I will answer normal questions.
Is it about my weakness?
My current weakness is sweets.
After-meal dessert is my weakness.
I'm not asking this. Besides, what kind of weakness is that?
Normally, you would eat in big mouthfuls.
Isn't it commonly said that sweets are a girl's enemy? What do you want to ask then? I pressed her.
Suddenly, Ionion became hesitant.
Looking at this girl's expression aroused my sadism. Megumin, do you have a boy that you like?
Ionion is in heat. Hearing her words, I stood up in shock. Ionion explained hurriedly while nearly crying.
No, not like that.
Think about it, don't girls tend to chat about such trivial things?
I merely yearn for such conversations.
I don't have someone I like.
Her words reassured me, so I sat down again. How should I put this?
Ionion, you are a strange kid by the Crimson Demon standards. I heard that, during physical education lesson, you could not decide on a cool pose because of your shyness.
Am I really strange?
I always felt that the villagers are somewhat weird. Weird Ionion felt dejected because of what I said. She had no friends in class, probably due to her weirdness. So, what type of guys does Ionion like? A. Facing my question, red-faced Ionion rolled her eyes in shock. Don't you want to chat about trivial things? By the way, for me, I won't accept any guy who lends out money only if he gains some benefits. It would be best if he sets high goals, works hard day and night, and is honest and serious.
Someone serious and kind, ha.
Megumin has a gentle side and is good at taking care of others, so I'm sure you will attract an opposite type, those unsalvageable bums.
Ow, ow. I'm just kidding.
I like the mature and sturdy type who will warmly listen to my everyday life. A peaceful afternoon. I chatted endlessly with my self-proclaimed rival as we went back home.
Part 9. I'm home.
Welcome home, Nei-chan. Upon reaching home, my younger sister ran out of the house to greet me. Komekko, who was just 5 years old, had hair slightly shorter than mine. Komekko wore my old robe.
The parts that drag on the ground were already stained with mud. Ah. The robe's edges are muddy. I asked you to watch the house. Did you run out to play again?
Yes. I defeated the newspaper man, then I went out to play.
Oh, you won again today. You are truly my younger sister.
Yes. I said, I have not eaten any solid food for 3 days. After that, he left behind some food coupons. Komekko showed off the fruits of her labor in satisfaction.
As I patted the head of my excellent sister, Komekko suddenly sensed something. There is a fragrance on Nei-chan's body. You are truly my younger sister. I brought this back.
Demon God's sacrificial lamb sandwich. Eat until you explode. Awesome.
I feel like I can become the Demon King.
Then, the dinner I caught will be tomorrow's breakfast instead. Komekko, who loved sandwiches, said suddenly.
She caught dinner.
A while ago, Komekko caught some cicadas, and suggested frying them to eat.
I suddenly felt terrified.
Komekko, what did you say dinner is?
What have you caught?
Wanna see?
I defeated it after a deadly battle. A savage black beast.
Komekko left behind this frightening statement, and ran back into the house.
Please don't be a bug. Please don't be a bug. As I waited, I kept praying. Shortly after, Komekko carried something out.
Meow.
It was a black kitten, which looked exhausted for some reason. You really caught a big one.
Yes.
I worked hard.
It was fighting back at first, but it became docile after I bit it a few times.
Although it's good that you won, you shouldn't just randomly bite things.
Komekko nodded obediently after hearing this.
I took the black kitten. The black kitten hid itself in my arms.
It seemed to have gone through a fearsome experience, and fearfully nudged its head into my chest. Komekko took big bites out of the sandwich, then, pausing to stare at the sandwich still in her mouth, offered it to me. Wanna eat?
I already ate. Komekko can eat it all.
Anyway, I will take care of this furball, okay?
Okay.
Komekko indulged herself in eating the sandwich.
I let the kitten into my room. As it boldly curled up on my bed, I whispered softly. What am I to do with this cat? For it to be this shameless, perhaps it wasn't just a normal stray. But it could not become breakfast as Komekko wanted.
There was no spare food in the family to feed it either. And if I released it and it got caught by Komekko again, it will definitely become Komekko's meal.
Then. Part 10. The classroom was so noisy. Megumin, Megumin.
Good morning, Ionion.
Why do you have such an expression on your face?
Ionion frowned anxiously, and greeted me in return.
What is that? My familiar.
Ionion was asking about the black cat lying on its back on the desk as it played with my fingers.
I introduced it again to everyone. This is my familiar.
Familiar? I originally thought that only mages in myths owned familiars.
Look at its cute and fearless face. This cat is too scary. It must be pretending to be pure and innocent, eyeing our lunch boxes for her master Megumin. This is not what I wanted.
But, here's some food. My classmates were all charmed by the charisma of my familiar. Maybe this kitten truly possessed the ability to bewitch others.
It looked like it will get its own food by staying here. I was relieved.
Wow, 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 it's smooth and soft.
Megumin, what's its name? Have you given it a name yet?
Ionion's eyes sparkled. She probably wanted to touch the kitten. But as Ionion reached out her hand, the cat raised its front paw menacingly. Rejected by the cat, Ionion put down her hand with a sense of loneliness.
What's with this kitten? Feels like it's not too friendly towards anyone other than Megumin.
As Arrowe spoke, the kitten accepted her outstretched finger, enjoying her caress with its eyes half closed. Seeing this, Ionion felt like crying.
It doesn't have a name yet. If I leave it at home, its life will be in danger, so I want to bring it to school.
Hearing this, my classmates frowned, looking troubled.
The kitten is so cute, so I'm fine, but what will the teacher think? Yes, although it's very cute, the teacher probably won't allow it. Although it's really very cute. As expected, the homeroom teacher was the biggest obstacle. Rejected. The homeroom teacher said upon entering the classroom.
I raised the cat, which was putting its best effort to act cute. Teacher, this is my familiar.
It feeds on my mana. If it leaves me, it will surely die. No.
How can someone who cannot use magic have a familiar?
The school forbids bringing familiars and snacks. Put it back where it belongs. As expected, it didn't work. Then.
Teacher, this is the other me.
It's my other half that holds my power. Although most of the power is with me, it is still another aspect of me. We are of one mind, and cannot be separated. It seems your other half hates being carried by you, and is struggling for its life. Because I'm about to enter the rebellious stage.
I put down the cat, and it started to scratch the classroom walls.
Your other half is currently indulging in its instinct to sharpen its claws.
Crimson demons must always be ready for battle, so it must sharpen its claws. Because most of the intelligence and reason are with me, my other half only has the power, the instinct, and its animalistic appearance.
All right then. At first glance, it looks like a very cute me, but inside. You allow it? The homeroom teacher suddenly allowed it without a fuss.
Originally, I still planned to explain how me and my other half were in a deadly conflict over this body.
It's very amusing, so I'll let it be.
Our homeroom teacher was well known for being amused by improper matters, but her statement made me uneasy. Hey, Megumin.
Pee and crap only in the designated area. Look, it's here, here. You can only pee here. Well done.
Megumin is remarkable. Doesn't it stink to put Megumin's leftover food here?
Best to leave it at the back. Ah, really, Megumin?
Don't sharpen your claws everywhere.
Don't show such a cute expression while tilting your head. No. Ah, Megumin is really too cute.
Ah. Oh no. Fake Megumin has suddenly gone berserk. Looks like it isn't only cuteness alone, she has finally lost her intelligence and reason to her other half as well. The classmate who called me fake Megumin shouted aloud after seeing me flip my desk.
Who are you calling a fake? I'm the real Megumin.
Don't keep calling it Megumin again and again. What's the matter, Megumin?
You said the Megumin over there is your other half, right?
The Megumin who possesses intelligence and reason, while the other Megumin possesses power and instinct, right? Megumin, 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 everyone calling my name everywhere, I can't take it anymore.
Please give this cat a name.
Seeing my angry expression, Ionion hugged my other self.
Even if you say that, it has been decided today that this is the real Megumin.
Look, it is finally starting to accept me. I can hug Megumin now. Instead of giving this one a name, why not change Megumin's name? Ouch, ouch. Traitor. Don't you care about your rival changing names? The name Megumin has been called more times today than in all my school days combined.
Hearing my complaints, my classmates showed bitter expressions. And it finally has a cute name like Megumin. Ah. My cute Megumin is being bullied by the not cute Megumin. Hey, are you picking a fight?
As a crimson demon who never backs down from a fight, I raised my chair, ready to throw it at my classmates. Norisuk. Arue muttered syllable by syllable, considering the cat's alternate name.
Parakichi. Another student whispered.
Quiza, Marumo, Keisuma.
But it seemed none of these names were satisfactory.
The cat in Ionion's arms made a noise with its nose, as if it was sneezing. Hearing the countless alternate names, Ionion lifted the cat.
This cat is female. As expected, the most appropriate name is still Megumin. I'll kill you.
As I confronted that classmate, Ionion suddenly shouted. Kuro. Kuro, how about it?
See, because it's a black cat.
Editor's note, Kuro is Japanese for black, and is a common pet name.
The surrounding fell into silence. That's not bad. It's easier to remember weird names.
They're very weird? Yes, it was truly a strange name, but maybe it would be easier to remember. After being named, the cat in Ionion's arms narrowed its eyes, as if it was happy. Then, it will temporarily use this strange name Kuro.
When it truly becomes my familiar, I'll seriously give it a grand-sounding name.
Strange? Hey, am I really as weird as you say?
Am I really the odd one in this village?
Ionion complained with tears in her eyes. I hugged Kuro.
Part 11.
Hey, Megumin.
Want to go shopping at the accessory shop today? On the way home from school.
Ionion said before that being close to me was limited only to yesterday, but for some reason she was still following behind me today.
But I never considered her to be a rival anyway, so this wasn't bad.
There's an accessory shop in this village?
The blacksmith makes accessories on a whim. Megumin. Admiring cute accessories with someone else on the way home is your dream, right? Fine, let's go then.
Ionion and I went to the blacksmith.
Welcome.
Oh, so it's the weird girl from the chief's house and the weirdo Hyoizaburo's daughter.
Want to buy something? For little girls like you. How about this great sword? There are also axes and hammers. Way weird girl. Why do you want to give a delicate girl such crude weapons? There is no need for us to use weapons anyway.
It is strange enough that someone is selling weapons and armors in a village of mages.
Making staves would be more reasonable. It is great to have girls swinging huge weapons. Contrastingly cute. In what world would there be girls like that?
Ionion, what should we do? Ionion was looking around inside the shop.
I heard that this place sells accessories. Accessories are over there.
Crimson demons only like ridiculously long and complex sword-like weapons.
So those things are not in much demand. The big blacksmith gestured to a corner with his chin. Should this be called an accessory or a small knife? Normally, when one speaks of accessories, it refers to small wearable items, not small weapons. Even if you say that.
I don't have such customers, so I would have to close my shop down if not for such items.
The shopkeeper might have chosen the wrong location for his shop.
Anyway, how does the shopkeeper make money?
From your expressions, you seem to be wondering how I make a living. I'm still an archwizard, you know?
I can use my vast mana to control furnaces far bigger and hotter than can be used otherwise to create high-quality armors. My armors are fairly popular amongst armor enthusiasts. Although I can't say her name, the daughter of a noble family loves to wear my armor. Why would the daughter of a noble family wear armor? Ionion, it's almost time to. Ionion carefully picked up a silver dagger, and looked at me. You like this? Ionion nodded.
Back home, Komekko had made a muddy mess of her robes as usual.
Welcome home, Nei-chan.
Brought anything to eat? No food today. By the way, where did you go again?
Recently, the seal of the evil god in the village is about to break, so don't go out. I didn't know how much of my words Komekko actually heard. She just stared at Kuro in my arms.
Gulp! Exclamation mark.
Horrified of Komekko, Kuro climbed up from my shoulder and tried to hide inside my hat.
To think it climbed up her owner's body. What an audacious cat. Nei-chan, dinner is meat.
I shivered slightly at my younger sister, who treated both pets and bugs as food. Komekko, wait a bit longer.
This cat is too thin. It doesn't have much meat to eat. Let it grow fatter before eating. I see. Nei-chan is so clever.
Komekko smiled heartily.
I don't know what she was doing outside to become like this. I used my handkerchief to wipe the mud on her face.
Has Komekko been playing outside again?
I found a toy, so let's play together.
Does Nei-chan want to play too? Toy. Toy?
For some reason, this term didn't make me feel relieved. Or rather, it made me very concerned.
Yes.
Probably, I also. Nei-chan, go take a bath. Wash the kitten as well. I think this step is called removing astringency.
Komekko, the kitten is shivering inside my hat, so don't say any more.
Part 12.
After I bathed with Komekko and Kuro, we ate a simple dinner, and returned to my own room.
The stairs were slightly noisy, so Mother had probably returned.
Father was definitely still making magic tools without rest.
I lay on the woolen blanket, putting Kuro on my belly. Then I remembered. Speaking of toys.
When I met her, I asked her to help me find my toys. I mumbled to myself in the dark room, lifting Kuro up before me and looking into its eyes. In the darkness, Kuro seemed to understand what I said, staring at me without blinking.
Big, round, fearless, and cute eyes.
Why?
Whenever I see this cat, I think of that person. I covered my head with the blanket. It naturally sneaked beneath the blanket as well.
Hey, you're arrogant for a freeloader. Under my blanket, I enjoyed the sensation of stroking Kuro, who curled up on my belly. At this time, I still thought that I would not be leaving the village for a while. Spending my time in school and caring for my sister, an unchanging life.
Interlude, a prelude.
The unsolvable jigsaw puzzle and seal of the evil god.
I arrived at the playground that I frequently visit. Squatting before the tombstone was. What a big goblin.
Hey, brat, don't compare me to a goblin.
I'm not a brat. I'm Komekko. Is it?
Hey, Komekko, what are you doing here? This is the tomb where the other half of the evil god, Lady Wolbach, was sealed.
Didn't your family members tell you to avoid this place? They did, but Nei-chan said that crimson demons should not yield to unreasonable demands. Is that so? How troublesome.
To think that I have no choice but to eliminate such a brat. Sprouting a pair of bat wings, huge and black, the knot goblin lowered its shoulders.
I'm not a brat, I'm Komekko.
Not a goblin guy, what are you doing here?
Not a goblin guy.
Hey, brat, look closely. I have huge horns and wings, which signify evil. And no goblin could hope to compete with the sheer musculature of my body.
I am the aid of the evil god Lady Wolbach. I'm the greater devil Lord Hoost.
Remember it.
So cool. Looking at Hoost with his outstretched wings, I raised my arms and cheered.
Oh, ooh, is it?
You have good taste. Normally, I have to silence any witness, but I will let you go as an exception. But you must not tell anyone about me. Everything that happens here must be kept a secret. This is a special treatment, so be grateful. Thank you very much.
Although I didn't know what was going on, I thanked him anyway.
I sat in front of Hoost and patted on his big, hard leg.
Pat. Pat. Pat.
What a strange brat. Never mind, I have important things to do.
Don't disturb me, understand? Hoost turned his face away, and fiddled with something before the tombstone.
Ah. That's my puzzle.
A.
This is not yours. This is a precious item that can break the seal of Lady Walback.
Hey, you.
I put the puzzle together. Hoost was surprised for some reason. You are pretty good. I've been hiding from the villagers for a few months and I still couldn't solve this thing.
All right, I think I can take it from here.
Hey, give it to me.
Ah.
Hoost snatched them away. I don't care what you say.
Also, don't call me by my name directly, you little brat.
You should call me Lord Hoost.
Now, Lady Walback can fully recover her power.
Hereafter, she can rampage as before. Ah, what is this, strange?
After snatching away the puzzle pieces, Hoost attempted to fit the pieces on the pedestal before the tombstone, but failed repeatedly. Finally, he sagged his shoulders, and looked at me. Hey, Komekko, I will make a special exception to let you play with this puzzle.
You may continue.
I'm hungry, so I don't want to play puzzle now.
Lord Hoost, take your time with it.
Although I'm ashamed to say this, but you can stop calling me Lord Hoost if you want. I will find food for you, so you help me solve the puzzle, Komekko.
Please, Komekko. I understand.
Hearing my reply, Hoost unwillingly beat his wings to fly off somewhere. I watched him fly off, then picked up the puzzle pieces once more. Chapter 2, The Lonely Crimson Demon Girl.
Part 1. Megumin.
We must have a match today, understand? Due to the weather control effects of a particular teacher, there was a clear blue sky today. When I entered the classroom, I was immediately pestered by Eon.
For some reason, she was in a really good mood. I understood the reason.
The silver dagger purchased a few days ago was hanging by her waist.
She intentionally touched it a few times to draw my attention to it. So annoying. Did she want me to say that the dagger suited her? I was not her boyfriend. I didn't want to accommodate such a troublesome attitude. No problem, I accept. But I don't have any potions left to wager. How should we go about it? Wager. If I win, Megumin will have to obey one command from me. Okay. The match content will be biased towards you then.
How about you use that cool dagger by your waist to settle this? Use this dagger?
Okay. I don't know what you're going for, but I accept.
I led the confident Eon to my seat, putting my palm on the desk.
Please use your dagger to continuously stab the space between my fingers. I'll count to 10, and if you don't miss the spaces before then, you win. Simple, right?
Wait.
No, this is definitely a no. No problem, I believe in Eon's ability. Even if I get stabbed, I will endure the pain. Then let's start. 1, 2. Never mind. I surrender. The usual scene played out today. Ah. Thanks for the treat. The taste is great today as well.
Yes.
I want to have a serious match from time to time.
Eon choked on her words as she took the meal box from me.
By the way, Eon, how many more skill points do you need to learn advanced magic?
Points? Another.
3 points. I can learn advanced magic with 3 more points. At that time,
I will graduate.
How many more points does Megumin need? In the Crimson Demon School, a student would graduate whenever they learned magic.
Hearing Eon's question, I looked at my adventurer's card, which displayed 46 skill points.
In the skill list, the words learning advanced magic requires 30 skill points were glowing. But I wanted to learn explosion magic.
To learn that, I still needed. Still short of 4 points, which means Eon will graduate before me. Wait, Megumin's results have always been good, so why do you have fewer points than me?
More importantly, I'm going to graduate alone.
As Eon became worried, the homeroom teacher arrived.
The noisy classroom quieted down.
Standing on the podium, the teacher held the name list.
Taking attendance now. The classmates responded when they were called.
Dodonko.
Neramaki.
Funefura. Since there were only 11 students in this classroom, my turn came quickly. Megumin, also Ionion. Present, teacher, what's with this? You said also, right?
Did you almost forget about me again?
Okay.
Okay, starting lesson. Or so I'd like to say.
Recently, the monsters near the village are getting active. The principal asked me to lead the hikikomori, no, the people with free time to hunt monsters.
You can go home in the afternoon. It will be self-study in the library during the morning.
Note, see https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/hikikomori. Ionion became teary-eyed as she was ignored.
The teacher left after speaking.
This was the Crimson Demon village that even the Demon King feared.
Monsters were rarely active here. The nearby monsters usually would not come near the village.
I looked for books in the library, while still being bothered by this issue.
I wanted to read the sequel of the book I read a few days ago.
Rhodes the Untamed Volume 2, Rhodes the Untamed Volume 2.
Found it.
Ionion, I'm looking for that book in your hands.
You have taken so many books. If you are not reading it immediately, can I borrow it first?
Ionion was holding Rhodes the Untamed Volume 2 and a few other books. Sure, Megumin reads this type of books too.
Here, for you.
Ionion handed me. You can even communicate with goblins and be friends with monsters. Who says I wanted those? I'm talking about Rhodes the Untamed. Megumin likes this?
This book is very interesting. I've already read it a few times.
Volume 2 The False King Appears has an unexpected ending with the old king and his 2 retainers leaving on a journey. Please, no spoilers. By the way, what's with your other book choices?
The titles are really too painful.
Don't be like this, Megumin. Why are you looking at me with such sympathetic eyes? Look here, even a cactus has feelings, right? That means, it's possible to be friends with plants.
What was it with this girl? I can't stand you. If you want friends so much, just cancel your declaration of me as your rival.
Hey, Ionion. Are you still reading such books?
If you want friends so much, I can also be your friend. I turned to look at the person who interrupted.
It's the classmate who talked to Ionion previously. Classmate.
What's her name?
Isn't it Funekura or something? Friends aren't made intentionally, but naturally. My name is Funefura.
Please remember your classmate's name.
Ionion suddenly came close to the fuming Funefura.
What did you say? Just what did you say?
Hey, you're standing too close.
Your face is too close. I only said that we can be friends.
Faced with Ionion drawing herself closer with a serious expression, Funefura quickly explained as she slowly backed away. Hearing her, Ionion blushed and nodded a few times.
Oh. Ionion, the forever alone, finally had a friend.
Although my worry for Ionion's future was a bit unasked for, I could be at ease. I'm inexperienced, please guide me along. Hey, Ionion, do you know what friend means? Do you really know?
I could.
Be at ease.
Probably. Part 2.
Hey, Ionion.
I'll give you a new one. It's just a rubber band for tying hair. I'll just give you a new one if you lose it.
Megumin already repented, so it's not an issue.
But, this is the first gift I received from a friend.
I totally could not be at ease.
Funefura wanted Ionion to be a bit prettier, so she gave her a rubber band.
Ionion was overjoyed to receive a gift.
She went out of her way back to the classroom, and carefully kept it in the desk. Then, why did Megumin search my desk? Why did you play and shoot off my rubber band? Are you a 3-year-old kid? I got bored of reading, and returned to the classroom early.
I snapped and shot the rubber band out of the window.
That was all. I was kneeling on the classroom floor. It's not that.
Look, there's a bug on the tree outside the window. I'm very bothered by such bugs, so I wanted to shoot it down.
I used up all my rubber bands, so I have no choice but to borrow yours. It's not no choice. This aren't the sort of games a girl should be playing. I can't stand you.
Ionion looked at me bowing my head, and sighed. Funifura, sorry.
It's so difficult for me to receive a gift.
I originally intended to keep it in my safe at home.
No need to be like that. It's ridiculous. Rubber bands are meant to be used. Funifura offhandedly said.
Seems like she's feeling a bit scared of Ionion.
Forget about it. It's almost lunchtime.
Let's ask Dodonko to eat with us. Can I? Eating lunch together, it's like being friends.
I said before, we're already friends.
Ionion's loneliness was a sickness that had developed too far. Indeed, it's almost lunchtime, so let's go quickly. I, who was ordered to sit straight on the floor, stood up, ready to follow them.
Megumin, did you bring a packed lunch? No. This won't do. I replied, and Funifura shot me down. Oh dear.
It is a good thing for Ionion to make friends.
But at the same time, the poor me would lose my important supply line.
I looked worriedly at Ionion, who was preparing to leave with her lunchbox.
Megumin, if it's half.
Hey, don't hug me.
Also, don't worship me. But, as the saying went, 3 women made up a drama. That person is definitely interested in me. But what do? I already have someone whom I made a lifelong promise with in my previous life.
Would this be more or less adultery?
It doesn't matter. The previous life is not this life. My fated partner is set. No, should be the handsome guy who was sealed in the deepest dungeon, so I must learn advanced magic fast to rescue him. What was this unbearable conversation?
Is that so?
The 2 of you are incredible.
Ionion nervously smiled and offhandedly responded. As I ate lunch with my classmates Funifura and Dodonko, and all they talked about is matters of love. They seemed to have their ideal lovers and reality mixed up. What about Ionion?
Your type? No, your lover in the previous life, what is he like?
Dodonko asked as she forked her salad.
Me? I don't have memories of past lives.
A mature and stable person, who can gently listen to my daily affairs.
Too unromantic. Very unromantic. This can't be helped.
Ionion is a weird person, after all.
By the way, my previous life should be a god of destruction, so I had no lover. Ah, I'm full, so tasty. Weird person?
Hey, am I really weird? Also, Megumin, I said I'll give you half.
Why did you eat it all? Part 3. On the way home from school.
Great, Ionion finally has friends. I even suspected that Ionion was a giant isopod in her previous life and will be lonely forever.
I was so worried.
Note, see https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/giant_isopod. I said to the overjoyed Ionion. I didn't choose to be alone, Megumin, your mouth.
Ah, a girl should be conscious of her appearance. There's some soy sauce.
Ionion said and used her handkerchief to wipe my mouth, just like my mother. I used to think that Ionion is a child who couldn't fit into society and will be easily tricked by any bad guy who pretends to be her friend.
Now, I can rest easy.
I used to think that Megumin is a child who lacks the means to survive, and will be easily tricked by any bad guy who treats her to a meal.
Now, I can rest easy.
Ionion, who was wiping my mouth, and I stared at each other, and immediately backed away.
You said something very strange. You mean I'm a stupid girl, who will blindly follow a bad guy for a meal? That's who you are. Besides, you underestimated me.
You think I'm a frivolous girl who will blindly follow a bad guy just to make friends? I confronted Ionion by the roadside, smiling viciously. Ah, I can easily imagine a future in which Ionion is at the beck and call of a useless guy who told her let's be friends. I can also imagine Megumin being at a loss and begging a useless guy for a meal. It looked like it was time to settle the score with his self-proclaimed rival.
I took on a defensive position.
Ionion became wary.
In this hair-trigger moment, a sound suddenly interrupted.
Isn't this Megumin who lives nearby?
I turned and looked. It was the shoemaker's son who lived near my house.
Isn't that Buckorally?
What are you doing here? To me and Komekko, he is a neighbor who is like a big brother.
But he idled around every day, declaring that he needed to conserve his power before the world needed him.
It is rare for him to be wandering outside. The monsters are getting active, even coming close to the village. I was driving the nearby monsters away. Since I was told now is the time to use your reserved power, I have been full of adrenaline.
Oh, yes. The homeroom teacher mentioned something about leading the hikikomori in the village to hunt monsters. He was merely being forced to work, but seeing his self-satisfied look, I decided not to spoil his mood.
Oh, there are even monsters that you do not usually see. What's the name? To think that such monsters exist near the village.
Buckorally said softly and made eye contact with Ionion.
My name is Buckorally, an archwizard who wields advanced magic.
The son and successor of the top shoemaker in the Crimson Demon Village.
You must be the chief's daughter. Pleased to meet you.
Yes, I'm Ionion.
Pleased to meet you.
Buckorally made his exaggerated self-introduction. Embarrassed, Ionion lowered her head and introduced herself softly.
It is rare for her to have a chance to introduce herself. This little girl is really strange. What are you two doing? There's a strange tension in the air, like a battle might erupt at any moment.
Yes.
This woman and I are about to have a death duel to determine who is stronger.
Ionion, let's start.
Wait. Aren't we having a normal match?
I don't have the resolve to go that far.
Part 4.
I opened the loosely closed door of my house, and greeted the darkness.
I'm home.
Following the sound of footsteps, a welcoming voice said. Welcome home, Nei-chan. Komekko ran forward, smiling.
Her face and robe were covered in mud. It looked like she went out to play again.
Komekko, I don't know where you went, but monsters are appearing near the village.
Someone said that he encountered a strange monster, so try not to go out. Okay. I will try not to go out. More accurately, it should be do not go out.
Komekko handed me a piece of paper.
What is this? A pretty woman came by. She looked a little ill.
She asked, is there a magic item artisan here? I answered, no magic item artisan.
She whispered, is that so? And left after giving me this.
I looked closely, this appeared to be an order form for magic items.
At the edge, in a beautifully written script.
I'm impressed by the many excellent magic items you have created.
Please maintain good business contact with my shop. There were also praises for my father at the back.
Father is a magic item artisan. But, even though his magic items have great power, all of them were flawed. I did not know where this shopkeeper came from, but she probably confused my father with someone else. Otherwise, this shopkeeper's business sense must really be abnormal. Yeah.
If she wasn't confused, then it must be mocking us.
Her shop's location is the city of rookies, Axel.
The shop name is.
Before I finished reading, Komekko pulled my sleeves.
Nei-chan, I'm hungry. Make dinner. I've prepared the ingredients. Fine, I'll make some food for you today. But there aren't many ingredients left, just some vegetables. Komekko dragged me to the kitchen. The pot, plates, and seasoning were all prepared. There were also some cut vegetables. I was thinking of making vegetable soup, when I suddenly heard a soft sound coming from the pot. I removed the pot cover. Inside it was.
Komekko, wait for it to be fatter before eating.
It's fatter today when compared to yesterday. When can we eat it?
Tomorrow?
Let's wait a few more days.
I fed Komekko a lot for breakfast today, so I thought it would be okay to leave Kuro at home.
It looked like I still have to bring it along to school.
After deciding this, I picked Kuro out of the pot.
Part 5. Today was a school holiday. This was a really scary day, especially for me. It might even be called unbearable. The reason was, "Nei-chan, good morning.
No school today, right?
Let's eat breakfast."
Komekko, mother should have prepared breakfast before leaving home.
You can eat my share as well. I can conserve my calories, so I don't want to do anything today. I lay beneath the blanket without moving. But Komekko did not leave.
Nei-chan won't be able to eat Ionion's breakfast if you don't go to school.
Let's eat together. Hearing this, I unknowingly got out of bed. Without going to school, I couldn't get food from Ionion.
I would normally eat my breakfast in school, so I could leave my own portion to Komekko, who was still growing.
My gentle sister would invite me to share a meal during the holidays. It can't be helped then. What's for breakfast today? Rice balls and salmon. That's all we can do at the end of the month. But I don't like salmon, so Komekko can have it. Then let's feed it.
Komekko said, looking at Kuro who came out of the blanket with me.
It seemed that she wanted to eat it. I patted my gentle sister's head.
Gulp. I urged my sister, who was drooling and staring at Kuro, to the kitchen. Kuro, do you want to eat the skin of my salmon? Meow. The skin is nutritious, so make sure you finish everything. After eating with Komekko, I considered what to do for today. Father is a magic item artisan, but his products were flawed, so business wasn't good.
Even if someone bought them, they would be sold at a heavily discounted price, so my family had always been poor.
At the end of each month, both my parents went to sell the magic items in town, leaving me and my sister together at home.
Father said they would leave this morning, and would not return for a few days. There shouldn't be much food left in the refrigerator. Then,
Komekko.
I'm going into the village. Perhaps I can find some food.
Bite. Meow. Following the sound of something being bitten, Kuro cried out softly. Did you bite Kuro again?
It doesn't taste good when eaten raw. I need to hurry. Komekko, be good. Your target is the old man. I will use my great charisma on the young man. My sister is a femme fatale.
Komekko, I don't want to do this, but the situation in the refrigerator is really bad.
We were just talking about him, and the sheep appears.
Komekko hugged Kuro tightly like a doll. I took her hand, acting like a good sister, moving gradually towards the sheep. Isn't this Buckorally, the handsome guy from the shoe shop? Good morning.
Nice weather today. I have no work, so you can't con money from me.
Buckorally was practicing his poses for grand introductions in the yard. He warned me with a smile, making the first strike before I could say more. I thought he was a useless hikikomori, but it seemed he should not be underestimated. I would never ask my respected Buckorally, who looked after me since I was young, for money.
We're just a bit hungry. Where's the respect? You're just trying to scam me.
I have no work and no lover, so there is no way I can steal food from my house for you. Sorry, you better find someone else. Oni-chan, I'm really hungry. Hold on, Komekko. Oni-chan will pilfer some food for you right now. I watched Buckorally run off, and said to my sister, whose hand I was still holding. Starting from today, you may call yourself femme fatale Komekko. Mine is the name of Komekko.
Watching the house is my job. I am the Crimson Demon's #1 femme fatale little sister.
Thereafter, my femme fatale little sister received a lot of tributes. Part 6. Megumin, you know what time it is, right?
For some reason, Ionion was always in high spirits in the morning.
She came to me as soon as I entered the classroom. I know, it's breakfast time.
Thanks for feeding the cat too.
What has breakfast time got to do with anything?
Why is my defeat a foregone conclusion? The cat?
You mean Kuro's meal?
I have to feed Kuro too?
While Ionion was shouting, I intentionally grabbed Kuro who was on my shoulder.
I won't mind if you are unwilling, but my family is not rich. If you don't accept, it will starve. I understand.
I just have to feed it, right?
But this will have to wait until Megumin wins. And if I have to prepare its food as well, today's match content will be decided by me. No problem. If you don't agree.
Is it really okay?
I repeated myself to the suspicious Ionion. No problem.
Ionion can decide on the content of today's match.
Exclamation mark.
Hearing this, Ionion's face glowed.
She secretly displayed a V hand sign to signify victory. But her expression stiffened immediately. There will be only one match.
You cannot say that I am only allowed to determine the content of one match out of 3.
I won't change my mind. Who do you take me for?
I replied instantly, but Ionion still remained wary of me.
You won't make excuses like,
the one you defeated is not the real me, that is not my real strength, you can only be the real winner if you defeat my second form. You still remember something from so long ago?
By the way, I have 4 forms. If you win once today, I will admit defeat.
Hearing this, Ionion finally relaxed and sighed.
Then, the match will be arm wrestling. I won't lose to the physically weak Megumin in this.
Ionion put her arm on her desk, rolled up her sleeve, and smiled confidently. I put Kuro on the desk in sight of Ionion, then rolled up my sleeve and readied my arm. As we held hands tightly, our tall, eye-patch-wearing classmate, Arue, became interested and came over. Arue, good timing.
You will be the judge.
Sure.
Nobody can cheat in the view of my demonic eye.
Now, ready. At my request, Arue exaggeratedly removed her eye patch, and knelt properly on the floor. Ionion, if I win this time, you have to feed both Kuro and me.
I don't have any skill up potion today. If you win, what do you want?
My request? Yes.
Then, 2, together.
Starting from tomorrow morning, you will come to school together with me. Arue, who was sitting on the floor, placed her chin on the desk.
Holding the desk, she shouted.
Fight.
Ha.
Wait. I intended to act suddenly to win the instant Arue announced the start. But Ionion managed to hold on. Ionion, who was physically stronger than me, was making a comeback. Since a sneak attack did not work, I can only. If this goes on, I won't have breakfast to eat. Ionion's food is so tasty.
I look forward to it every day.
Exclamation mark Ev, even if you say that, I must win against Megumin today.
Then I'll gain the title of the Crimson Demon's top genius.
I don't want to merely be the chief's daughter, but also gain other titles. Ionion seemed to be bothered by her special treatment as the chief's daughter. I originally thought Ionion challenged me daily only because nobody else would socialize with her. But I will never let go of my title as the Crimson Demon's top genius. If this goes on, not only me, even Kurosuke will starve. My family is too poor to feed Kurobe.
For my beloved Kurotaro's sake, I cannot lose. That.
If you care so much for it, don't change its name randomly. You're just making use of it to take advantage of my kindness. Ionion slightly relaxed her arm as her conscience came under siege.
We entered into a stalemate. Arue announced seriously. It is now a stalemate. There are 30 seconds left.
If victory is not achieved within the remaining time, both parties will die.
What?
As I was surprised by Arue's sudden addition to the rules, Kuro walked on the desk towards Ionion. It sniffed at our quivering arms, then started to act cute before Ionion. Stop, Kuro.
Even if I win, I'll still feed you.
Don't act so cute. A pet belongs to her master. If I have nothing to eat, I'll snatch Kuro's food.
You better understand this. Despicable. The winner is Megumin.
Arue announced, raising my right arm up.
Part 7.
Some time ago, I led the village's hikikomori.
No, brave free men to subjugate the monsters nearby.
You should know, right?
As a result, there are no strong monsters close to the village now. I ignored the weak monsters, clearing only the dangerous ones. Today's lesson is field combat.
In the fairly safe area near the village, we will use the Crimson Demon's traditional method of power leveling to raise everyone's level.
Everyone assemble in the field. Form up in 3 groups of 3 and 1 group of 2. Go.
After taking attendance, the teacher explained today's lesson and left.
The classroom became noisy. The students gathered according to how close they are to each other.
Ionion sat at her desk, stealing glances at me. What is it, my self-proclaimed rival, Ionion? Self-proclaimed? No, that is true. Teacher told us to form groups. Yes.
We have to form groups. So what? I intentionally used a distant tone of voice.
Ionion became nervous. Seriously.
As usual, she cannot bring herself to invite me.
Well, I ate her breakfast, so I decided to take the initiative.
Megumin. If you don't have a team yet, want to join me?
I prepared to approach Ionion, but Arrowe suddenly approached me.
I remember that we can form a group of 3.
Okay, let's do it together then.
Exclamation mark.
Ionion listened to our conversation, becoming confused and unsettled. Arrowe and I turned to look at Ionion. After a while, Ionion looked at us, and timidly said, Megumin, I also.
At the moment before she finished speaking.
Ionion, want to team up with us? Oh, right. You were always left behind, right? Just join our team.
Funifura and Dodonko invited Ionion.
The 2 of them smiled and walked to Ionion's desk. After being invited by them, Ionion stole a glance at me, as if she wasn't sure what to do. Let's go, Ionion.
We're classmates after all. Yes. We're friends, right? Exclamation mark friends.
Yes, then. The term friends made the embarrassed Ionion stood up.
So easily seduced. How unsure of herself.
As expected, Ionion will be conned by bad guys in the future. Ionion seemed reluctant to leave me, but Funifura pushed her out of the classroom. Part 8.
The teacher lectured in the field, with her cloak fluttering in the wind. Everyone is present. If you have a weapon, use your own.
Those without them can use these to deliver a final blow to the monsters. The teacher said and pointed to the pile of items on the ground.
There was a mountain of different weapons. It was worth mentioning that most of them were.
Teacher.
The weapons are too big.
We probably can't carry them.
Yes, all the weapons were massive.
The greatsword was taller than Arrowe. The blade of the axe was wider than my body. The metal ball on the spiked mace looked so heavy, even an ogre wouldn't be able to move it.
The teacher lifted the huge greatsword easily. The teacher was physically weak and thin, yet she could lift it with one hand.
The trick is to let your mana infuse every part of your body. This method can temporarily enhance the bodies of crimson demons. After the previous lessons, you should know the basics. As long as you will it, you can naturally use this power. Hearing this, Arrowe walked forward. And my magic power surge through my arteries and bestow upon me strength in my limbs. Arrowe shouted, single-handedly lifting the greatsword. Oh.
Awesome.
Although it is awesome, are those words really necessary? The other students ignored Ionion's ramblings, and rushed towards the weapons. This one remains undamaged even after receiving my magic power.
I will name you.
Yes, from now on, your name will be.
Someone lifted the huge axe with both hands, and named the weapon.
This is a good sword to be able to withstand my attacks.
Fine, I will leave my life to you in the future. Someone swung the long sword, smiling fearlessly.
I glanced at the others, and picked a huge axe. Based on my mana, I should be able to do it too.
Not enough mana. Burn, my magic power. Bestow upon me strength and grace.
I held the axe handle, stumbling as I lifted it up.
No way, my mana wasn't enough. I was the Crimson Demon's top genius. Surely I can accomplish such a minor task. I clenched my teeth and lifted the axe.
At this time, Ion said next to me. Teacher, these weapons are fakes, right?
They're made of wood with metal plating, so they're rather light.
Ion, -5 points.
Ah?
Hey, wait, teacher. I tossed away the heavy axe, and picked the smallest wooden sword.
In the dense forest outside the village, we stood in a row before the teacher. Each of us held a weapon of our liking.
Everyone's weapons were blunt, except for the real weapon in Ion's hands.
That was the silver dagger she bought a few days ago. Okay.
Listen up. As I said earlier, the powerful monsters were driven off some time ago. Thus, there are only weak monsters, but don't be reckless. I will use magic to disable them, and you will deliver the killing blow after they are immobilized.
The teacher said, holding a huge ornamental sword. There shouldn't be any problem. If there is an emergency, just give me a holler.
Dismissed. The teacher announced, and then ran off somewhere.
The classmates began to scatter. At this time, freeze bind. I heard a voice from the direction where the teacher ran off.
Arroway and I ran over, and found. Oh.
As the saying went, even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. Our teacher is a crimson demon, after all. A large lizard was frozen from its neck down. It groaned softly. This was probably our teacher's work. Freeze bind. We heard our teacher again from a distance. The teacher was happily disabling the nearby monsters.
Arroway and I looked at each other.
Can I go first? I nodded to express agreement.
Arroway raised her ornamental greatsword with both hands.
Let your life force become the source of my power. The great sword slashed down at the lizard's head. The frozen lizard groaned and collapsed on the ground.
Arroway checked her adventurer's card, nodding in satisfaction.
She probably gained a level. The explosion magic I wanted to learn still required 4 more skill points. If I conscientiously hunted monsters, perhaps I could learn magic today.
I looked around, searching for small monsters for experience points. Suddenly, I discovered a team arguing before a horned rabbit.
The rabbit was frozen from its neck down.
Ion held her dagger, motionlessly facing the horned rabbit. It looked like she could not bring herself to kill the rabbit, which was staring at her with sad eyes and groaning pitifully. Ion, kill it fast.
We need to hurry up and hunt the next one.
Yes, Ion is the student with the second best results.
You should be our role model.
The 2 other team members pressured Ion, who didn't know what to do with her dagger. So, sorry, when I look at its eyes. Sorry, I can't do this. Ion shook her head, tears flooding her eyes. She offered her dagger to the other 2 girls, but neither took it.
Don't say such willful words during a crucial time.
We, the Crimson Demons, are not weaklings. Other people will look down on us if this goes on. Right.
It can't move, so it should be easy. Show us the power of our number 2. Strike it. Then, you should be the one to strike it.
I stood behind Dodonko, who was pressuring Ion.
I pushed her forward.
I snatched the dagger from Ion, and pressed it into Dodonko's hands.
She screamed.
I hugged Dodonko from behind, and guided the surprised Dodonko forward.
Then.
Now, Dodonko, kill it. Turn this pitiful big-eyed rabbit into your experience. Wait, Megumin, spare me. Why are you hesitating?
Let this innocent rabbit become your power.
No need to bother our number 2 Ion. Let me, the number 1, personally guide you. Wait.
Stop, please, stop.
If you push me further, the dagger will stab it. It's groaning. Megumin, stop. Dodonko is crying.
Stop.
At this moment, just as Funifura and Dodonko were in a mess. Hey, stop it everyone. A troublesome monster is here. Arroway pointed towards the forest, alerting us.
We looked in that direction and saw a monster. It was a humanoid demon, with sharp claws on both hands. Its body was thick with black fur, and on its back was a pair of bat wings. Its reptilian head had a beak. It kept looking around. It looked rather strong, but more importantly, it wasn't frozen. We should escape and find the teacher.
It set its sight on us as we were sneaking away.
Part 9.
Teacher, 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 teacher.
Funafura and Dodonko yelled as they ran for their lives. Megumin, do you know that thing? It seems to be focused entirely on you. How can I possibly know it? It might be a vanguard of the Demon King. It fears my power.
Still, why is it chasing me?
It must be retribution because of Megumin's evil deeds.
A few days ago, I saw you stealing sacrificial food from the altar of Eris. Arue and Eonion said as they ran next to me, the monster giving chase.
For some unknown reason, the flying monster pursued only me, ignoring the others. It should have seen the other students.
I was worried about what Eonion said.
Maybe it really was my divine retribution.
Arue and I had already discarded the cumbersome weapons. The other teams appeared to have noticed our situation, but nobody can use magic.
I felt something moving on my back.
It turned out to be Kuro, who was digging its claws into my back to avoid falling off.
A desperate plan.
I took hold of Kuro, and raised it up high towards the monster.
There's no other choice. I present this furball to you. How about it? It must be tastier than me. Even my sister wanted to eat it. You are truly the top student to think of such a move.
Megumin is so heartless.
You're being chased by monsters because you always do things like this.
Even after being lectured by Eonion, I continued to lift Kuro up high. The monster circled in the air, slowly descending before us. Although it looked fierce, its behavior did not seem hostile.
Funafura and Dodonko had already escaped. I faced the monster, the other students looking on from a distance. Without a word, Eonion stood in front of me. She held her dagger in both hands. The silver blade shone.
She protectively kept Arue and me behind her, facing the monster. Only Eonion had a real weapon. The coward who didn't have the guts to kill a rabbit wanted to protect us. Next to me, Arue looked at her adventurer's card.
Probably considering if she should learn magic right on the spot. I could already learn advanced magic. But if I did this, I would have to give up on explosion magic.
But even the cowardly Eonion became so brave.
I can't let her steal my thunder.
Lightning of darkness, strike down my foe. Cursed lightning. Following the loud incantation, a black streak of lightning pierced the monster's chest.
The monster silently collapsed. I looked at the direction of the voice.
The teacher ran towards us, still holding the greatsword.
The teacher always seemed a little shot in the head, but she was really reliable and cool right at this moment. The student who went to fetch the teacher said,
"Teacher, your casting was completed long ago, so why did you wait until the last moment to release the spell?"
Of course, it is to let me debut at the coolest possible moment. Not one bit. This teacher was completely bonkers. Part 10. Have you heard? The monster which attacked Megumin has never appeared nearby before. There should not be any flying monsters near the village.
Because of the sudden intrusion of the monster, field training was cancelled and we returned to school early.
This rumor quickly spread throughout the classroom. I listened to the conversations and played with Kuro's tail as it lay on the desk. Then, the tired-looking teacher entered the classroom. The teacher dejectedly stood at the podium.
Listen up.
I mentioned before that the tomb of the evil god will be unsealed soon.
After investigation, the monster that appeared this morning during field lesson was probably a minion of the evil god. We are looking for the seal fragments, but we have been unsuccessful so far.
We must end this matter as fast as possible. I will be sent out to continue the monster hunts.
Thus, all afternoon lessons are cancelled. I say again, until the tomb has been sealed again, do not go home alone.
The teacher announced and left the classroom.
I had no idea what the evil god was supposed to be, but it was really good at causing trouble.
Megumin.
Today.
Today.
Eonion wanted to say something, periodically stealing glances at me. Seriously, she could just directly invite me to go home together. Ionion, Hey, Ionion, let's go home together.
I've got something to say to you. Besides, I wanted to apologize for leaving you behind earlier. Funefura interrupted my conversation suddenly.
Okay. The weak-willed Ionion did not object, and simply gave a slight nod. If an unknown guy was to kneel and beg her, she would probably listen too. Then, goodbye, Megumin. See you tomorrow. Ionion looked a bit uneasy, but she still followed the other two home. It was a good thing that lonely Ionion could make friends.
Although it was a good thing, it was still a bit. I felt a presence behind and turned around. Arroway apparently said something.
NTR. Say that again, and I will mess up your perky tits.
Part 11. The next day,
I brought along Kuro, who was sticking to me, and walked into the classroom.
This shameless cat simply sprawled itself over my shoulder. Megumin, good morning.
Kuro too, good morning. Usually, Ionion would excitedly challenge me as soon as she saw me, but today she merely greeted me. Good morning.
What's up with you? Normally when you see me, you will charge forth like a bandit. I'm not that lawless. Although it is really like that, you should describe it more elegantly.
For example, rivals challenging each other. Two people came over to the hesitant Ionion's side.
Funefura and Dodonko.
Ionion, good morning.
Thanks a lot for yesterday.
As expected, you know your true friends only in times of crisis. Yes, thanks. Ionion is a real friend.
That. It is great to help a friend.
Ionion smiled, with her face almost glowing.
What happened? Everyone sit down. I'm taking attendance.
The teacher arrived as I was wondering whether to ask Ionion about it. After taking attendance, the teacher started to seriously write magical incantations on the blackboard.
Learning magic took more than just skill points.
Firstly, you must memorize all the incantations for the magic you wanted to use.
There were not many spells for basic magic, and there was no need for long casting.
However, advanced magic was different, requiring much effort to learn.
But as the top student, I've already memorized every single incantation.
Ionion, the board's second top student next to me, was probably the same.
With nothing to do, I decided to tease Ionion.
What did you do with Funefura yesterday? I tore an edge off my notebook and wrote this question down. I rolled it into a ball and tossed it at Ionion's desk. Ionion noticed it and read my message.
This is a secret between friends, so I cannot tell my rival Megumin. The reply tossed at my desk contained this message. This pissed me off. The lonely kid made some friends for a few days and became arrogant. I tossed that over. Megumin is always bragging.
You don't have friends either.
The reply came back as such.
I shot a glance at Ionion, and she returned the look in satisfaction.
Since you have friends now,
you won't challenge me anymore, right? Although I'm happy that you made some friends, I feel somewhat lonely. Wait, sorry. I didn't challenge you because of this. A lot of things happened yesterday, so I'm not in the mood.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Anyway, although I was always complaining, having a match with Ionion every morning still makes me happy.
And not because I could get a free meal. No. I'm serious.
It's true.
You misunderstood. I like having a match with Megumin too. I'm happy to make your meals every day as well. I'm satisfied if you can say that. If we weren't rivals, I'm sure we can be good friends.
I tossed that message over, and Ionion's reply stopped suddenly. I gazed at Ionion.
She looked embarrassed, but did not move the pen in her hand.
I stared at the area near Ionion's hand from a distance.
One day, I want to be Megumin's friend. She stopped after writing that.
Seeing Ionion's expression, I wrote another message on the paper, rolled it up, and tossed it to her. Red-faced Ionion saw the paper, and raised her head sharply.
Her expression was full of expectation, and her eyes became teary. But upon opening the paper,
"You think I would seriously say something like that? Idiot." Ion kicked the chair away and pounced at me in tears.
Part 12.
In the field before the school, Ion and I were still talking.
Can't stand it. Why can't this kid take a joke? That was not a joke. I'll never forgive you. Never.
Because Ion cried and pounced on me, both of us were punished to stand outside in the walkway for the rest of the lesson.
Now, we were having combat training as part of physical education.
"You're too loud over there. Do you want to be punished for this lesson too?"
Even if you memorized all the incantations, you shouldn't disturb the class.
"Both of you, deduct 20 points.
This lesson is combat training. But today's training is a bit different. The two of you who have been glaring at each other all this while.
I ask you both, what is the most important thing if you want to survive a battle to the end?"
Hearing the question, Ion walked forward. I could sense she was observing me.
"It's comrades."
If you have comrades, your survival rate will improve.
Of course, this excludes the brainless comrades who don't understand that certain things should not be made into a joke.
You dare.
Yes.
Then, next is Megumin. To survive a battle to the end, what is most needed?
It's firepower. Super strong firepower that can blast away the lonely girls who keep bitching about comrades.
Power. Overwhelming power.
Instead of acting coy in order to gain friends or comrades, it's better to be a solo mage that stands up high. Ugh. Teary-eyed Ion glared at me.
The teacher considered our answers, nodding slightly.
"Teacher, how many points?"
Both 3 points.
Disappointing.
I'm so disappointed in both of you.
You two stand by the side and pay attention, poi.
This teacher actually spat.
This teacher pissed me off, even more so than Ion.
She ignored us, who were quivering out of dissatisfaction in the field.
Arue.
Surely you understand. You, who are different from those fake crimson demons, that have nothing but test results. Fake crimson demons.
Ion and I straightened our backs, grinding our teeth. Not long after being called by the teacher, Arue came forward.
She uncovered her eye patch. It is the opening speech before a battle.
If the monologue is good, even if you only have a radish for a weapon and are outnumbered 1,000,000 to 1, you will not perish. Conversely, no matter how powerful the Demon King is, if he triggers flags such as "let me show you what it is like to be in hell,"
or your chance of victory is 0.1%, he will die easily. 100 points. You get a skill up potion too.
Have you all memorized the traditional Crimson Demons collection of famous quotes that will keep you alive? Then, form up in pairs and practice it. Hearing the teacher's instructions, all the students paired up.
But our class had 11 students. Normally, I would skip physical education lesson, so the number would be just right. But I wasn't in the mood to skip lesson today.
I stood up, and said to Ion who was sitting beside me, "Ion, let's form a pair."
Funafura and Dodonko probably paired up already.
Then you would be left out, right?
Fine, Megumin.
Let's pair up, but don't think things will be settled just by practicing speeches.
It looked like we had the same idea.
Teacher, I'm left out. Can I pair with teacher? Oh, no problem.
Then, everyone start.
Among the classmates who made their self-introductions imposingly, only Ion and I silently opposed each other. Finally, it's time to settle this.
The diligent person will achieve victory in the end. I always believed this.
Although I was born to a poor family, I advanced one step at a time. So I won't lose to someone born as the chief's daughter who received elite education without effort.
I will prove to you, victory depends not on natural talent, but on diligence. Although I have never defeated you. But, even if the chance of victory is really small,
as long as it is not 0, I will never give up.
Both of us announced our determination. Thereafter, we remained silent for a moment. What? You're too cunning to use such dialogue as if you're the protagonist.
It feels like I'm going to lose. Didn't you keep talking about comrades earlier?
This is incompatible with what you just said.
Megumin too. Previously, you kept going on about firepower, so you should speak more like a villain.
What's this about being a diligent person?
Megumin is the natural genius here. You even talked smack about my family background.
How sly are you? Using the battle prologue as a means to boost the chance of victory.
This traditional Crimson Demon secret did not work against fellow clansmen.
Too troublesome. Since it's combat training lesson, we should let our fists do the talking. No need for verbal competition.
Ionion shouted, and took the initiative to attack. To limit my movement, Ionion rushed to kick my abdomen.
She accurately estimated our distance, and twisted her waist to.
Meow. Hearing the sound emitting from my abdomen, Ionion stopped.
To be accurate, it's emitting from underneath my clothes.
Kuro, who snuck into my clothes, was lightly kicked by Ionion, causing it to cry out.
Ah, ah.
Upon realizing the situation, Ionion suddenly panicked.
What happened to you? Why are you panicking like that? If you're not attacking, I'm going to attack.
Wait, hey, wait. Don't put Kuro inside your clothes.
I won't be able to attack like this.
I approached slowly, as Ionion uneasily backed off. Ionion kept going on about comrades earlier. What is Ionion going to do now? You see, comrades do not merely help, sometimes they can become a hostage, a liability. But I will use super strong firepower to destroy the enemy along with my comrades. If you can attack now, go right ahead. If you can ruthlessly kick the kitten you named, then by all means, kick.
You're despicable. Part 13.
After I achieved victory in the duel, we walked home together.
Megumin, you have never seriously fought in our matches. There's no need to complain after a match.
Ionion is so resentful. I originally intended to go home alone, but Ionion used the unsealing of the evil god's tomb as an excuse to tag along.
In the end, we were still bickering.
Anyway, it's all because Ionion refused to tell me about what you did with those two.
This aroused my suspicion and escalated the problem.
Was it something shameful?
Revealing a bit to me would be enough. It's nothing shameful. But no, they wanted me to keep it a secret, so I can't tell anyone else. I must keep my friend's secret.
This girl is too naive. I am certain that Ionion would be cheated by a useless guy in the future.
Then, I would have to protect her until then. Forget it.
Ionion, I don't want to say bad things about your friends, but those two do not have a good reputation.
I'm not too clear about it, but at least be cautious. Megumin is too suspicious.
What kind of environment did you grow up in to become so suspicious? My family has a lot of issues, so I must be more suspicious of others.
Livelihood is already so difficult. If I get cheated, the entire family would have to live in the streets.
According to my sister, a shopkeeper recently praised the flawed magic items made by my father.
Even I will think that's a scam.
Ionion tactfully admitted that my father's products were flawed, but this couldn't be helped. For example, a magic scroll that would illuminate the surrounding once it was read.
It sounded like a convenient item, but you could not read the scroll in the dark. If there was a bit of light, then this scroll would be useless. He always created such unfathomable items.
Living by your hobby isn't a bad thing, but at least solve the problem of life's necessities first. Well, I, who decided to learn the useless explosion magic, was in no position to criticize others.
Soon, we arrived at my home. I think there's no need to be troubled even if you have no friends.
There might be someone who really understands Ionion, I said to the dumbstruck Ionion.
Then, I discovered a suspicious guy sneaking around before my house.
Hey, Megumin, who is that?
The guy peeked through the window into the house.
He was my idle neighbor, the future successor of the shoe shop, Bakorali.
If he needed to see me, he could have just walked up without sneaking around. What are you doing?
Whoa.
Megumin. Good, I waited for you a long time. Actually, I have something to discuss with you. But it's too late today.
Tomorrow is a holiday, so there should be no school, right? Tomorrow morning. If possible, Ion can come along too. This has to be discussed with young girls after all.
Buck orally said, as he scratched his head.
Ion and I looked at each other.
I'm home. Nei-chan, welcome back.
Komekko ran over. Hungry?
I'll cook something. I smiled and said, but Komekko shook her head. I'm not hungry. I ate a lot. Ate a lot? There shouldn't be any excess food in the house. I entered the kitchen in wonder. And saw the large amount of food in the kitchen. I was dumbstruck. Where did these come from? Komekko answered seriously.
Mine is the name of Komekko.
Watching the house is my job. I'm the Crimson Demon's #1 femme fatale little sister. She made a pose while saying, this child will become an amazing person in the future. Interlude, Scene 2. Komekko and Lord Hoost. Oh, you're rather late today. Come, continue to solve the puzzle. As usual, Hoost was sitting before the tomb of the evil god. I thought there would be only one puzzle for the seal. To think that there are more.
Hey, Komekko, the seal of Lady Woolback must be released today.
I will entrust this to you, Komekko. Okay.
I solved the puzzle earlier, and another, more difficult puzzle appeared on the pedestal.
Look, I brought a lot of delicious food today.
I hunted the creatures outside the village and cooked them. I can't enter the village to buy things, after all, so please bear with it. Inhales.
This must wait until the puzzle has been solved. By the way, why do you come here? Where did your mother go?
Don't you have friends?
Mother is usually not at home. There's nobody in the village around my age, so I have no friends.
Since I have no toys either, I come here to play.
I see.
Well, until you release the seal, I will keep you company and chat with you. This new puzzle is more difficult, so it will probably take some time. Since the village is getting more vigilant, I won't be able to visit every day.
But if I visit, I will definitely bring you some food. Hoost said and looked at my hand. Not making progress?
Yes.
Hoost looked at me, who was swallowing my saliva, and said, you want this?
Yes.
So it discovered that I was stealing glances at the cooked meat. Hoost gave an evil smile. To a devil, a contract is absolute. I said this before, you must make progress in solving the puzzle to get the food.
I stopped moving the puzzle pieces and looked at Hoost. Hoost is so cool.
Even if you flatter me, I won't give it to you. I have not eaten any solid food for 3 days. You ate the creature I hunted yesterday. It's useless even if you cry and beg me. I'm the Archmage who will eventually surpass my sister. You better not antagonize me. Where did a little brat like you learn to say such things? A devil won't be threatened by you. Hoost said and laughed.
I cannot think clearly because of my hunger, so please give me food.
I beg you, Lord Hoost.
Sigh.
Guess I have no choice. Come, eat quickly, Komekko. Although the food Hoost hunted did not have any seasoning, it was still tasty.
After I ate a huge piece of meat, it said,
well, we have distinguished who is the master, and who is the slave. You are full now, so be a good girl and listen to Lord Hoost. Solve the seal's puzzle. I'm too full. I want to sleep. You. Don't joke around. You are eating so vigorously, yet you can still shamelessly say that.
Hey, Komekko. Because I ate too much, I don't have the drive to do things.
Please, be more driven, Lady Komekko.
Sigh.
Guess I have no choice.
Although I said the same thing earlier, you shouldn't copy other people's speeches. Chapter 3, Guardians of Crimson Demon Village.
Part 1.
Good morning, Megumin.
Have you had breakfast?
Good morning.
My sister has received tributes from many people as of late. The leftovers are enough to fill my stomach. Don't you have any pride as a person? Today was a Crimson Demon holiday, so there was no school. It was a cloudy day.
To help Buck with his problem, Yeon and I met up early in the morning. Fufu, Megumin, look at this. Yeon took something out happily.
It was some kind of chessboard game. Apparently, it was quite popular in the capital. Why do you have this? It is a gift from my uncle who went on a trip to the capital.
He even said something unintelligible like, this cannot be played alone, so with this, you definitely can.
Or something like that. I don't really get what he meant though. It seemed like her uncle was worried about her too.
I intended to bring it to school to play, but since Buck-san isn't here yet, should we have a game first?
I don't mind. I won't lose in a game of wits. We played the chessboard game on the grass patch. Then, I will go first. 30 minutes later. H here. My sword master advances to this square. Archwizard teleports to this square.
Megumin, using teleport is too despicable. Can we ban Archwizard?
No.
Look, while you're complaining about this and that, I already have you in check.
Wait. 1 hour later. Great.
If this goes on, I can win.
Megumin, this is the end. Let Crusader move to this square.
Explosion.
Megumin is too cunning. Flipping the chessboard is too sly.
But, this is in the rulebook.
Look here, when the Archwizard is left in your own base. 2 hours later.
Again. Megumin, please play with me one more time.
I will win no matter how many times we play.
Give it up.
By the way, this game is very interesting. As the right of the winner, lend this to me for a few days. Wait, the game rules are too strange.
What's with the explosion and teleport?
Which brain-dead idiot came up with rules like this?
Yeon, who was about to cry, flicked at the chess piece unhappily.
Anyway, Buck is late. What is he doing? Want to call him?
As Yeon suggested, we went to Buck house nearby. Buck house managed the village's best shoe shop.
There was only one shoe shop, so naturally, it was the best.
As we entered the shop, we saw Buck father, the shopkeeper. Sorry to disturb you, is Buck around? Oh, isn't this Megumin?
Welcome. My son is still sleeping.
Hey. Sorry, can you wake him? He told us, I wish to discuss something with cute, naive lolies like you. Haha.
That bastard.
Buck father rushed upstairs immediately. Hey. It's somewhat similar to what he said, but there's a significant difference.
That NEET made an appointment with us, and yet he's still sleeping. He needs to be punished. We heard a roar and a scream from the second floor.
A while later, Buck ran downstairs.
Megumin. You're too much.
My father suddenly shouted, you bastard lolican.
And woke me up with a beating. You're the one who approached us for a discussion, yet was still sleeping way after the meeting time. Hurry up, let's go. Wait. Let me change my clothes.
Buck changed his clothes, and we went out together to the village's only coffee shop, which has a unique menu. Yeon, order whatever you like to eat. Buck will be paying, so there's no need to hold back.
I want a sundae with the highest amount of calories. That should be my line. Anyway, I don't have much money. I'm very full, so a drink will do.
Megumin, didn't you say you ate a lot this morning? After ordering, we sat down and started listening to Buck troubles.
Sorry for bothering you today. What I want to discuss is... Actually, I have someone I like. Aren't you a NEET? This has nothing to do with being NEET. Even a NEET wants to sleep and eat too, so of course we can fall in love.
Buck protested, but we ignored him. Romance. Megumin, this is a love story. I can't believe someone will come consult me on matters of romance. Anyway, who's the target? Is it someone we know?
No. Don't tell me it's one of us.
Hey, don't say such impolite words.
Consider your own age. I'm not a lolicon.
Stop, you two, stop. I'm at fault, so please don't pour chili sauce into my coffee.
Buck Orley apologized quickly. His expression suddenly became serious. Well, the person I like is. Part 2. Possessing large amounts of mana, Crimson Demons usually engaged in magic-related work.
For example, magic item artisan, potion brewer, and etc. Apparently, Buck Orley's love interest operated a divination shop. She liked to train, and would stay in the mountains to practice her sure kill moves during her free time.
She was a normal Crimson Demon that could be found anywhere. We left the cafe and headed for her shop. To think that it's Soketo. You're just a neat. Isn't she too good for you? What do you mean I'm just a neat?
Can't a neat have great aspirations?
Listen, Megumin, humans should have far-reaching ideals. It's the same with work. I don't want to be a shoemaker. I want to have a more respectable career. But if you wish to date a girl, it's best to find work first.
We followed Buck Orley as he expounded his strange point of view, and discussed the matter involving Soketo. The other party is Soketo, the prettiest girl of the Crimson Demons. And this one is a neat who has no virtues to speak of and is too lazy to even succeed his family business.
He has no future.
Buck Orley, we'll play with you today, so why don't you just give up? Please don't analyze so coldly. Maybe she's a weirdo who likes useless bums. First, I must find out what kind of guy her type is. It looks like you know very well that you're a bum, so I'll give you points for that, at least. Well, we're free anyway, so let's just try our best.
If you know you're useless, why not work at being a responsible person?
Although it's not a problem for us to ask her about her preferred type. Buck Orley quickly walked forward without looking back.
It looked like he wanted us to find out if Soketo has a boyfriend, and what type of guys she liked.
This was the matter Buck Orley wanted to discuss with us. I feel that it'd be better for you to ask her about her preferred type directly.
It'd be easier to create a topic for conversation. If I had such courage and social skills, I wouldn't be a neat. Oh, it's right ahead.
Buck Orley made such hopeless statements confidently, and spied on Soketo's shop from behind a tree. Soketo, the prettiest girl of the Crimson Demons, was sweeping the floor in front of her divination shop.
For a beauty like Soketo, even the scene of her doing such trivial things was like a fine painting. Soketo is beautiful as always.
I wish I could be the trash to be at her feet, and let her sweep me up. You're a neat, so aren't you already trash?
Megumin. We chatted and observed from a distance. Soketo stretched her back and returned to her shop. At this moment, I had a flash of inspiration. An inspired idea. Buck Orley. This is it. What? Transform into trash at her feet?
No matter what, it's better to leave such strange play until after we start dating.
What idiotic thing are you saying? That's not it. I have a good idea. Soketo's job is divination.
Her divination is very accurate, so let her tell you your fortune.
Let her foretell Buck Orley's future lover.
Ah.
This sounds good. It would be great if she herself appears in her vision. It saves the effort of confession.
If successful, this would be awesome. But if some other girl appears in the vision, then it won't work no matter how much effort you put in. Compared to confession followed by an instant rejection, this would be less devastating. After Buck Orley heard my suggestion. Hey, I'm a neat.
If I had the money to get my fortune told, I would be in her shop every day.
Well, then, I guess it's okay for us to leave now. Buck Orley bowed his head and apologized as we prepared to go home.
There was another problem. By the way, Soketo-san went into her shop.
Hey, if we go into her shop and ask her for her preferred type, isn't it somewhat rude?
We were basically strangers to Soketo. We couldn't ask such questions on our first meeting. Buck Orley hugged his arms with a grave look. No other way. I need to acquire the money for divination. Part 3. There were a lot of strong monsters near the Crimson Demon village. For the average adventurer, they were impossible to defeat. Even fleeing successfully would be difficult.
Such monsters yielded fur and organs which can be sold at a high price.
With these monsters as targets, we entered the forest next to the village. Megumin.
Is this really okay? Even with Buck Orley's company, if a large number of monsters attack at the same time.
No problem.
This NEET is usually free, so he comes to this forest often to gain some allowance and experience points.
Stop it with the NEET this, NEET that, how irritating. Even NEETs have human rights. But we haven't seen any monsters so far.
It's probably because the people who were free in the village have already driven off the powerful monsters, so Megumin and the rest of you can have your field training. Oh, found one. Buck Orley, who was walking in front, lowered his voice. Following his gaze, we saw a black creature digging for tree roots. This one-strike bear had powerful forelimbs that can decapitate a man with one strike.
One-strike bear. Its liver can be sold for a good price.
Good.
Buck Orley started casting, then. Light of Refraction. He activated his spell. At the same time, Buck Orley vanished before us.
He probably used an invisibility magic that utilized light refraction.
Judging from the grass being trampled, he was approaching while still invisible.
At this moment, the one-strike bear suddenly stood up and sniffed at its surroundings.
Then. It looked towards us. From our hiding place, our eyes met with those of the one-strike bear.
It roared excitedly as it found prey, and charged at us. Eon, you have a dagger, right?
Take it out.
My cool rival Eon, please fight for me.
Normally you would just patronize me.
Don't wait for times like this to treat me as a rival, okay? A dagger like this won't work against this kind of monster.
We couldn't run away even if we wanted to.
The one-strike bear was too fast. But, Buck Orley.
Where was Buck Orley? Where did that NEET go? Hurry up and defeat it.
Don't come here. Just as the one-strike bear was almost on top of us.
Light of Saber.
Buck Orley suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and slashed with his hand as he shouted.
A flash of light emitted from his hand.
The light passed through the one-strike bear from behind.
From its shoulder to its belly, the light flashed past.
The one-strike bear took a few steps towards us and fell, neatly bisected along that line.
Phew. Normally, even if it smelled me, it would only look around and relax soon after. Are you two all right?
My timing is perfect, right? If Soketo is in danger and I appeared just like this. Ouch. Hey, wait. Sorry, no, waiting for the perfect moment to debut should be the standard thing to do for the Crimson Demons. Eon and I continually hit Buck Orley's shoulders without saying a word. Seriously, don't joke around in such a dangerous place.
If we don't clean up the corpse immediately, other monsters will smell the blood and come over.
After falling over, Buck Orley finally stood up, and swept away the dirt on his clothes. After making us angry, you're still shameless enough to say this?
Quickly retrieve the bear's liver, and let's leave this place.
When Crimson Demons hunted in a group, they would intentionally leave the corpse to lure other monsters over.
But we only have this NEET as our fighting force. Say.
Eon pulled on my clothes.
I looked towards her.
Eon's face was pale, and she was looking behind us.
Therefore. Of over there. She shivered slightly, and pointed in a direction. I had a very bad feeling about it, and turned to look.
Run. Buck Orley, forget the bear's liver.
The battle is lost.
Wah. Wait for me. Gah. That was an entire sleuth of one-strike bears, angry over the killing.
Note, yes, a sleuth of bears.
See https://n.wiktionary.org/wiki/sleuth.
Part 4.
Eon, it is almost noon.
We should go back.
Yeah, then I'll see you tomorrow in school. Wait. Don't abandon me, you two. Please. After we escaped back to the village, we intended to go home, but Buckhorley shamelessly pestered us. He was covered in mud after luring away the entire sleuth of one-strike bears.
He looked really dirty, and he was even crying pathetically before us.
Seeing a NEET who was older than us act like this, I couldn't help feeling sorry for him. Sigh.
I understand.
As an adult, please don't kneel before a student.
We will keep you company for a little while more. But what should we do? The plan to let her foretell Buckhorley's future lover is all ready.
By the way, why would one-strike bears gather in groups? One-strike bears are not social animals by nature.
Buckhorley complained in despair. Father also mentioned that the situation in the forest is very strange recently.
Maybe it's related to the appearance of those strange monsters? Ionion raised the question, deep in thought.
But there was no way for us to know the answer. In any case, it will be pointless staying here. Let's go back to Soketo's shop. We walked towards her shop as I suggested. There's a sign saying the shop is closed.
Did Soketo-san leave for somewhere? Ionion said. Buckhorley patted hard on our shoulders. I know all about Soketo, we're really close after all. Firstly, Soketo will wake up at 7 a.m., such a healthy lifestyle.
Then, she'll toss the bed sheet into the laundry basket and prepare breakfast.
But Soketo eats udon noodles daily. How deep is her love for udon?
She'll boil the water in the pot and brush her teeth in the meantime, so efficient. Her face is pretty, and she's smart too. Soketo is so clever.
After eating the noodles, she'll wash the utensils for breakfast and the previous night's dinner.
She soaks the cutlery used the previous night in water, so clever. She'll make a good wife. Soketo will then take a bath.
To bathe in the morning, she's so hygienic. She bathes in the morning and night, that's why her skin is so smooth and lovely. After bathing, she'll put her clothes into the laundry basket and wash them.
This is it. This is a serious problem. Because she washes her clothes immediately, it's troublesome for me. No, nothing troublesome.
Yeah, really, it doesn't bother me, actually.
It really doesn't bother me.
After all, I didn't do anything obscene. After washing her clothes, she'll go for a walk.
Soketo's lifestyle is so healthy.
After a short walk, she'll go to her shop.
As you have already seen, she'll clean her shop.
She really loves cleanliness, and she's so good at housework.
After cleaning, she'll enter and stay in the shop. It must be boring to stay inside the shop. If I had the money, I'd visit her every day.
If there are no customers, Soketo will feel bored and go outside to do stretching exercises or look around to see if anyone is coming. She looks so cute.
She's not just pretty, but cute as well. This is definitely foul play. Soketo is so cute. She'll then close the shop and run off somewhere, just abandoning her business like that.
She's so free-spirited, or should I say, she is freedom exemplified.
Look, I'm a NEET devoted to freedom. In this aspect, we are compatible. Well, let's leave it here for now. It should be 2 hours before Soketo returns.
Although waiting here is fine too.
What should we do?
With his eyes sparkling, Buckhorley provided intensely detailed information.
It seems like you're always looking at her. So scary.
How do you know so many details? Whenever I'm free, I'll come here and investigate.
And I'm not bragging when I say I'm the freest person in the village. He really wasn't bragging. Anyway.
This must be what is known as a stalker. Hey, Ionion, if you say that again, I won't forgive you even if you are the chief's daughter.
This man. It might be beneficial to society if we knocked him out and buried him alive.
In any case, there's nothing we can do if Soketo isn't here.
So let's leave today.
Ionion nodded as well, affirming my suggestion.
No matter. I know where she will be going. Buckhorley said confidently. She's really here.
Yes. I didn't know if we should be happy that we found her, or if we should hand Buckhorley over to the police for knowing so much about her. Led by Buckhorley, we harbored mixed feelings as we watched Soketo from a distance. She was picking items in a convenience store.
How is it? I'm someone who can accomplish something if I set my mind on it. This degree of investigation is simple enough. I already said this was not an investigation, but a stalking. Anyway, she's outside the shop this time. Even if we go over to talk, it won't seem unnatural.
Ionion and I will nonchalantly ask her preferred type of guys. Go, Ionion.
Coordinate with me. I understand. Let's ask quickly, and put this worrying matter to rest.
I brought along the weary Ionion, and entered the convenience store where Soketo was. Hey, Ionion, look.
Isn't this cute? Really cute. If you give this to your loved one, surely. Ah?
You mean this? This wooden sword with the carvings of a dragon? I started such a perfect opening, yet Ionion spoiled the effect with her unnecessary additions. Ionion, be serious and go along with my topic. Boo, but Megumin's taste is too weird. No matter what, I can't accept this. As we were whispering to each other, Soketo came beside me.
Ah, so cute. The carved dragon is beautiful. It'd look good on you if you wear it on your waist while out for a stroll. 21, W0 Balfour.
A. Hearing Soketo's words, Ionion exclaimed loudly.
Truly, this is a practical and cute high-quality item. By the way, I'd like to nonchalantly ask, what do you like?
Ionion, what are you doing? Just as I was about to naturally ask Soketo what she liked, Ionion suddenly interrupted me by pulling my arm.
You're not being natural at all.
Anyway, is my taste really weird? Is the weird one really me?
I can't see what's so cute about this wooden sword.
Ionion's taste has always been weird. You even gave my cat a weird name like Kuro. Aha. As we were arguing softly, Soketo bought her items and left the shop.
What were you doing? The initial development wasn't bad. But.
Bakorali came over to us, who was still arguing. Hey, you two, what are you doing?
Soketo has already left.
Sigh. I was just one move short, because of her unexpected interference. Anyway, why would a dangerous person who hangs a dagger by her waist every day dislike a wooden sword? Enough, how long are you going to grumble?
We should be leaving.
Don't compare my beautiful dagger to that kind of wooden sword.
The two of you. If you want to quarrel, do it later.
Soketo held the wooden sword previously dubbed as very cute in her hands, walking happily before us.
For Soketo to walk and swing the wooden sword at the same time. This behavior is also very cute. In the eyes of others, she's probably just a dangerous person.
I listened to their lightly muttered argument, and observed Soketo, who was swinging the wooden sword back and forth in one hand.
We were using Bakori's magic to follow her invisibly from behind.
It looks like she really likes that wooden sword.
Ah, she's using that sword to slash at the leaves falling from the tree. Is she going to train?
Unaware of us following behind, Soketo used the wooden sword to hit the tree branches, and even started kicking it to get the leaves to fall. I say, what do you like about Soketo-san? Is she still in your strike zone even as she is currently kicking the tree?
It's her looks.
I like Soketo's face and body figure.
If it's a beauty, even those actions can be considered as cute.
Hearing Bakori speak without hesitation, or rather, without delusion, Ionion had nothing more to say.
I suddenly thought of an plan. Bakori. Why not pretend to casually walk by and nonchalantly help her? How about that? You can use wind magic to blow the leaves down the tree and help her train. This is it. You are truly the top genius of the Crimson Demons.
Megumin's intellect is so sharp. I also thought of a way for Bakori-san to be popular with girls. For example, comb your messy hair after waking up, and find a job or something. He didn't listen to Ionion, who was trying to compete with me again. Instead, he maintained his invisibility and moved close to Soketo.
Then.
Tornado. Soketo was blown off into the sky by Bakori's tornado. Is that guy an idiot?
That guy is an idiot. Let's bury him. Bury this damned NEET and forget about it.
After ensuring that Soketo was unharmed, we hurriedly left the scene, and strangled Bakori's neck. Wait. Both of you, calm down.
Also, be quiet. Or we'll be discovered.
After being blown into the sky, Soketo used her own wind magic to maintain her balance and return to the ground with some difficulty. The paleness of her face could be seen clearly even from a long distance. She looked around with bloodshot eyes, perhaps looking for the criminal who used the wind magic. Bakorali's magic imposed optical camouflage on our surroundings. As long as our actions are not too extreme, Soketo would not be able to find us. At this moment, Ionion tightly grabbed Bakorali's chest and interrogated him quietly. "Don't you like Soketo-san? Then why did you use such deadly magic?"
No.
"I can only use advanced magic, so I don't know any weaker spells."
Actually, I wanted to blow the leaves off at the start.
"But I realized that when the wind magic gets near her, her skirt will."
"Let's bury him."
"Yes, bury him." Wait.
Please, listen to me." While we were still arguing, Soketo had already walked off with a vexed expression. It looked like she gave up searching for the criminal.
"Yes.
No matter what, it's good that she's not hurt.
And
we also know what color she likes to wear. This is great."
Ionion and I shouted together. "Soketo-san." Hey, wait.
Part 5. It was almost time for lunch. I should go back early to have lunch with Komekko.
Wait.
You two, don't just abandon me like this. I would handle the laundry that were piling up, then play with her for a while.
I'm begging you, don't ignore me.
This is too much. I used so much effort to avoid discovery earlier.
She nearly saw my face.
Then, bathe with her, and wash that furball as well. I'm begging you.
Please. You're so noisy.
Can you not follow us?
Or have you decided to include us in your stalking list?
You should give up while it's still early and find an easier target.
As Megumin said, give up early.
By the way, there's a somewhat cute monster called Tranquility Girl near the village.
Why are you giving me such information? Are you asking me to make do with some monster? You look so honest.
I can't believe you said something so excessive. The stalker cried out loudly as we decided to go home once more.
After shaking off Soketo's pursuit with some difficulty, Bakorali had been pestering us ever since.
Seriously, it's useless no matter how much you beg. We're not as idle as you.
Students are different from NEETs, our rest time is very important.
Please make time for me. I will treat both of you to lunch.
Bakorali bowed his head and placed his hands together as if he was praying.
We're not kids. We won't be taken in by such tricks, right, Megumin?
Ionion looked at me, who had willingly left with Bakorali, and cried out. First, let's grab some food.
We'll have a strategy meeting while eating.
Hey, Megumin, is this really okay? I will help too, don't leave me behind. In the village's only cafe. In any case, the main issue is creating an opportunity.
I raised my index finger as I ate the mutton sandwich in large bites.
Bakorali hungrily watched Ionion and I eat our lunch. This NEET spent almost his entire savings to treat us to a meal. Opportunity? Exactly. Currently, you have no relationship whatsoever with Soketo, right?
Therefore, Ionion and I will be responsible for getting you to know her.
Actually, the best way is to be a frequent customer at her shop, but this is impossible for someone with no income.
So, let's create the opportunity for the two of you to meet. I understand.
Hey, how are you going to create that opportunity?
Do you have a plan?
Hearing Ionion's words, I finished up the fruit juice after the meal.
Very simple.
Firstly, Ionion will wear a mask and attack Soketo with her dagger. Bakorali will then coincidentally pass by.
It is decided then. No. Are you an idiot? You're an idiot, aren't you? At this time, the coffee shop owner said to us. It seems like I've been hearing Soketo's name a lot just now. What do you want with her? She went into the forest with a wooden sword. No, it's nothing.
Forest? Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Ionion and I looked at each other.
Maybe he realized our intentions.
Bakorali said with self-satisfaction.
The forest ha. Soketo goes into the forest every day. That's part of her daily schedule. Since she likes training, she will visit the forest to hunt monsters alone. She likes fire drakes, particularly freezing the fire drake and laughing as she stares at it. Speaking of which, her hobby is very similar to mine.
As you know, I'm a NEET and have a lot of time to spare. That's where the ice comes in. I'll freeze water into ice and watch the ice melt to idle away the entire day. I think this is similar to Soketo's hobby, right?
It's not?
Sigh, never mind, whatever. Anyway, Soketo enters the forest daily to train, and her combat style is very elegant.
She seems to like lightning magic.
The lightning effect is very beautiful after all.
I think it matches the beautiful Soketo very well. Sorry, I'm derailing the topic again.
And so, if she enters the forest at this time, it is definitely for training. She should be reaching level 50 soon, so amazing, not many Crimson Demons are at level 50.
She can be considered a first-rate adventurer.
Beautiful, cute, and powerful, that's foul play. Soketo is so amazing.
Soketo looks so pretty when she fights. The Soketo that just finished fighting makes my heart skip.
Her sweat sticks her beautiful black hair to her fair cheeks and the nape of her neck. That's definitely foul play. Soketo is so foul play, so how can I not burn with desire?
I wish she could take the responsibility to the end, really. But forget it, it doesn't matter. No, actually it matters, but it's fine now. In any case, entering the forest at this time means she's training. There's no mistake.
She should be laughing and chasing a one-strike bear, or freezing a fire drake's feet happily and having fun right now. I really want to see, why don't we go and take a look?
Yes, it's decided then, let's go.
And we can enjoy Soketo's smile together, it's settled then.
Yes, let's do it. You're really scary.
Never mind this dangerous personal data, the important thing now is. When we entered the forest earlier, we were attacked by a sleuth of one-strike bears, right?
I heard the monsters have been acting up lately. If Soketo enters the forest at this time.
Hey, wait. Is this really okay? Hey, since there are witness reports of strange monster attacks, why not ask the villagers to? Ionion and I exchanged words. Bakorali coughed softly, and stood up.
We must go. Spoken like a male protagonist who knew that the heroine was in danger. Boo, Bakorali-san?
Surprised, Ionion looked at the serious-looking Bakorali.
I will enter the forest immediately. I will find Soketo as soon as possible.
Hearing this, Ionion's face suddenly seemed to glow.
This is it. This is it. The Bakorali-san from a moment ago. Feels so very.
Ionion clenched her fists and sighed sentimentally. Soketo could have already been attacked by the sleuth of one-strike bears.
If I made a dramatic entrance again, what would happen?
If I saved Soketo from danger, can I reach my goal in one move? Ionion, what did you want to say earlier? No, I just felt that you deserve to be eaten by a one-strike bear. Part 6.
We entered the forest again, only to find that it has changed completely. What happened here? It seems like there was a really intense fight. There were signs of combat at the forest entrance. The nearby trees were all burnt, probably by the use of fire or lightning magic.
And between the blackened trees lay the smoking corpse of a one-strike bear.
The charred smell of the trees hasn't dispersed yet. It seems the magic user is still nearby.
Bakorali said after checking the combat scene.
He raised his alertness and went forward.
By the way, we can't use magic yet, so aren't we a liability?
Why should we follow?
If a one-strike bear appears, the only thing we can do is scream and run away. Yeah, to be honest, I really want to go home.
What are you saying?
If I met Soketo by myself, there's no way I'll be able to hold a conversation with her. To be honest, when faced with a woman of my age in the village, I have no confidence that I can start a conversation. What's the use of saying this in such a cocky manner? Ionion, you tell him too. Ionion?
Exclamation mark, what?
Neon was in shock after the topic of communication barriers was brought up.
She suspiciously looked away.
Right, there was another person here with communication barriers.
At this instant.
Lightning magic?
A flash of light descended from the sky to the ground not far from here. Lightning strike.
Following someone's shout, a flash of light from the sky illuminated the trees.
Lightning descended with a thunderous sound.
The one-strike bear that was struck by the lightning fell over with black smoke rising from its head.
Perhaps due to the instinct of wild animals, the other one-strike bears kept their distance and shivered in fear at the thunderous roar.
A woman with flaming crimson eyes stood in the midst of them. Holding the wooden sword, red-eyed Soketo happily began casting her spell.
Lightning strike. This must be the magic that charred the trees earlier.
As Soketo's voice rang out, light flashed from the sky, penetrating the head of the one-strike bear which was paralyzed by fear. At the time when the second bear was defeated, Buckorally rushed forward.
His expression was different from his usual idle neat look. It was the look of a crimson demon, determined to protect his loved one.
His eyes glowing crimson, Buckorally began aggressively casting his spell and releasing a vast amount of mana. Thereafter, the one-strike bears noticed the presence of new enemies, and started taking action.
At this moment, he unleashed his magic.
Hellfire, burn everything to ashes.
Inferno. The highest level fire magic was unleashed at full power, even engulfing Soketo in its area of effect.
SS Soketo-san.
What are you doing, Unit?
Quickly rescue her? Forget the one-strike bears, even the surrounding trees were engulfed in flames.
And Soketo, with her entire body wrapped in a thin layer of water, slowly walked towards us out of the fire. It looked like she managed to react at the last moment and used a defensive water spell on herself. I'm so glad that she is safe.
Yeah. My heart nearly jumped out. Buckorally, douse the fire quickly.
Or the entire forest will burn down.
Hearing me, Buckorally hurriedly used water magic to extinguish the flames. Although he was an indecent NEET, he was still a crimson demon who could use advanced magic. Buckorally's full power attack annihilated the entire sleuth of one-strike bears. Now, there were sparks everywhere. With her defensive water layer removed, Soketo looked at Buckorally with moist eyes. Was it because of battle?
Or was there some other reason? Soketo's cheeks flushed crimson. She seemed to be struggling to decide what to say.
The nervous Buckorally blushed, and glanced straight at Soketo. But, even though this NEET was somewhat cool earlier, he faltered at this crucial moment.
He was too nervous, unable to say anything. There's something Buckorally wanted to say to Soketo. Exclamation mark. My words caused the other three people to suck in their breath.
Neon's face flushed red as she watched this development. Buckorally was very nervous, as if he was accusing me for saying unnecessary things.
Thereafter. As it happens, Buckorally, I have something I want to say to you too.
Soketo said something unexpected, surprising me, Neon, and even Buckorally.
This.
Don't tell me, it is. Correct.
My feelings must be the same as yours right now.
Soketo smiled gently.
Seeing the smile of this beauty, Buckorally's face became red like a tomato.
Was it because he saved her life while she was in danger? Was this the suspension bridge effect that made one fall in love with whoever was present in the moment of danger?
I felt it wasn't fair for this NEET to win the heart of the village's most beautiful woman.
But after seeing red-faced Neon's sparkling eyes, I felt it wasn't that bad. Buckorally strengthened his resolve, clenched his fists, and said to Soketo. From the beginning, I.
If you really hate me this much, just say it. As it happens, we are both in the forest now. I heard you were like me, often coming into the forest to train. Thus, you should be qualified to be my opponent. Come, let's end this. Ah? The three of us cried out in surprise. I don't know why you hate me so much.
I mean, I've noticed you tailing me for some time now, but today is really something special.
Never mind the tornado that nearly killed me in the village.
This time, You even launched a sneak attack on me with hellfire while I was preparing to kill those monsters.
You're quite capable, all right.
I fought so many monsters, yet this is the first time I ended up in such a plight. Soketo held her wooden sword, and made an ominous sound, "Catcher." No, 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 no.
It isn't like that. You are mistaken. That magic earlier was meant to rescue you from being surrounded by monsters. I'm very sorry you were engulfed in it. I didn't control it properly just now.
Bakori's face turned pale, and repeatedly shook his hands to explain.
Soketo relaxed her grip on the wooden sword, and frowned.
Then, what was the tornado earlier about? And you were invisible, right?
Your identity was exposed long ago.
After all, you're the only person to stalk me every day.
This. Bakori glanced at us. His eyes were begging for our assistance. We pointed at Bakori together and said. He said he wanted to flip up your skirt.
Soketo raised her wooden sword, and slashed at Bakori.
Part 7.
In the shop where pale violet curtains hung on all sides, Soketo let out a resigned sigh.
Both of you have really been dragged into serious trouble.
You must have been pestered by this pervert, and thus were forced to help him, right? After returning from the forest, we came to Soketo's shop and tended to Bakori's wounds. Hey, don't call me a pervert.
My motives are pure.
This was simply a mage's pure desire for knowledge, wanting to find out what color the females of Crimson Demons like.
I'm very sorry. That really wasn't my intention. Please put away the wooden sword.
Bakori hurriedly explained as Soketo's hand reached towards the wooden sword set against the wall. Bakori was in a horrible state after being subjected to the wooden sword. He was currently being bandaged by Ionion. Soketo looked at him and sighed deeply. Seriously, if you wanted a divination so badly that you would hunt monsters in the forest to pay for the fee, you might as well come directly to me.
At least, I can give you a discount for the first time.
Is that really okay? In the end, this cowardly NEET could not even say his real reason for entering the forest. He only made up an excuse, as I wanted my fortune told, I came to the forest to make some money. And even coincidentally encountered Soketo being surrounded by monsters, then conveniently used magic on her. I'll ignore the tornado magic and nearly being burnt alive in the forest for now, but that was because you wanted to help me escape the encirclement of the monsters. Fine. What kind of divination do you desire?
I'll only do it once.
Soketo took a crystal ball from within the room and brought it before Bakori. I want to know, my future girlfriend.
No, wife.
No, the person who will fall in love with me, maybe?
Bakori lost sight of his original intention in an instant. So it's basically about your future lover. This crystal ball will show the woman who would very likely become your spouse. The future can be changed, so I cannot guarantee that this person will definitely. Oh, we should be seeing it soon. Soketo's crystal ball started to glow softly. Finally, the glow faded. I didn't see anything.
Soketo was even more surprised now than when she was blown off by the tornado.
She vigorously shook the crystal ball.
Wait a moment.
I don't know what's going on. This shouldn't be possible. Whoever it may be, he should at least have a prospective lover. You probably should keep such a hurtful revelation to yourself.
Since the crystal ball showed nobody, that means Bakori and Soketo could not possibly end up together. Soketo looked at Bakori, who was about to cry, in pity.
Don't worry, my divination is not 100% accurate.
I divined the weather once when I was young. The prediction was cloudy weather for tomorrow, but it rained for about 5 minutes.
Please stop.
I can't make out whether you are trying to comfort me or brag about your predictive accuracy.
This is more painful than a normal rejection.
Ionion and I kept a distance from them, and discussed softly.
This is too pitiful even for a NEET.
If the crystal ball showed nothing, that means even the woman-shaped monster that Ionion joked about, the Tranquility Girl, would not love him.
What should I do? I did not think my joke would be this excessive. You too. I heard that. If you really have to say it, please do so quietly.
after Buckorally nearly cried and left the shop. By the way, since I was busy with the divination earlier, I forgot about this. Leaving the 2 spells aside for now, why was he following me every day?
This. Please don't ask any more. This is for Buckorally's sake. Hearing my reply, Soketo tilted her head in confusion.
She watched the silhouette of Buckorally, who was dragging his feet back home in despair. Although he's a useless guy, he seems quite interesting.
How mysterious.
Soketo said as she tossed the crystal ball in her hand. Part 8.
On the road, after leaving Soketo's shop. It still failed in the end.
In any case, I think Buckorally-san should find a job first.
They're incompatible to start with.
After all, I've been Buckorally's neighbor since I was young, so I know him well.
He's completely useless. Yeonion, who was walking beside me, turned around after hearing this. He's like Megumin's older brother.
No, you two should be considered childhood friends, right? Hey, Megumin, would you ever fall in love with Buckorally-san?
Never.
I immediately rejected Yeonion as she entertained some foolish hope.
Is that so? I have always been wondering.
Does Megumin only desire food? Don't you ever want to have a remarkable love affair?
I still have an onerous mission to complete. Now is not the time to be in heat.
I replied bluntly, but Yeonion refused to stop pestering me. But, Megumin will become an adventurer one day. An adventurer would be a member of a party, eating and living together, helping each other out.
True.
I heard that among adventurers, the chance of marrying a party member is rather high.
But it probably won't happen to me. You sound so certain.
Well, I can't imagine a scene where Megumin sticks to a guy in an embarrassing manner.
As we spoke, we arrived at my house. In any case, if I fall in love, it would be with a cool hero who never gives up in the face of adversity.
I feel that Megumin will unexpectedly marry an ordinary person. After bidding Yeonion farewell, I entered the house.
I'm home.
Welcome home, Nei-chan. Komekko ran over with Kuro in her arms. Kuro appeared tired, allowing Komekko to carry it as she pleased.
It must have gone through a lot during my time outside. Nei-chan, let's eat dinner. There's a lot of delicious food.
A lot of delicious food? Delicious food?
What happened? You acquired food from someone else again?
Buckorally brought them.
He said when I grow up, I will definitely become a beauty, then I must go to his house.
Before Komekko finished talking, I charged out of the house and headed over to the shoe shop to beat someone up.
Interlude, Scene 3.
Crimson Demon's number 1 femme fatale little sister.
The puzzle was solved on the second day. I hate those crimson demons.
I'm also a crimson demon.
Except for you. Hoost and I lay before the puzzle.
We thought we would be done with it, but yet another different puzzle appeared on the third day.
This won't do. I can't solve this. By the way, you probably can't solve this puzzle either. Something of this level can't possibly be solved by a kid.
Nei-chan said that when someone dampens your enthusiasm, you must keep moving forward.
I lay on the ground, swinging my legs and working on the puzzle at the same time.
Hey, you're being improper.
Your feet are muddy.
Sigh.
Hoost cleared away the mud on my cloak while I concentrated on the puzzle.
Hey, what's this? You're quite competent.
You'll solve it in no time like this. What's wrong?
Are you stuck somewhere?
I put the pieces of the half-done puzzle on the ground, and closed my eyes. It had been going without a hitch so far. I'm tired of this. I beg you, Komekko.
You already came so far, don't give up now.
Do you want to eat something? You must be hungry. I'll bring some food immediately.
Hearing this, I got up and continued solving the puzzle.
Good. Maintain this attitude. I'll be right back with some food.
Hoost spread his wings and flew off.
I want to go too. Bring me along. Idiot. I can't bring a brat like you into the forest. A brat like you would be eaten by monsters in an instant. I want to go. I want to go.
Hoost is strong, so it's okay.
Well, it's true that I'm strong.
After all, whenever I entered the forest, the other monsters would run away.
Lord Hoost is so cool. In the end, Hoost was persuaded. Ha! Ha! You are messing around too much.
Hey, you're nearly falling off. There's a huge lizard over there.
Hoost, that one. Catch that lizard. Listen to me when I'm speaking. Hoost carried me into the forest in his arms. You see, it's your fault, Komekko. It ran away because you shouted so loudly.
Many monsters would run away after sniffing the scent of a greater devil like me. I frequently go into the forest in order to find food for you.
There should be a bunch of monsters that escaped wandering around the entrance of the forest.
After I grow up and become strong, will I frighten away monsters too? Who knows? No matter how strong you get, a little bean sprout like you probably won't scare away monsters. Ha 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 ha.
Hoost laughed as he put me down.
At this moment, there was movement in the trees before us. Oh, it still is coming over even after sensing my presence?
This one must be pretty strong.
Hey, if I frighten off the monster here, does it mean I'm stronger than Hoost?
Pff ha ha.
Oh no, my belly hurts. Ha ha ha. Well, if this is true, you are really stronger than me.
But, this forest is home to many frightening monsters. Once you see them, you better not pee your pants. I don't pee my pants. I will chase it off. Hearing this, Hoost laughed heartily. Oh, if you think you can do it, you should try it.
If you can drive it away, I will call you Lady Komekko from now on. From among the rustling trees, a huge bear suddenly emerged.
One strike bear. Even a sleuth of them. Dealing with this many is difficult indeed. No other choice. I'll spare them this time. Hoost said and turned his back.
At this moment, I charged towards the bears. Rah! Komekko? Hoost cried out and charged towards the bears.
Chapter 4, That Which Sleeps in the Crimson Demon Village. Part 1.
The broken-hearted Buck-Orally returned home and locked himself inside for 3 days.
I thought there wouldn't be any other events besides this.
Ion was a bit strange lately.
Megumin, good morning. Come, take this.
Ion handed me a meal box as I entered the classroom.
This was unexpected, and I was at a loss for how to respond. I held the meal box blankly and forced myself to say something. What?
Are you in love with me?
This is way too sudden. For you to behave like a loving wife, I feel. What loving wife?
Hey, what are you saying? I don't intend to challenge you today, I just want to give you the packed meal. In other words, I gave you the packed meal already, so don't pester me anymore, understand?
What?
That makes it sound like I'm a despicable person who will cheat a packed meal off you by any means necessary. Megumin is a despicable person, but since I bother you every day, it's not like I'm any better. Ion bluntly said. Just as I was considering how to deal with her, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. The noisy classroom quieted down as the teacher walked to the podium. Good morning. I heard that the monster from a few days ago, which was suspected to be the evil god's minion, appeared inside Crimson Demon Village.
The current situation demands caution. Hearing this, the classroom got rowdy again.
Aside from monsters similar to one-strike bears, normal monsters would flee just by seeing the silhouette of a crimson demon.
It was definitely unnatural for monsters to enter the village. Therefore, even though preparations aren't complete yet, we decided to summon more people and forcefully reform the seal. The ritual will last from tomorrow evening to the morning on the day after. If we fail, Crimson Demon Village will be swarmed by the evil god's minions. Of course, we have our own means to deal with that. Once the ritual starts, do not roam around, just stay at home.
The usually frivolous homeroom teacher showed a rarely seen serious expression.
I never paid the homeroom teacher much attention before.
Now, the teacher unexpectedly seemed quite mature.
Okay. To start with, I will announce the test results. By our customary rule, the top 3 students will receive Skill Up Potion.
Come forward to receive it when your name is called. 3rd place, Neramaki.
I listened to the homeroom teacher and examined my adventurer's card at the same time.
A hair. Just short of 4 points. Another 4 points and I can learn the explosion magic of my dreams. 2nd place, Arroway.
I listened to the homeroom teacher, while looking at my adventurer's card with a grin.
2nd place, Arroway. 1st place, Megumin. Good job.
Come, get your potion.
I stood up after being called, and looked to the side. I looked at Ionion, who was clenching her fists and feeling a bit uneasy. The first lesson is about creating cool equipment, such as Arroway's eye patch. Such equipment enhances one's personality and consumes one skill point. For example, fingerless gloves or handkerchiefs. Everyone must go to the handicraft room. After the homeroom teacher left the classroom, I showed off my new skill-up potion and pulled my chair up next to Ionion. Ionion awkwardly avoided my gaze. I didn't say anything and merely dangled my potion before her.
Hey, say something. The mood is really heavy like this.
As if she had enough, Ionion slammed the table and stood up. Then immediately sat back down in regret.
Her anger dissipated faster than normal. Then let me start.
Ionion's good points are good at cooking, excellent student, and no sense of presence. Well then, what happened to you this time? Hey, the last merit is a bit strange.
I have no sense of presence? Also, I should have more good points.
I raised the potion before Ionion, who was blushing and unwilling to let go of what I said.
You said earlier that you don't want a match today, so what will you do now? I remember you said you need 3 more skill points to learn advanced magic. I'm short of 4 points.
Is this really okay?
You finally got ahead of me and can graduate before me.
You don't wish to be surpassed by me at the last moment, right? Hey.
What will you do now?
Hearing my provocations, Ionion looked at me with mixed feelings. I said earlier, today, no need to have a match.
You should drink the potion quickly.
Really?
It can't be helped. Then, I'll help myself to the packed meal too.
For some reasons, as Ionion watched me drink the potion and eat my packed meal, she looked relieved. As expected, Ionion was very strange lately.
Part 2.
Hey, have you heard? Apparently, a hero candidate has arrived.
The morning lessons ended and were followed by the noon break.
Funifura mentioned this rumor as she ate her packed meal on our desks.
The Crimson Demon Village was a remote and undeveloped place surrounded by powerful monsters. Why would a hero candidate come here? Hero candidate was a collective term for the people who received special powers from the gods. They usually have strange names.
The rumor was that, besides their strange names, their personalities, behaviors, and nicknames were also different from other people. I know.
We met yesterday. He's a handsome guy, supposedly here to recruit party members in order to defeat the Demon King. They seem to be looking for a powerful mage. Why did it have to happen now? If they'd come after I learned magic, I'd definitely follow him.
Dodonko said and regretfully sighed. The hero candidate is a handsome guy. I couldn't use magic yet, so I couldn't join a party, but, as an archmage candidate, I would meet this hero candidate someday. After all, powerful people tend to attract other powerful people.
As the saying went, birds of a feather flock together.
Ionion was curious. She asked to Dodonko.
The hero candidate. What is he like? Is he very strong? He has 2 girls with him, and wields a powerful magic sword. He's good looking, too.
I heard his job is swordmaster?
His name is
Mitsurugi, I think.
A sword master with a powerful magic sword.
Many powerful monsters resided in the area around the Crimson Demon Village. He must really be strong to make his way here through the danger zone.
I see.
This man will probably hang around for some time, right?
In that case, I'll let him join me after I learn magic.
Hearing what I said, Dodonko turned around.
He said he is leaving today.
If he'd stay longer, I'd definitely ask him to bring me along.
That was regrettable. As a hero candidate, he must be an excellent person, someone who could overcome all obstacles and make history. I intended to become a mage and join an adventuring party.
In that case, a party with a hero candidate would be the best option. A party led by the hero candidate, one that can confront obstacles directly, was full of righteousness, and was admired by everyone. Finally, I would use my magic to wipe out the Demon King's cadres, or whatever they may be, and leave my mark in history. After defeating the Demon King, I will become the new Demon King, Megumin.
Megumin, are you listening to me?
I was thinking about something very important, so I wasn't listening.
What is it?
Just as I was getting lost in my fantasy, Ionion dragged me back to reality.
Funifura and Dodonko were chatting about a different topic now.
Ionion periodically looked concerned about them, and said embarrassingly to me, "Hey, Megumin, can you keep me company for a while after school?
I have something to say to you." Part 3.
Other than Ionion's failure to get third place for the test results, there was nothing strange today. After school was dismissed, Ionion and I made our way back together. Ionion said she had something to tell me, yet she remained silent so far.
Then, she finally said,
"Hey, Megumin, what kind of relationship are friends exactly?" Hearing this unexpectedly serious topic, I stopped walking and put my hand to my face.
I held my tears back.
"Hey, wait, Megumin.
What's wrong with you?
Hey.
Did I say something to make you cry?
Tell me."
No.
I knew Ionion is terribly lonely, but I never thought it would be to the extent that you don't even know what friends are. I know.
I know somewhat. Buying things together, playing together, etc. This isn't what I was talking about.
Ionion retorted angrily, then calmed down instantly. "Hey, Megumin. You always cheated me, but you never wanted my wealth, right? You merely put on an expression of wanting me to treat you, or spin around before me during lunchtime to subtly suggest I share my meal with you. Of course.
Even I have standards.
If I'm really hankering after your money, I wouldn't complain even if you wanted my physical body as a price."
I don't want it. What kind of person do you take me for? I also think that friendship shouldn't be controlled by money, but
I recently encountered a similar issue.
Funifura said her little brother was really sick.
I didn't know what the situation of Funifura's family was, but I heard she had a brother who was much younger than her, and she doted on him a lot.
And then, she wanted to buy medicine, but didn't have enough money.
If I give them money at this time, will it be very impolite? I feel that friends should help each other when they are in trouble, but will they hate me if I simply give them money?
Did Funifura ask you for money?
Hearing this, Ionion shook her hand hurriedly. No.
I only heard them complaining about not having enough money to buy medicine.
Dodonko said she wanted to support her.
So I am thinking, if I should give some money. This child is as gullible as before.
I could somewhat comprehend recent events now. Those two somewhat disreputable persons suddenly became close to Ionion.
I always felt this was suspicious.
Dodonko intentionally said she wanted to help Funifura in front of Ionion.
This was to create a mood that suggested this is what friends would do.
Before approaching me, Ionion probably already sensed that there was something wrong. But, fearing being hated by her friends, lonely Ionion was about to give in.
If I was in your position, I'd render non-monetary aid. After all, I have no money.
Non-monetary aid? Yes. For example, wear a mask and rob the medicine shop together with my friends. Hey, giving them money is probably better than that. I shook my finger at Ionion lightly.
Friends don't merely give of themselves. A part of friendship involves experiencing difficulties together.
Anyone can give of themselves, but it is not so simple to share pains with each other. In other words, if Megumin is hungry, I shouldn't give Megumin food, but rather starve together with her. No.
That's a different matter.
But I feel that if Ionion can accept it, lending them money isn't out of question. Friendship shouldn't be bought with money, but friends should still help each other out with money.
By the way, I'm super poor.
You just subtly hinted something, right? Okay.
I understand. I will do as I think is right.
Ionion smiled and said.
This kid was too honest, so it was easy to guess what she would do. Even though she felt it was suspicious, she still decided that she couldn't ignore it.
She would probably give them money tomorrow morning or after school. Technically, this had nothing to do with me, but tomorrow.
Our conversation ended, and we walked on silently. We met my neighbor Neat, Bakorali. Ah, Bakorali-san, nice to meet you.
Bakorali, what are you doing here? I heard that you've locked yourself inside after being rejected by Soketo.
Megumin. Shh. No, your SHH is even more hurtful. Besides, I didn't actually confess, so it should not be considered as being rejected.
After saying such pathetic words, Bakorali suddenly looked serious.
I realize it now. The world is waiting for my power to awake. Now is not the time to be horny.
Recently, there are eyewitnesses that confirmed monsters are appearing within the village. These appear to be the evil god's minions.
I believe the village needs my power, so I took the initiative to come out for patrols.
Simply put, this Neat wanted to get over his crushed love, so he came out for a walk since he had nothing to do.
I heard about this.
The idle Neats in the village have been organized to form a militia or something.
Don't call it militia. We have a cool name.
It is Anti-Demon King Army Guerrilla Unit. The Demon King Army was too frightened to even come close to this village. How were they going to wage guerrilla warfare? But giving the militia a cool and glorious name was typical of Crimson Demons.
I heard the adults in the village have problems dealing with this monster.
Teacher also said they will forcefully reset the seal tomorrow.
That's too troublesome.
Why not simply unseal the evil god and destroy him with the combined power of the village? The Crimson Demon village was the place where first-rate archwizards congregated. Even the nearby countries didn't dare to interfere with us. If the Crimson Demons work together, it should be easy to defeat the evil god.
No, someone suggested that too, but this evil god was brought here by our ancestors to be sealed. What? I never heard of this before. Why did they leave it like this? Why did our ancestors do such troublesome and pointless work?
Ionion shouted, while Bakorali looked uncertain. Isn't it obviously because sealing an evil god here sounded very cool?
Anyway, everyone agreed to reset the seal.
Plus, there are other dangerous things sealed in this place, such as the forbidden weapon that could destroy the world and the nameless goddess of vengeance who lost her worshippers. Although hearing it hurts my stomach, I am a bit interested in the forbidden weapon.
Well, it's not like I don't understand how the villagers feel. You can understand? By the way, I cannot understand any of you.
Am I really the weirdo? Is there really something wrong with my perception?
Indeed. X2. Exclamation mark. Part 4.
On the next day, I dragged the school bag containing Kuro to school.
It was earlier than usual.
As expected, I saw 3 familiar faces on the way to school.
Thanks, Ionion. This really helps. I will repay you. It's nothing, no need to thank me. Then, want to go to school together?
Those 3 were Funifura, Dodonko, and Ionion. Funifura smiled as she took something from Ionion. So, sorry.
I must bring this money over immediately. Is that so?
Sorry, I can't read the mood.
Then, let's meet in school.
Ionion smiled and walked towards the school. Not long after, the silhouette of her drooping her shoulders as she walked on filled the mood with sadness.
Funifura and Dodonko watched Ionion leave, and said softly. My conscience kinda.
Yeah, it hurts.
Ha. In that case, you shouldn't have done that. Exclamation mark.
Hearing my voice behind them, both of them jumped in fright and hurriedly turned around. Megumin?
Where did you come from?
Our conversation with Ionion, how much did you hear?
I said as I climbed out of the shrubbery where I was hiding. How much did I hear, huh?
I heard everything starting from you blackmailing Eon with if you don't want your shameful history to be exposed, obediently do kinky things with us.
There was no blackmail.
Why is it kinky things? What do you take us for?
My skittish joke provoked their embarrassing retorts. Wait, I
only borrowed money from Eon.
Actually, my little brother, Beck. Right. Funifura's brother is sick, so she needed money to buy medicine.
We don't have enough money, so we let Eon chip in to help.
That was terrible. You really keep me at an arm's length. Why didn't you approach me? Surprised by my words, both of them shouted. What? Is it really so surprising for me to help people in need? Or are you two trying to provoke a fight? No. We don't mean that, but,
Aren't you very poor?
Right. Even if we are short of money, we can't borrow from Megumin.
Die.
I swung my school bag, ready to attack.
Both of their faces turned pale from fright.
Then how do you intend to help us? Right.
Even if we ask, could you really lend us money?
How could I possibly lend you money? What nonsense are you spouting? If you want to borrow money, you also need to find the right target. You bitch.
They glared at me angrily, as if their arteries were about to burst.
But I wasn't fooling around.
Both of you calm down and listen, okay?
You wanted money in order to buy medicine. But acquiring medicine doesn't necessarily need money.
In other words, it's okay as long as you get the medicine, right?
That's true. Do you have a way to acquire the medicine? I laughed confidently. Leave it to me, the number one genius of the Crimson Demons.
Seeing my confidence, they looked at each other uneasily.
Part 5.
Well, I made a promise, but how exactly was I to get the medicine? Maybe I could bring Komekko to the medicine shop and subject the shopkeeper to her wiles.
Using my little sister's femme fatale nature, it was possible to gain something out of nothing.
Kuro, pull yourself together.
What happened? Why are you completely limp?
Did Megumin forget that you were inside and swing her school bag around? I ignored Eon, who was hugging Kuro and making a scene.
I concentrated on planning how to get the medicine.
Finally, the lazy homeroom teacher entered the classroom.
And took out the name list as usual.
The ritual to reset the evil god's seal will begin this evening. I mentioned this before, right? Let me clarify, failure is impossible. As an emergency countermeasure, I've even prepared that thing which I kept hidden for so long. Anyway, I'd rather not use that thing if possible. Since the ritual success rate is more than 90%, I probably won't have a chance to use it.
It is best to resolve the situation like this.
The homeroom teacher made a speech that would inevitably trigger a flag to guarantee failure.
The uneasiness suggested that the teacher probably wished the ritual would fail. Then that thing, which nobody bothered to ask about, could be used. Anyway, that's how it is. Go straight home after school today. Everyone must go home before evening.
Next, the first lesson is magic item creation.
Everyone go to the lab. Now. The homeroom teacher said and swiftly left the classroom. At this moment, I suddenly had an epiphany. Magic item creation. The lab was built underground, beneath the school.
Its purpose was to store dangerous reagents and various explosive items. Yeah, right. I heard the reason was mages that conduct dubious experiments underground are cooler.
The seating in the lab is random, but I always sit in the front row. The homeroom teacher lazily walked to the podium. We will start the magic item creation lesson.
Creating magic potions and magic items are an important source of income for mages. Mastering this skill is definitely advantageous.
Megumin, it is good to be enthusiastic, but you don't need to come so close.
Sorry.
This is my favorite lesson.
The homeroom teacher waved at me, who was in front of the first row, signaling me to back off, and held up a potion bottle.
We have done this many times before, but basics are still important. Today, we will create a simple healing potion.
Yes, Megumin, Why are you raising your hand?
Do you have a question? Forget such cheap potions. Teach me something more difficult that can earn lots of money. Fine, you will be my assistant for this lesson. I will put you to work until you stop saying such foolish things. How unreasonable.
As I worked as the assistant unwillingly, the homeroom teacher started the lesson. Everyone use your preferred ingredients to create a magic potion.
If it is successful, you can try changing the formula. Different proportions of ingredients can affect the potency of the potion. Experiment and create your own unique formula.
As an assistant, I handed out equipment and ingredients to my classmates.
Then, I remembered my original plan.
Teacher, I have a question. Can I create a potion to cure sickness? A magic potion to cure sickness?
It's possible, but such potions are rather difficult to make.
Also, the cost of creating such potion is quite high, and it sells well.
Basically, it does make good money.
I finally understand how teacher sees me.
This isn't for making money. Someone is sick, so I wanted to personally make some medicine to help. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher rubbed her chin and said, "In that way, you may use any ingredient you wish. This is the formula for that potion. Take it."
Anyway, it is surprising that Megumin, who is covetous, selfish, and ruthless enough to kill helpless monsters, would have such a kind heart. I really completely understand teacher's impression of me. I silently swore that I will repay this teacher after graduation, and examined the formula.
I collected the necessary ingredients for the potion.
Fire drake's liver, mandrake root, onion ducks. Hey, Megumin, what are you doing with these ingredients? What about the healing potion? Kuro is currently very weak.
If possible, make some for this little thing.
Ionion, who was next to me, said as she watched me gather the ingredients.
She looked worried.
This is a secret between me and my friend, so I cannot tell my rival Ionion. Ah.
What is that about?
Is this a revenge for what happened recently? I ignored noisy Ionion, and put the expensive ingredients into the mortar.
Enough.
Kuro will be saved by me instead. I turned and glanced at Ionion. She put the unconscious Kuro on the table, and enthusiastically started to make a healing potion.
My family's education system is Spartan style.
Don't pamper my cat too much.
Putting it in a school bag and swinging it around is not Spartan, it's torture. Isn't it still only a kitten? You should dote on it more.
Ionion said in a fit of anger as she gently stroked Kuro. Although Ionion was quite worried, I didn't think this cat would die so easily. After all, it could climb onto another's shoulder and frequently displayed an arrogant attitude. It was just a kitten, yet it was choosy about food.
It didn't feel cat-like.
Was it because it adapted to the rash living conditions of my family? Anyway, enough talk.
Time to start making the potion.
It's time for me to show my special potion creation technique.
Watch me annihilate the bastard known as sickness.
Ha 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 ha.
Megumin.
I don't know what you're doing, but you aren't making poison, right? You must be making a beneficial potion, right? I thought I heard dangerous words like annihilate. Ionion remained uneasily next to me, as I started to make this difficult potion.
Firstly, grind the dried fire drake's liver into powder.
Next, use the mandrake root which possessed a strong life force. Megumin's mortar is producing sparks. Hey, Megumin, what are you making? Ah.
It's burning here.
Ahaha, fire. Teacher.
Create water.
I ignored the anguished cries of people around me and took the knife to cut the mandrake root.
Hey, there are some mandrake roots running around. Who took out the mandrake roots?
The plant Megumin is cutting should be mandrake root. Right? I ignored the noise made by everyone around me, and cut the struggling mandrake root.
I placed the root pieces into the crucible. But this was not enough.
I must capture those mandrake roots that escaped. Here, I caught one.
I don't know what you are making, but it looks very interesting.
Arue held the mandrake root tightly by its leaves, pressing on her eye patch with one hand. She smiled maliciously and handed the mandrake root to me.
I'm making a high difficulty potion for curing sickness.
Arrowe, are you done with your own potion?
If you are so free, come and help me. No problem.
Okay, we must first cut this guy into pieces.
Listen, Arrowe. You must press it down like this or this guy will struggle really hard.
It's a plant monster after all, so there's no need to be merciful.
How annoying. Stop struggling. Be obedient and let me cut you up.
After Arrowe joined in, we continued the difficult work. Ionion looked on with a pale expression.
Wah. Wah.
Under Ionion's teary gaze, we were eventually done with the mandrake roots.
Next, we finally started on the last ingredient.
A cute duck-like creature which constantly carried onions as a source of food, onion duck.
I needed the onion ducks. I won't let you. Don't go any further.
Ionion shouted suddenly and grabbed my hand from the side.
What are you doing?
Don't interrupt my work. But, this cute onion duck will. Ionion shook her head vigorously, and said tearfully.
The surrounding students unwittingly looked at me with an expression of grief.
Even the bewildered onion duck tilted its head and looked at me with its big round eyes. Yes, really very cute.
Although it was very cute. Megumin, this thing is cute, but it's still a monster. There are many monsters in this world that look harmless and are actually very scary.
You should know of the Tranquility Girl monster near the village, right? The monster can trigger a human's sense of protectiveness, entice people not to abandon it, and finally cause them to starve themselves to death.
No matter how cute a monster is, one must not be merciful. That's true. But.
Arrowe put her hand on Ionion's shoulder, who was still trying to argue.
She said. Calm down.
Megumin, which part of the onion duck do you need as ingredient?
If it's the innards, then we just have to kill it. Otherwise.
Hearing this, Ionion timidly glanced at me. I said to Ionion.
I need the onion duck's onions.
You can relax now, right?
I said and smiled to help her relax.
Ionion relaxed and exhaled, letting go of my hand. After all, onions have curative properties.
There are many uses for onions. You can eat it, roll it up, and even poke it in.
And the onion duck's onions are the fighting onions, right? Arrowe said and retrieved a few onions from the onion duck. I watched Arrowe cut the onions and said to Ionion. Seriously.
What kind of person do you think I am? I still have protective feelings towards cute creatures.
If possible, I don't want to kill either.
You are right.
Sorry, I misjudged you, Megumin.
This is great.
I heard killing an onion duck would yield a lot of experience points, and they are very delicious when eaten. A rare monster that gives a lot of experience points? Very delicious when eaten?
I'm really sorry.
After all, it can be used for both making medicine and increasing experience points, as well as becoming a meal. So I thought Megumin would say truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone and then.
Hand of explosion.
The onion duck suffocated and groaned miserably as I ruthlessly strangled its neck. I examined my adventurer's card and noticed that I gained 2 levels in an instant, as well as 2 skill points. I flashed my adventurer's card at the dumbstruck Ionion in high spirits. Megumin leveled.
Megumin, you big idiot.
Ah. Part 6.
After school.
What is it, onion duck murderer? What do you want with me? Megumin, you should apologize to Ionion.
The incident this morning deeply upset her. She's still crying about it even now.
I asked Funifura and Dodonko to meet me behind the school, and this is what they said upon seeing me. Call me onion duck murderer again and I will beat you up.
And the disturbance this morning was because of you. Do you know how much I have done for you? Hearing my words, they looked at each other.
Don't tell me.
The potion you are holding is.
Yes.
I made this potion for curing sickness. Both of them displayed a very disgusting expression. I know you are cautious, but this was made according to the teacher's formula, so there shouldn't be any problem. I used a bit more of some ingredients than instructed, but this should make the potion more potent. Come, come, no need to polite. Funefura took my potion unwillingly.
She looked very uneasy. You won't need to borrow Eonion's money now. Thus, hand over Eonion's money.
Wait. We don't know if this potion is really effective. Without waiting for her to finish, I loudly interrupted. That doesn't matter.
And whether Funefura's brother is really sick or not also doesn't matter,
I said decisively, causing them to be silent. No, this. No. He is sick. Funefura's brother is really sick.
Dodonko said loudly, defending the speechless Funefura.
But this was irrelevant to me.
The only thing that matters to me is how you tried to get close to that lonely and friendless girl to scam money off her.
That kid's intelligence is second only to me. She's not an idiot. Even I think this event is suspicious. She can definitely sense it too. I said and moved forcefully towards them. They turned pale and hurriedly said,
I know.
I will return the money.
Hey, your eyes are turning bright red.
Don't be so serious. It's really scary.
They begged for mercy as they handed over Eonion's money. Ugh, so embarrassing.
It looked like I was really angry.
When crimson demons become excited, their crimson eyes glow.
With this incident, my image as an ice queen was ruined. So be it.
I will hand this money back to Eonion.
If you get close to her because you really want to be her friends, then I guess it's fine.
But if you merely want to exploit her kindness and gullibility, I advise you not to do so. Else, I'll use you for my first target after I learn magic.
I understand.
You say that, yet your eyes are still bright red.
You must be crazy in love with Eonion. We won't bother the two of you in the future. We won't interfere. You two can be lovey-dovey. Funefura and Dodonko said this anxiously. You must have misunderstood something.
My relationship with Eonion isn't that good.
And we're not really friends. It's fine. No need to explain further. Then again, for you to do so much for her, if that isn't a friend, then what is it? Both of them impatiently fanned at their faces. As if to say hot.
If you ask me what our relationship is, it should be
purely rivals. It's fine. Stop explaining. We understand. But to an onlooker, both of you are totally Yuri.
Note, see https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Yuri_%28 genre %29.
Megumin's eyes are totally crimson.
This really is the crimson demon's natural weakness. We cannot lie under such conditions. Okay, we'll stop here for now.
You shouldn't be too conceited just because you're number one. Right. While you two are being intimate with each other, we may overtake you. If I become number one, maybe your loving wife will become my rival instead? So if you want to get intimate, do so now. Such are the words of a sore loser.
I didn't let them finish, and simply pounced on them. Wait. Aha. Don't attack the magic potion that was so difficult to make.
You are too cunning. Despicable.
No, stop it. This person just can't read the mood. That was just a speech to make our defeat look cool.
Don't. Part 7.
After successfully defeating them, I happily returned to the classroom, planning to retrieve my school bag and Kuro. At this time, only Eunion remained in the classroom.
What are you doing here alone? What is this sarcastic remark? I was waiting for you. Where did you go? You even abandoned Kuro here. It looked like she wanted to go home with me. Nothing much.
I had some business with Funefura. Before I noticed it, going home together after school had become our common practice.
I thought of what Funefura last said.
Well, the evil god's minions were roaming in the village, after all.
We should temporarily suspend our rivalry. Yes, we are not friends, but at this dangerous time, we should.
Eonion still sounded angry, but she also sounded relieved.
Probably because she was lonely after waiting here for too long.
This is rare. Megumin actually had business with Funefura.
Let's go home.
The teacher said the ritual to seal the evil god will start this evening, so we should go quickly.
Here. This is for you.
As Ionion tidied her things in preparation to leave, I handed over the money I received from Funefura. Ionion held the small bag of money, looking perplexed.
My job was done here.
I took my school bag and tried to put Kuro inside, but for some reasons, Kuro was unwilling to enter the school bag.
It used its claws to cling to my shoulder, resisting vigorously. Hey, this money. It's from Funefura. The issue with her brother's medicine was resolved, so she returned the money. Congratulations.
I answered Ionion as I struggled to remove Kuro's claws from my shoulder.
This guy.
Does it really resent the school bag so much? As I started a fierce battle with Kuro, Ionion said. Hey, Megumin. Did you do something for Funefura's brother?
For example, making a potion for curing sickness or something? She asked timidly.
See, Funefura and Dodonko?
This kid's intelligence was second only to me.
As a realist, why would I do something that doesn't benefit me?
When you put it like that, it's super convincing.
Hey, why did you leave without a word? I was waiting for you all this time, don't leave me behind.
After leaving the school, the sun was already close to setting. It was almost evening.
Ionion hurriedly caught up from behind.
Since Kuro refused to enter the school bag, I left it on my shoulder and walked home.
Hey, Megumin. Did you really have nothing to do with this?
You're too suspicious.
Even if I made a potion for Funefura's brother, it's not like it's bothering anyone, right? Isn't that great? Then the disturbance that troubled everyone this morning was? I chose to remain silent, quickening my pace. Ionion hurriedly caught up again.
Then, she said to my side.
Hey, Megumin.
Want to go there for a stroll? No, not to repay you, just a sudden impulse. Since I got the money back, let me treat you. I stole a glance at her. She was smiling happily.
My clever rival already had a general idea about what happened. Part 8.
I said I will treat you.
Yes, I really said I will treat you. We walked out of the shop, intending to go home. Ionion examined her money bag, and sighed deeply.
Thanks for the treat. I have never eaten so much in my life.
It looks like I really cannot eat any more today.
That's great.
Sigh, really.
Although I said you can order anything.
I listened to Ionion's complaints while walking slowly on the road dyed red by the setting sun. It's really agonizing to walk after eating too much. Want to rest for a bit first?
Let me digest my food.
Seriously.
Why did you insist on eating so much? How desperate were you?
I brought Ionion, who was half angry and half resigned, to the park in the Crimson Demon village. It was called a park, but there was only a small pond, some benches, and a few small structures that acted as shelters from the rain. I took Kuro down from my shoulder and laid down on the bench.
Megumin. Your skirt has flipped, your panties can be seen.
Really? A girl shouldn't act like this. Ionion meticulously arranged my skirt. Ionion would make a good wife someday. After graduation, do you want to take care of me as your mistress?
Even if you feed me plain rice daily, I will still say, it's delicious.
No.
Why would I do that?
You think I would be happy if you simply say my food is delicious? Simply saying it's delicious every day.
Every day.
Like a super loser, Ionion started to be seriously troubled.
She was always like this. This was probably why Funefura said she was Yuri.
Speaking of graduation, what would Ionion do after I graduate?
I can graduate with just one more skill point.
What? Megumin, didn't you say that you're still 4 points short of learning magic? After getting the skill-up potion yesterday, you should be 3 points short, just like me. Ionion understood as she spoke.
The onion duck in this morning.
After killing the onion duck, your level. Yes, killing the onion duck increased my level by 2.
With the skill up potion, I have gained 3 skill points. I just 1 more point to learn magic, so I'll probably graduate after the next test.
Kuro climbed onto my belly as I lay on the bench.
This thing is too shameless.
Ionion said softly and tearfully.
But then. We can't graduate together. I intentionally slowed down to match Megumin's pace.
Ionion said sadly.
I jumped up from the bench.
I ignored Kuro, who fell off my belly, and interrogated Ionion.
What did you say?
Did you adjust your skill points just to graduate together with me?
So the previous test result was not an accident.
You intentionally didn't get into the top 3, so as to avoid receiving the skill up potion, right?
Exclamation mark.
Ionion shivered. Oh no, her expression seemed to say.
There was no need for a confession. This reaction was more than sufficient. Why would you do such a silly thing?
If you want to graduate with me, all you had to do was save up your skill points and avoid learning magic.
You didn't do that, and yet you didn't tell me that you want to graduate together. You secretly did this on your own. Just how foolish are you? But Megumin, you started to slow down all of a sudden, so I had to. I always thought Megumin would graduate before me.
Ah.
You just said you've surpassed me?
Dream on.
You never surpassed me. I'll be honest with you. I don't intend to learn advanced magic like the rest of you. I want to learn an all-powerful magic that far surpasses advanced magic. Look at my adventurer's card.
I've had more than enough points to learn advanced magic for a long time now. I excitedly stood up and flashed my adventurer's card in front of Ionion's face. Ionion stared at my card, as if she wanted to swallow it whole. Really like this. You really are amazing, Megumin.
Right. I'm really good. So don't think you can easily surpass me.
Ionion broke into a genuine smile.
I didn't know how to respond to it. As expected, she wished her rival to be better. Then, I'm sorry I intentionally shaved my points. By the way, a magic more powerful than advanced magic.
Are you going to learn blast magic?
Or is it detonation magic? Explosion magic?
Hearing this, Ionion suddenly became silent.
What did you just say? I thought I heard explosion magic. Correct, it is explosion magic. It is the one known as the most powerful spell.
After Ionion spent another moment in silence.
What are you talking about?
Explosion magic, as in that explosion magic? The explosion magic that is considered useless? The one that requires the most skill points out of all the skills in all the jobs?
Even if it's learned, most people cannot activate it due to not having enough mana. Even if it's activated, the caster would be unable to move due to mana exhaustion. Yes, that explosion magic. I nodded vigorously.
Ionion sucked in a deep breath and...
Are you stupid? What are you saying, Megumin? What are you going to do with that? That magic basically can't be used by anyone. Even if it can be used, it's only possible once per day. That's a faulty magic with harsh requirements and impractical usage. What are you thinking? There is a very fine line between a genius and an idiot. Megumin, if you persist like this, you'll really become an idiot.
Even if it is Ionion, I won't accept being called an idiot. I will make you suffer. Anyway, I understand everything you said so far.
I researched explosion magic thoroughly.
I dare say that I'm the one who understands explosion magic best in this entire village.
If you understand it so well, why do you still want to learn it? If it's Megumin, you can definitely learn advanced magic, accumulate a lot of experience, and finally become an archmage who will make her mark in history.
Hey, what exactly is the reason? I couldn't understand why Ionion was shouting so agitatedly.
This was my personal decision.
Obviously, that is because I love explosion magic.
I gave the most honest answer.
Ionion thought I had more complicated reasons.
Hearing my answer, she widened her eyes. As expected, Megumin is not a genius, but an idiot. I just warned you not to call me an idiot.
After saying this, I pounced on Ionion.
Part 9. Ha! Ha! I won. My first victory over Megumin.
Ionion was overjoyed.
Her face was flushed red.
Damn it. My first loss to Ionion. Well, I didn't fully exert my power just now.
I can't do so until there is a full moon. That's impossible. You aren't a devil. Just admit defeat.
I fought with Ionion in the empty park for a while. Eventually, I was pressed down by Ionion.
My hot sweaty body was pressed down on the cool floor. It felt very comfortable. The sun had almost set, so the surroundings had darkened.
Both of us were panting in the park. In a moment of impulse, I engaged her in melee combat, in which she held an advantage. Sigh.
I will admit defeat. Let go of me. I admit defeat.
I lost, okay? So Ionion obediently released me.
Who? I admit defeat.
Sigh. After eating so much food, it's almost natural to lose.
Thinking about it, I didn't even exert half of my true strength.
Ah.
Don't make excuses after I released you. That's way too sly.
I said to Ionion as I cleaned the dirt off my knees. It's great for you to win once before I go on my journey. Ionion will succeed as the chief of Crimson Demons one day. I plan to tour the world after becoming an Archmage, so it will be enough if you can become the next chief and spend your whole life peacefully in the Crimson Demon village.
Can't you praise me for winning just this once?
You're saying such sour words because you're just unhappy about losing, and, you. After graduating, you intend to travel? I carried Kuro, who ran over to my feet, then said to Ionion, who was feeling uneasy. Correct.
I intend to travel.
Actually, there is a reason why I love explosion magic. I will reveal this reason only to you. Kuro held firmly onto my cloak at my shoulder. Maybe he really liked this spot. I patted its head and told Ionion what I didn't even tell my parents.
When I was small, I was attacked by a monster.
There was an One-san, a mage passing by, who used explosion magic to defeat the monster. The devastation caused by the explosion magic then was amazing.
It was an overwhelming power, an absolute force. It was really so awesome that it deserved to be called the most powerful magic. Once you have seen it, you won't be interested in other magic.
I cannot remember the cloaked One-san's voice and aura clearly anymore, but the scene of explosion was still deeply engraved in my mind.
Whenever I remembered it, I felt my chest getting hot and painful.
I wasn't interested in gossip like Funifura and Dodonko. I didn't have a great ambition like Ionion, who was working hard to become the next chief. I only wanted to meet that cloaked sister again and show her my explosion magic.
To meet her again and thank her. And ask her. My explosion that I learned from you. How was it?
After hearing my only dream, Ionion didn't seem as dissatisfied as before, but had a clear, understanding expression.
She sighed. If you have such a reason, there's nothing more for me to say. But life as an explosion using mage would be really difficult.
With Megumin's mana, you may be able to cast it, but after that, you'd be helpless due to mana exhaustion. Going on a journey is great, but if you're alone, wouldn't you be attacked by other monsters after you're unable to move? Do you have a way to find traveling companions? I'm just like the friendless Ionion.
What can I do?
Why are you saying such things so boldly? Hey, even if you are going on a journey, it won't be immediately after learning magic, right? You'd still be staying in the village for a while, right? Yes.
I can't just abandon my sister.
I'll raise my level near the village for some time, and I will leave the village when my preparations are done. Ionion relaxed. Ionion will be staying to succeed as chief, right? After all, the chiefdom of Crimson Demons is a hereditary position. Yes. I feel I'll succeed as chief, but I must accumulate various experiences before that. Currently, I'm being taken care of by Megumin, but one day, Right when Ionion was about to continue, Kuro, who was sprawled on my shoulder, suddenly reacted to a small noise.
It was the sound of paddling in the water. I turned and looked. Ah, this is rare. A wild onion duck. To think it would appear inside the village.
An onion duck was paddling in the pond of the park, coming towards us.
It was delicious, yet for an unknown reason, it was never attacked by other monsters. This was an unique attribute of the onion duck.
A certain monster biologist once said that its cute appearance aroused the protective instincts of other monsters.
The onion duck left the pond and walked towards us in swaying steps.
To avoid scaring off the duck, Ionion squatted down slowly.
She looked at it gently, and continued the conversation.
Up to now, Megumin has been taking care of me, but one day I will become the village's most powerful mage and be capable of protecting delicate life forms like the onion duck. Gah!
I didn't intend to let the onion duck escape.
Without waiting for Ionion to finish, I strangled the onion duck's neck.
I held up the limp onion duck by its neck.
Megumin grabs tonight's dinner. Megumin, you big idiot! Ionion cried and pounced on me.
Round 2. Part 10.
Really, it's all Ionion's fault.
The sky is almost completely dark now.
Me? It's my fault? How can you kill such cute creatures without even batting an eye?
It's your choice, it's still too brutal. Can't you have a bit of compassion?
Ionion angrily walked ahead by herself.
Because of the second round, the surroundings became dark.
The magic lamps around the village lit up, illuminating the road as if it was daytime.
Today is basically one victory and one loss. In other words, a draw. We'll count it as nothing ever happened.
You don't mind, right?
Of course I do. Isn't it a fact that I won once? As the perpetual loser, it doesn't matter if I lose again. But this cannot be considered a draw or cancelled. One victory and one loss, that's it. I
must write in my diary, today, I won against Megumin.
Also write down that you were pinned helpless against the ground by me after that. I won't admit that.
And you shouldn't always use Kuro as a shield, why is it so close to you?
You keep abusing it.
Perplexed, Ionion turned to look at Kuro, who merely sprawled on my shoulder and sneezed.
It really was a strange cat.
Under normal circumstances, after being subject to so many abuses, it wouldn't be unusual for it to run away or be angry.
I happily took the onion duck as my victory prize, and hurried home.
Although I was full after Ionion's treat, my little sister was still starving.
I must hurry home and cook this duck for her to eat.
Ionion stared straight at me as I hummed a song.
Is Megumin really a girl?
Where are your gentleness, consideration, and looks? Is Ionion really the chief's daughter? Where is your noble taste of the crimson demons? After a while, both of us silently stopped and smiled maliciously at each other.
Today's result was one victory and one loss. Why don't we settle it now? But Ionion suddenly turned away.
Sigh. Seriously. Why is every day like this when I'm with Megumin?
That's my line. Why do you find fault with me every day? This.
Ionion tried to gloss it over by walking on ahead.
I smiled and drew closer.
I continued to smile maliciously as I followed behind Ionion.
How annoying. To think I finally achieved a beautiful victory today.
Does Megumin not feel at ease without doing this every day? When you join a party in the future, you'll surely trouble others.
What are you saying?
After I've learned explosion magic, I will be the party's damage dealer.
The Demon King's carders won't even be my match.
With a rare genius of the Crimson Demons like me, the party will be famous worldwide.
It will be an elite party full of advanced jobs.
I shared with Ionion my imagined future.
At this moment.
Dang, dang, dang. Sharp noises echoed throughout the Crimson Demon village.
I remembered that this bell tolled only for emergency situations. What happened? I turned back to look. A countless number of flying monsters entered my vision. They seemed to be searching for something, dispersing and looking everywhere. Megumin.
That.
Isn't that?
CA, calm down, Ionion.
The homeroom teacher said they will forcefully seal the evil god.
And that irresponsible homeroom teacher also said that even if it fails, there is still that thing to use.
Therefore, This matter will be resolved quickly. Or rather, the homeroom teacher was hoping for the seal to fail. So there should be nothing to worry about.
I even thought that the homeroom teacher would mess up the sealing ritual on purpose. Kuro, who was lying on my shoulder, hid itself inside the school bag that it refused to enter just a short while ago.
Although it was a rude kitten, it would still be afraid of monsters.
Hey! Megumin. I closed my school bag over Kuro. At this time, Ion pulled on my sleeves.
She looked at the sky with a pale expression. Did
you notice they're flying towards us? She pointed at the monsters flying towards us.
We're running. My home is closest from here.
Ion, if something happens to me, don't bother with me.
And don't look back. I'll leave this place to you, I'm leaving now.
After Ion heard this.
Idiot. What are you saying? How can I abandon Megumin?
And?
What did you just say?
Hey, what did you just say? Ion, who noticed my attempt to gloss things over, protested angrily and nearly cried.
I ignored her words.
Turning my head, I discovered that the monsters were closing in on us. Ion.
How many skill points do you have?
You still don't have enough to learn advanced magic?
Of course not.
If Megumin gives up on explosion magic and learns advanced magic, these monsters won't stand a chance.
Hey, just do it.
Ion cried out. But this was the only thing I wouldn't compromise on. The reason I worked so hard until now was to learn explosion magic. We're finished, they caught up, eh? It looks like they merely flew past.
Some monsters ignored us and flew off somewhere. I sighed in relief and turned to look at where the bell was towing. Between each bell tow, white light flashed across the dark sky. Surely it was the adults in the village who found an opportunity to vent and unleash their power. The monsters should be suppressed by them soon, but we should still hurry home.
Ion, come to my home and stay over for tonight.
Stay over at your house?
Is that really okay?
No problem.
There are monsters about, so do you really intend to go home alone? You can wear my pajamas, but if you dare to complain about the chest area being too tight or sized too small, I'll let you sleep naked.
I won't say that. I can endure such trivial things.
Ion didn't deny that the clothes might be too small or chest area too tight. Although I very wanted to start round 3, now is really not the time.
My house is just ahead, so let's hurry. Only my sister will be home today. Even if she is hungry, she will obediently watch the house with the door and windows closed.
Although it's a small and broken house, if the windows and door are closed properly, even those monsters won't.
Get in, I wanted to say. And I saw the completely ruined front door.
I dropped the school bag in my hand, and said softly, Komekko?
Interlude, Scene 4.
Oyakadon for the femme fatale little sister. TL note, a dish containing chicken and egg. Sigh. We finally solved that puzzle, and another one appeared again, Komekko.
I can't read the words on them. Lord Hoost, please read. You can call me Hoost directly if you like. I'll call you Komekko too.
Okay. After we both agreed, Hoost read the words that appeared on the tombstone.
Ye who desire to break the seal, present thy oblation of a female bird and its child. Offer thy oblation and pray. I can't read the last part. Basically, we need to present an offering.
Female bird and child, huh? Well, I feel like it should be something more flashy, but whatever.
Still, it is difficult to find such creatures in this forest.
Annoyed, Hoost smacked his fist on his palm. Right. Hey, Komekko, I'll give you money.
Go into the village and buy a female bird and its child. Make sure it's of high quality. I understand.
I took Hoost's money and returned to the village.
1 hour later. I'm back. I bought it. Oh, well done.
Let me give you a bit of.
What is this? I was holding a bowl carefully in both hands so as to not spill it. Hoost tilted its head and looked at me in confusion. I put the bowl respectfully on the altar. This is the offering, O Yakadon. Are you an idiot? Hoost opened the cover of the bowl and looked inside. Oh. You're right. It is indeed in line with the tombstone text. It's a female bird and child. But I have never heard of Okiakadon being able to break seals. I thought I would be able to see Lady Wolbach's other half.
Who is Lady Wolbach?
Ah? Lady Wolbach's true form is a huge black monster. You will pee your pants when you see it. Oh well, it looks like I must prepare the offering myself. Getting this offering ready will take some time. Hoost said and spread its wings. Then, Hoost turned around suddenly to ask me. This is how it is. It may be some time before we meet again.
When I return, I'll play with you again, so don't tell anyone about me, okay? Feel free to eat that Okiakadon. Bye-bye. After saying that, he finally flew away.
Some time later. I sat on the altar, eating the Okiakadon. Just then. ?
Suddenly, I heard a noise from the bushes, so I turned to look. A black beast emerged from the bushes.
Its body was really small.
The beast slowly moved to my side as I recovered from surprise and hurriedly ate the Okiakadon. It looked like it wanted to eat my Okiakadon.
It seemed to be asserting that this bowl of rice belonged to him. But no, this was something Hoost gave me. I stood up to eat the Okiakadon. The black beast suddenly attacked me.
Although it kept running between my legs and struggled for a long time, after a long battle, it finally gave up and ended up motionless. Even when I carried it and bit its head a few times, the beast didn't move.
I won.
After the fierce battle, I carried my battle prize home. Chapter 5, Prelude of the Explosion Maniac.
Part 1. I could hear the sounds of something violently looking through my run-down house. That was to say that something was ransacking the house. As to what that something was, naturally it was a monster. And inside the house should also be
Komekko.
Komekko has been. Megumin, calm down.
Calm down. Ionion grabbed and shook my shoulder as I stood unsteadily before the ruined door. Komekko.
Calm down. Megumin, just calm down.
Ionion's words snapped me out of my trance.
My brain started churning rapidly.
True, I must calmly think in a time like this.
No problem.
My sister is the reincarnation of the god of gluttony, Ashtoreth.
When she is in danger, her seal will be broken, and she will finally conquer the world with me. I'm asking you to calm down. Pull yourself together, Megumin. Slap.
After being slapped by Ionion, I regained my composure.
Ow, it hurts.
No, now isn't the time to say such things, Ionion.
Komekko should still be in the house. We should sneak in and rescue her.
That child is more well versed in the ways of the world than me, so she won't be so easily eaten by monsters. Come, stop dawdling, let's go.
Oh, how can she suddenly become so positive?
Ionion followed behind and drew her dagger from her waist as she muttered. The silver blade flashed in the darkness. Ionion's weird actions are only reliable in such situations. After all, I don't have any weapons, so I'll be relying on you if things get serious. Weird? What do you mean by weird? Hey, am I doing something weird? Rather than weird, only the weird Ionion would bring a dagger to school because she likes it.
No matter how much you like the dagger, it is still ridiculous.
I can't refute that.
That's true. But what's going on? I've been feeling a sense of unease for a while now.
I put my index finger to my lips, signaling to the noisy Ionion. I snuck quietly into the house that continued to be filled with carder sounds.
There were no anguished cries of Komekko coming from the house.
The worst scenario flashed across my mind, but my sister was an amazing person, so she must be all right. I tried to convince myself to calm myself down. Upon going through the front door, I came face to face with the monster. A reptilian monster with a bird's beak was directly in front of us.
Yun. Yun Yun Yun.
Yun Yun.
Wait. Don't push me. And why did my name become so strange?
Wait. Ah. It is intimidating us, just intimidating us, Yun Yun.
Please use your dagger to stab it. Even if you ask me to kill the monster, The monster raised its voice after seeing us arguing loudly.
Yun Yun forcefully took a pose with her silver dagger, but there was no strength in her.
Her cheeks were shivering, as if she might cry at any moment.
The monster seemed to think Yun Yun was easy to deal with, and extended its limbs to grab us.
Now.
I pushed Yun Yun hard. The monster's belly was pierced by Yun Yun's dagger, and it cried out in agony. Gah! Hi-ya! Yun Yun screeched along with the monster as she stabbed it. I took the dagger from the screaming Yun Yun, and went towards the wounded monster which was rolling on floor near the door.
Holding the dagger in both hands, I stabbed the monster in its throat.
Ugh!
Megumin. Megumin,
You are so noisy, Yun Yun. We are crimson demons that even the Demon King fears. How can you hesitate when driving out monsters? ?
There was something strange about the monster I stabbed. Or rather, it vanished?
Why? After being stabbed in the throat, the monster struggled in agony for a while before vanishing in a puff of black smoke.
Why did the corpse vanish? At that moment, I noticed that the house was silent once more. It seemed like there was only one monster searching my house. But there should be a lot of monsters coming in this direction. And why did it search a poor household with barely any food?
No, the most important thing now is... Yes, Komekko. Komekko, where are you?
It's me, your sister.
Komekko? Komekko, where are you? Yun Yun and I searched the house, but Komekko neither replied nor appeared.
A close examination revealed no blood stains. Which meant she probably escaped from the house. Or was captured by monsters.
Yun Yun, she's outside.
My sister should be outside. I will go and find my sister.
Yun Yun, stay here just in case she returns home.
Make a barricade out of the broken door and household items. Lend me this dagger.
I said and walked towards the door. Yun Yun grabbed my collar.
No. You aren't physically inclined at all. If I let you go alone, you would only be eaten. I will go too. Well. Don't get so arrogant just because you happen to win one match. Fine, let's go.
But my condition is that when monsters appear, Yun Yun will take full responsibility.
This. We argued as we exited the house.
And walked into a monster tearing at the school bag I left outside. Kuro.
You put Kuro inside the school bag.
Yun Yun cried in despair. The monster, which was tearing at the school bag, noticed us.
That furball is a goner, let's give up.
It sacrificed its life for us, so I will erect a tombstone for him.
No problem, that furball will always be with us. Yes, it will forever live in our hearts. It is still alive.
Look carefully, that child is still alive.
You are giving up too soon?
Yun Yun said, pointing to the school bag, as she grabbed my collar as I turned to flee from the monster. True, Kuro had crawled out from the torn school bag.
However, the monster didn't harm Kuro. It merely silently watched the cat.
Furthermore, the monster noticed us a long time ago, but it doesn't seem interested in us. Still, this is a rare opportunity. That furball must have aroused the monster's protective instinct.
We should take the chance to escape and find my sister.
Wait. I know you are worried about Komekko, but please save Kuro too.
What are you saying?
If we take Kuro from the monster that is so obsessed with it, the monster will pursue us.
I know that will happen.
Hearing this, Yun Yun showed a look like a child begging her parents to adopt a stray puppy.
How irritating. Prepare to run away.
I will retrieve the furball my sister so dedicatedly fed. Of course, it was fed dedicatedly to become an emergency source of food, but it was better not to tell her this. Ionion's expression bloomed like a flower.
I held the dagger and circled around to the monster's back.
Simultaneously, the monster also acted.
It reached for Kuro with its claws and used both hands to carry it. Kuro didn't resist. It seemed really docile to the monster. As the monster was about to spread its wings to fly into the sky. My sister is really looking forward to seeing it grow. If that furball is taken, my sister will hate me. Taste my weapon toss skill.
Ah. I exerted my strength to toss the dagger, which flew off in an unrelated direction.
Unbelievable.
This monster is even protected by a wind magic barrier.
There's no barrier.
No matter, I see it. It was Megumin who threw the dagger over to a weird place.
Now is not that time for this trivial argument.
Kuro.
True. What Megumin said is true. But I keep having this uneasy feeling.
As we were arguing, the monster took Kuro and flew into the sky towards somewhere. Watching Kuro being taken away, I said in a quiet voice.
That furball must be a messenger from heaven.
It merely returned to its original home, so stop crying and gently send it on its way. Don't make up such a strange story and let Kuro die.
What should we do?
Kuro was taken.
The monster must be taking it to its lair to eat it. What should we do?
Almost in tears, Ionion recovered the dagger and said.
Calm down first.
Kuro didn't struggle when taken by the monster, so it should be safe. That furball received my family's Spartan-style education, so it can sense danger. Hey, how did you actually educate it?
Were you abusing it?
Ionion grabbed my shoulders and shook me. No matter what, Komekko was more important than Kuro.
Leave Kuro for now. The important one is Komekko. My sister is very brave and experienced.
I didn't raise her to be the kind of naive brat that will cry when something bad happens and then get killed.
She must be hiding somewhere now. That's right.
Hey, Megumin, do you know where Komekko might be? A place where Komekko might go.
I couldn't possibly have a clue. But I felt that there was something worrying in what Komekko recently said. What was it? What was it? I have no evidence, but I am a bit concerned about something.
After all, when I was young, I was just like Komekko. I frequently snuck out of the house to play and made my parents scold me.
As I was about to say this, a certain memory flashed across my mind.
I remembered when I was young, I once played with the evil god seal as if it was a toy.
Ah.
What is it, Megumin? Recently, when I asked Komekko where was she playing, she answered.
I found a toy, so I kept playing.
Does Nei-chan want to play too?
This. Could this really? Don, don't tell me it. What?
What happened, Megumin?
Why are you panicking? It all made sense. It finally all made sense.
My poor family has no toys.
But Komekko said she found a toy. It was possible that my cute sister merely received a toy from a neighbor, but the most likely scenario would be. Part 2.
The tombstone of the evil god was erected outside the village. Lit by magic lamps, the tombstone gave off a sinister feel in the night.
Monsters continued to circle in the sky above as we arrived. The monsters ignored us as we ran here. They seemed to be looking for something.
Hey, Megumin, Komekko wouldn't run to a place like this. I didn't reply to Ionion's uneasy words.
We hid in the bushes to observe the situation at the tombstone. She's here. She's really here.
Komekko held the puzzle pieces and stood blankly before the tombstone.
I didn't know what she was trying to do.
I recognized the thing Komekko was holding as the seal fragments.
Why was this kid holding that in such a place? As I pondered this, I followed Komekko's gaze.
Great, Ionion.
That furball is fine too. Why are you so calm?
Isn't this situation really terrifying? Komekko, who was holding the puzzle pieces, faced the monster, which was holding Kuro.
What do we do now? And where are the adults in the village? Looking at the current situation, It is unlikely for new monsters to appear from the tomb.
The adults must have confirmed this and dispersed to drive away the monsters inside the village.
Since earlier, the villagers had been firing colorful magic into the sky.
If it weren't for this situation, I would be watching the fireworks from my house's window along with Komekko and Ionion.
Calm down. As you can see, there is only one enemy.
It is concentrating on Komekko, so it should be fine if we proceed carefully.
After all, we already killed one. I see. You have thought this out well.
Ionion started to calm down as she looked at me. Then, Komekko put the puzzle pieces down on the floor, suddenly raising both arms towards the monster. What is Komekko doing?
Probably intimidating the monster. It looks like she wants to take Kuro from the monster.
Faced with the advancing Komekko, the monster backed off. Even Kuro, who was being carried by the monster, started shivering.
It feels like the monster has been suppressed by Komekko. Although I want to watch how this develops.
Let's go, Ionion.
I'll entrust you to be the bait.
Oh okay, hey, wait.
Why am I the bait?
Clumsy Ionion couldn't possibly kill it in one hit, right?
So lend me that dagger. I won't toss it this time. Quickly give it to me. No. This time I will hit it, so Megumin be the bait.
Hey, As we argued over the dagger, she suddenly looked up at the sky and exclaimed.
Looking closely, there were 5 monsters descending near Komekko. No problem, right?
Megumin must have thought of a plan, right? Of course. In such desperate situations, surely a hidden power will be awakened, or someone will come to the rescue. Therefore, we just need to shiver and scream like helpless girls.
Megumin, what are you saying? And where are you looking at? Your eyes have become swirly.
Hey, aren't you really bad at handling sudden crisis? Komekko didn't notice me who was losing my grip on reality. She started making intimidating noises at the surrounding monsters. Grr. Hey, Megumin. Will Komekko really be okay?
That kid is trying to fight so many monsters. And why is she not afraid? Why does it seem like the monsters are getting scared? My little sister might really be an amazing person. Leaving aside Kuro, who treated her as a natural nemesis, why were the monsters afraid of her? It was as if they were infected by Kuro's fear.
Now is not the time to simply wait. I didn't want to do this.
I took out my trump card from my pocket. Looking at it, Ionion said. Adventurer's card? Megumin, you.
Exactly. I had to choose the lesser of two evils. If I had to choose between my sister's life and explosion magic, then of course. Stop right there.
Komekko and the monsters looked at me.
I held my adventurer's card, jumping out of the bushes.
My name is Megumin.
The top genius of the Crimson Demons and wielder of advanced magic.
Leave my sister alone.
Nei-chan.
They snatched away my meal.
Komekko? What meal? Do you mean Kuro?
Both of them just ruined my cool debut.
Ionion held her dagger and emerged after me. Hey, Megumin, do you really want to learn advanced magic? But you love explosion magic so much.
A genius like me can easily regain the points by hunting a lot of monsters.
No matter how long it takes, even if it takes dozens of years, I will never give up on explosion magic.
I said that, but my heart still felt heavy. Even though I needed to confront the monsters now.
The monsters changed their targets, slowly surrounding and closing in on us. One of them spread its wings, intending to attack us from the sky.
My hand was shaking as it held onto my adventurer's card. After all, it was my childhood dream.
It wasn't so easy to give up on.
But there was no other way to save my sister. No problem.
I just had to work harder from now on.
I convinced myself and took my adventurer's card. Your voice and body are shivering.
You can't bear to do it, right? Ionion put her dagger back at her waist.
She held her adventurer's card in her hands, just like I was. What are you trying to do? As I was about to finish my question. Lightning.
I was interrupted by Eonion's incantation.
Part 3. I followed the star-like street lights, running as I held Komekko's hand.
Nei-chan, Eonion is so powerful.
The lightning went boom. Perhaps she was excited. Komekko tightly clung onto my hand.
Yes, it was very powerful. Eonion has surpassed me now.
I thought she will be at a loss while standing to the side. I complained to Komekko as I ran to find the adult villagers.
Eonion learned intermediate magic. After learning intermediate magic, she would have to graduate. So she could no longer enjoy the privilege of being an immature crimson demon, an easy way to obtain the rare skill-up potion. If Eonion decided to learn advanced magic, she must fight monsters to gain experience and level up. Learning intermediate magic consumed 10 skill points.
To regain these skill points, she must increase the same amount of levels correspondingly. Also, the higher your level, the more difficult it is to gain a level.
Low-level Eonion should level up very quickly.
But no matter how fast, it would still take at least 1 year to gain 10 levels. For the next year, my rival would be seen as an incompetent crimson demon. Even though she worked really hard as the chief's daughter and always achieved excellent results. Nei-chan, are you crying? I'm not crying. My frustration is just causing mana to flow from my eyes.
Eonion used lightning magic to attack the head of the monster holding on to Kuro, and said,
I will save Kuro. You take Komekko and find the adult villagers.
Because I was indecisive about learning advanced magic, Eonion had to graduate from being an apprentice wizard. And that child, who disliked killing, could actually unleash magic without reservation like this. Although normally awkward, she would come forth when someone needed protection.
My rival's posture was really dazzling. Nei-chan, what is it? Too tired to run?
Komekko was bewildered as she stared at me, who stopped moving. My self-proclaimed rival was fighting monsters alone. My self-proclaimed rival who never once won a match with me. My self-proclaimed rival was a lonely person with no friends, and would pester me all the time.
If I ran away now to achieve my dream, I won't ever have the face to compete with my self-proclaimed rival again.
Komekko, do you like Nei-chan? Yes. Komekko smiled and answered. Even if Nei-chan can't use the most powerful magic, and can't become the most powerful wizard,
I will do it in Nei-chan's place, so no problem. Komekko continued smiling. At her young age, she was already aiming to become the most powerful. Truly, she would become an amazing person.
Komekko, I am going to save Eonion, so you. As I was saying, I looked at the sky, searching for the nearest battle location. There were a few flashes of light shooting from the ground up close to me.
I squatted down to Komekko's eye level, and said, you run to where that light was. The adult villagers should be there. The flying monsters seem to be searching for something, so they won't be hostile to you. You were able to safely arrive at the tomb in the midst of this confusion, so you would be fine.
Avoid street lamps and similar things so you wouldn't stand out, and stealthily.
Don't want. I want to be with Nei-chan.
Listen properly, I'm going into battle, but no matter how strong or cool I am, there is a chance of losing.
So?
As I attempted to persuade her, my sister clenched her fists and said roughly,
I want to fight too. I will take back my stolen meal. She said these worrying, yet reliable words.
I turned back on the road and repeatedly instructed my sister.
Listen properly. You must not leave my side. I understand.
Do not charge the monster which had taken Kuro. I will help you recover Kuro.
You understand? Okay. I will try to not charge at it. Not try, you absolutely must not. I understand.
Was this really okay?
Honestly, I felt uneasy.
But driving away the persistent Komekko might be even more dangerous.
I made my decision. I will not give up on explosion magic. Even if I had to spend a few years or a few decades, I would absolutely learn it.
This was just a slight detour.
Right, just a slight. Part 4. Blade of Wind.
Eonion shouted and slashed down her hand, creating a blast of wind. The wind became a blade and cut down one of the monsters in the sky.
Normally, intermediate magic was unable to deal so much damage.
This must be because of Eonion's naturally strong magic power.
She was truly the one whose power was second only to me.
As we returned to the scene, we watched Eonion fighting desperately.
Nei-chan, aren't you going?
Wait, Komekko.
Your clever sister suddenly realizes something. There is no need for advanced magic. It is enough for us to just survive this encounter, I said as I watched the battle. I was not backing out from my decision.
If intermediate magic was enough to fight off these monsters like Eonion was currently doing, why waste points to learn advanced magic? Eonion was already gaining the upper hand. Since the monsters didn't leave their corpses behind, it was impossible to determine how many she had killed.
But when I was running away, there should be 6 of them. Now there was only 1 left.
Eonion stood in front, leaving Kuro protectively by her feet.
But this is terrible.
Eonion is going to defeat all the monsters. Isn't it good if Eonion defeated them all?
Of course not.
If so, my decision to return would be.
At this moment, my wish was granted. 7 monsters descended from the night sky.
Good, I would coolly debut and save her, repaying everything she was due.
My name
is Komekko.
Watching the house is my job. I'm the number 1 femme fatale little sister of the Crimson Demons.
Komekko interrupted me and presented herself first. Komekko.
You. Why do you keep interrupting my glorious debut? I won't apologize.
Komekko. Hey.
Why are you 2 still here? I told you to run away?
Eonion fixed her gaze on the oncoming monsters, as she shouted at us.
I said to her.
You think I will owe my self-proclaimed rival a debt of honor and run away by myself? It's about time you dropped this self-proclaimed prefix. After all, I am now a true mage after learning magic.
I'm different from the fake mage Megumin.
Fake mage?
Oh, how dare you, you intermediate magician.
Don't call me an intermediate magician like I'm a substandard crimson demon.
While we were arguing, one of the monsters who descended earlier suddenly pounced at Eonion.
Even though she was arguing with me, Eonion was still watching the enemy's movements. She picked Kuro up, and quickly rolled out of the way to avoid the attack.
Then, she drew her dagger with her other hand, and threw it at the monster.
Maybe it was just luck, but Eonion's dagger hit the monster's throat.
Phew. The wounded monster let out a sound like a lute, and collapsed while holding its own throat. It then vanished in a puff of black smoke.
Seeing this, the remaining monsters rushed at Eonion.
Looks like you are in danger.
Intermediate magician Eonion. Now it is time for the advanced magician Megumin to take care of these trash mobs in one go.
Megumin, what are you saying? Why did you think I learned intermediate magic?
Eonion got up quickly and raised one hand to the sky. From now on, I will not say self-proclaimed anymore.
I will treat you as an official rival. And I don't intend to owe my rival a debt of honor. What were you thinking?
You wanted to graduate first and widen our distance?
You said you wanted to graduate with me together, now we can. Fireball.
Wait. Eonion didn't let me complete my speech.
She unleashed a fireball at the oncoming enemies. This magic must have been infused with all her mana. The monsters suffered a direct hit, creating such a huge explosion that nobody would believe it was an intermediate magic. A loud boom echoed through the sky.
7 monsters fell from the sky, instantly reduced to ashes. At the same time, Eonion knelt down on the floor after confirming all the enemies were defeated, possibly due to mana exhaustion.
I hurried over to her side. This way. Megumin doesn't need to learn advanced magic, she said with an expression that was flaunting her victory. But what about you?
And didn't Eonion object to me learning explosion magic?
Why did you change your mind? I said as I laid her head down on my shoulder. I haven't changed my mind.
Even now, I object to you learning explosion magic, but I feel it will be a pity to give up your dream for this reason.
P+.
It took so much effort to make you owe me one.
I won't let you repay me so easily. I never had such an opportunity to make you owe me a favor.
Then since you are unable to move due to mana exhaustion, if I send you home, it would cancel my debt of honor, right? As I decided to forcefully carry Io home, Komekko rushed forward and carried Kuro. I really hoped that the reason why she fixed her gaze on the cat with shining eyes was because she was happy to see Kuro unharmed. Hey, Megumin.
I learned intermediate magic to help you. How could just carrying me home cancel the debt? This is too much. You sure are noisy. You can't move due to mana exhaustion.
If I abandon you here, you would be eaten by the next wave of monsters, right?
In other words, I'm your savior. See, this is similar to you saving me earlier.
This is sophistry.
I risked my life to fight all these monsters, yet Megumin.
Io was grabbing me tightly. She suddenly stopped her protests.
I followed her gaze and was dumbstruck as well. Nei-chan, so many of those winged things are coming.
Hey, are they edible? Can I eat them? We watched the swarm of monsters darken the sky, as Komekko said, and jumped for joy.
Part 5. It felt like I was running around everywhere today. Megumin, it hurts.
My tip of my shoes are about to be grinded off. Io tearfully complained on my back. Don't be so willful.
I'm short, so I can't help it. Who asked you to grow so tall? If it hurts that much, then pull it up yourself.
Then I will carry Ion's feet. We fled along the dark road as I took Komekko and carried the exhausted Ion on my back.
Ow, it hurts.
Komekko, wait. If you lift my legs like this, my posture will be like a fried shrimp.
This is such a desperate situation, so what the hell are both of you doing?
Don't move about on my back, or I will dump you right here. As I grumbled, several of the monsters that were covering the sky passed over us.
Why have so many monsters congregated here?
As if to answer me, magic flashed towards the sky one after another.
Without us noticing, the amount of magic we were seeing had increased. It seemed we had shortened the distance with the magic-using villagers. In other words, these monsters were not congregating, but were being driven here. It seems most of the monsters are using this place to regroup.
In other words, the evil god's minions are gathering at the evil god's tombstone?
Why are they doing this?
Is it because there are too many monsters, so they want to drive them here and seal them all at once?
So that was it.
The adults were probably intending to seal them all in one go, or simply use super powerful magic to destroy them. If so, we must quickly leave this place. Although the situation was urgent.
Ion, now is a good time for that famous phrase. You can loudly say classical quotes like "just leave me behind." You go ahead first.
No, don't abandon me. Megumin said earlier that carrying me home would repay the debt of honor.
Why did I say such unnecessary words?
Amidst the monsters' disgusting roars, I gave my all to drag Ion and escape.
Even if I learned advanced magic, it would be impossible to deal with this many monsters. I silently prayed that we wouldn't be seen and hid in the shadows by the street lamp. At this time,
meow. Kuro cried while being held in Komekko's hands. The cry was so soft, yet the monsters circling in the sky started heading for us.
The monster's behavior finally granted me an epiphany.
Komekko.
Throw that furball into the sky. What are you saying? Megumin, what are you saying?
It took so much effort to snatch back my meal, I can't just throw it away. Komekko, you too.
What are you saying? How did things come to this?
Why did I just notice this? The reason the monsters attacked my house was probably Kuro.
There was the time we had field training too.
That monster ignored other students and charged at me who was carrying Kuro. Recently, Komekko had been running out to play with the evil god's seal fragments.
And she suddenly brought this furball back one day.
At the same time, the villagers started catching sight of the evil god's minions.
There was only one conclusion that all these clues pointed to. Ah, my head. If I think any more, my brain's self-defense mechanism will be activated.
Hey, Megumin, what nonsense are you spouting?
Stop avoiding reality, okay?
Hearing Eonion's words, I recovered my wits and re-evaluated the situation. It looked like all the flying monsters were fixing their gazes on us. I wanted to abandon Kuro and run, but... Nei-chan, this is a good opportunity.
Let's catch one home.
With the aura of an amazing person, Komekko carried the shivering Kuro and said with a grin. I looked my sister with her sparkling eyes and put Eonion down from my back. I gazed at the sky and took out my adventurer's card. Megumin? Eonion asked uneasily. Not far from here, magic continued to blast into the sky.
I must learn advanced magic to buy some time.
If I unleashed advanced magic here, the adult villagers would rush over immediately.
Nei-chan, what's wrong?
Your eyes are much redder than usual.
Of course, they would be red.
After all, my emotions were surging. Eonion, run away with Komekko. I gazed at the sky and accumulated all the mana in my body. Even if I never used magic, I could still control the flow of mana in my body due to the nature of crimson demons. The evil god's minions in the sky didn't descend, probably thinking we were using Kuro as a hostage.
But I felt they wouldn't just keep waiting.
After all, they had an overwhelming numerical advantage. Given an opening, they would attack all at once. For example, if I unleashed a spell, this would definitely create an opening.
No problem. I already made my decision. Megumin. I feel that they are just observing us. Let's just wait for the adults to arrive. I won't regret it. I would simply work harder in future. Nei-chan, your eyes.
Still carrying Kuro, Komekko worriedly looked up at me. I patted her head gently and told her I was fine. Then, I made my final stand and took out my adventurer's card to learn advanced magic.
I looked at my card and froze.
At the same time, I broke out into uncontrollable laughter.
What is it?
Megumin, have you finally gone crazy?
Nei-chan has broken. Oh, how rude. What are both of you saying? Even as I rebuked them, my eyes didn't leave my adventurer's card. I had enough skill points. I had enough skill points to learn explosion magic.
Part 6.
I knew it was a foolish move, but I still insisted on learning this magic. Nei-chan is making crackling sounds.
Megumin.
What is it? What is it? What advanced magic are you using? When the villagers used their magic, there was never such a phenomenon.
Hey, what is this spell? Since I was young, I memorized the incantation and practiced chanting this magic daily. The surrounding atmosphere changed along with my gathered mana and the incantation I was chanting. With me at the center, the surrounding atmosphere was filled with static electricity and became hazy. After all, this wasn't just my first time using magic. It was also my first time using explosion magic, known for its highest difficulty. I could not completely control its power, so some of it seeped into the surrounding and interfered with the environment. As I chanted the incantation for explosion magic, I remembered many things. Things that happened after I was just 1 point short of learning explosion magic. After I fought Eonion in the park, I strangled a wandering onion duck. At that time, my level had increased, and my skill points were sufficient. As if sensing the uneasy mood, the evil god's minions cried out in disarray. I could feel my mana being consumed for every line of incantation I chanted. Even though I was confident in my amount of mana, I still broke out in sweat. Since explosion magic consumed a vast amount of mana, if the caster didn't have enough mana, the spell could not be used even if it was learned. The sentences from the textbook flashed across my mind, but as a crimson demon's, it was impossible that I didn't have enough mana. I shook the troubling thoughts out of my head and continued the incantation. Finally, the magic incantation was completed.
There was a small ball of light in my hand. It was done.
I worked so hard for so long just to create this ball of light.
I finally succeeded. I still didn't have a magic staff to boost the power.
To unleash explosion magic like this, the power would probably be about half of what it should be.
But, Even so.
Ion, Komekko.
Get down. I was still confident that I could wipe these monsters out in one strike.
Ion dragged her weakened body next to Komekko and hugged her as she lay down on the floor.
It looked like she understood what I was about to do.
The glowing light in hand gave out warmth, like I was holding a ball of fire.
The pressure from the compressed power was comforting. No problem. I would surely control this properly.
I silently encouraged myself, gazing at the sky. The explosion magic I always wanted to learn.
The explosion magic of my dreams.
The explosion magic that I staked everything on. Neither dragon nor demon, neither god or demon king, would survive a direct hit.
This was mankind's most destructive spell. The scene from my childhood was still as clear as yesterday. This time, I would personally. My name is Megumin.
The top genius of the Crimson Demons, and wielder of explosion magic. I have finally attained the magic of my dreams. I will never forget this day. Eat this. I opened both my eyes and lifted the ball of light in my hand into the sky, then shouted. Explosion.
The light from my hand shot towards the center of the monster swarm. The light disappeared as if swallowed by a monster.
1 second later, a flashy and glorious firework bloomed in the night sky. Ah. Yeah. Dash. Ha 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 ha.
This is it. This is what I wanted to see. What a glorious explosion. What destructive power. What an uninhibited feeling.
While hugging Komekko, Ion cried out in despair. I ignored the violent winds and the explosive roar, and laughed aloud.
The shockwave broke the trees beneath the explosion. I was pushed onto the floor.
The monsters in the sky were devastated by the magically powered explosive winds and rooted by the irresistible, overwhelming destructive force.
All of them had vanished. I lay on the floor, gazing at the sky.
I could not move due to mana exhaustion, so I could only watch the smoke slowly clear. When the smoke finally cleared, the vast quantity of monsters had all vanished.
Wow, what is this?
This is explosion magic.
This is beyond the description of powerful or strong.
It's so powerful even without the control and boost effect of a magic staff.
No wonder it is called the most powerful spell.
I can somewhat understand why Megumin is so obsessed with explosion magic. After witnessing the destructiveness of explosion magic, Ion sighed. I didn't intend to respond, and merely lay there. A single use exhausted my entire mana reserve, and even consumed my physical stamina. After using this magic, the caster would be completely helpless. This meant that to become an adventurer, I must have companions who could defend me when I am completely exhausted.
I always thought I would be fine by myself. But there were things I could not do alone. I must remember today's experience. I must definitely treasure my companions. I heard voices from afar. The adult villagers sounded very anxious. I imagined the appearances of my future companions, whom I have never met.
Ah. Nei-chan blew away all the bird meat.
Part 7. A few days later.
After the adults who saw the explosion magic arrived, the situation became very chaotic. After all, the chief's daughter and me were lying on the floor, while Komekko was carrying Kuro and standing nearby.
I was carried home unconscious.
The next day, Ion and I reported what happened to the homeroom teacher. As for the other adults, I told them that after reaching home, I found the door broken, Komekko missing, and brought Ion along to find Komekko.
As a result, there was a new question circulating among the villagers.
Hey, Megumin, what do we do now? Ion expressionlessly asked.
I had no answer. The homeroom teacher said the school would have a graduation ceremony for us on the weekend. We just needed to go to school then. We had nothing to do these few days, so we spent our time in the nearby park.
Hey, Megumin. Since she called me, I turned to look at her.
She shoved her face right up to me. Megumin, what are we going to do?
I shut my eyes, cupped my ears, and squatted on the floor. Now is not the time to pretend you didn't hear anything.
What are we going to do?
Bakori-san said the seal on the nameless goddess of vengeance was also broken. The seal location was exactly when Megumin used magic on.
The released goddess is currently missing. What do we do?
Hey, what are we going to do? Ionion forcefully shook my shoulders as I continued to pretend I didn't hear anything. Although I wanted to just avoid the issue, I heard a line that must be corrected. Ionion, wait. The way you said it will easily give other people the mistaken impression that I'm the one who broke the seal. That isn't a mistake, right? Bakori-san said many dangerous things were sealed in that place. Unleashing the powerful explosion magic in the sky above that place will cause the seals to break. I said to Ionion, who wouldn't stop pestering me.
But the adult villagers have a different explanation. The released evil god fought the awakened goddess.
In the end, the goddess won and wiped out the evil god's minions in one big explosion.
Thereafter, she flew off somewhere. This is completely wrong. It was the fault of Megumin's magic. None of the villagers thought it was Komekko who broke the evil god's seal. And they didn't know I learned explosion magic. Only the homeroom teacher knew what we learned.
If the adult villagers knew I learned explosion magic and Ionion learned intermediate magic, they would be very disappointed.
The homeroom teacher understood this, so it was kept a secret from the villagers.
It seemed the homeroom teacher, whom I always thought was hopeless, still cared about the students.
And besides...
Ionion, today can't I?
No. Why do you need to ask?
Everything has finally calmed down, so are you trying to create chaos again? You haven't used explosion magic these few days, so you can endure it, right? Even if you make such a sad face, it is still impossible.
I'm doing this for your own good.
Ionion said that even though she was wavering a little. It has been a few days ago since I tasted the feel of explosion magic.
Thereafter, Ionion banned me from using explosion magic.
The reason being that releasing the magic nearby would cause another disturbance in the village, after the homeroom teacher managed to cover it up.
Yes, I understood the reason. Even though I understood.
Ionion, you should know how much I love explosion, right?
Yes, I do.
I understand that Megumin's love for explosion is, in other people's eyes, an obsessive mania.
If she knew this much, then it should be easy.
Listen, Ionion. To explain how much I love explosion magic, if I had to choose between use explosion magic and eat one passable meal per day and eat 3 meals plus dessert without explosion magic per day, I would gladly choose to eat one passable meal and use explosion magic. After which, I would eat the remaining 2 meals plus dessert.
I love explosion magic this much.
Megumin the glutton would actually say.
Huh? Hey, can you repeat what you just said? I feel that you just said something very strange.
Ionion hurriedly interrogated me, but I did understand that using explosion magic would create a lot of trouble.
I scratched the head of the furball at my feet. I will endure it for some time.
Once I can't endure it anymore, I will travel and use explosion to devastate the world beyond the village. You better not do that. Don't even joke about it.
I stood up and decided to change the topic. It is good that nobody was injured in the incident.
Although what the villagers thought happened was different from the truth, it's fine if they can accept it.
I picked up the furball at my feet.
Ionion looked at Kuro in my arms and asked with mixed feelings. Hey, Megumin. What is Kuro exactly? Why does Kuro attract all those monsters?
Is it related to the evil god? And how was the evil god's seal broken? Is it really like the villagers said? That a passing tourist pulled a practical joke?
Ionion didn't get the whole story. After all, nobody would think that the seal was broken by a child out of curiosity.
If I hadn't done the same thing when I was young, I would never have suspected Komekko.
After interrogating her thoroughly at home, I found out it was indeed Komekko who broke the seal. I wanted to scold her, but I couldn't do it when she innocently took out the seal pieces and asked me if I wanted to play.
The only damage to my house was the front door. It wasn't serious, so I just kept quiet. The question was, what to do with this fellow. This furball is so shameless. A kitten should act cuter.
Kuro, who was sought out and carefully carried by the evil god's minions.
Its true form was probably.
Hey, Megumin.
Are you going to keep it at home? Komekko's look is very.
Ionion stopped speaking halfway.
Yes, of course I understood what she wanted to say. What do I do?
Seriously, if I leave it at home, Komekko may actually eat it one day.
But at this moment, neither giving it to someone else nor letting it go is a good idea.
I carried Kuro with both hands and lifted it to my eye level.
It didn't resist.
Ionion looked at Kuro and thought of a plan. Right. Why not officially establish a familiar contract?
If it is sister's beloved familiar, Komekko probably won't. She deflated as she spoke.
Of course, I understood what she meant.
For my little sister lived by her instinct, such reasoning didn't apply. But, familiar. A wizard who controls an evil god. It doesn't sound bad. Megumin, what did you just say?
It looked like Ionion didn't hear what I just mumbled to myself.
I said letting it be my familiar doesn't sound bad. I offhandedly glossed it over.
And smiled at this furball with a grand background. Ionion relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief.
Suddenly, I thought of something. Yes, if it is to be my familiar, this temporary name is no good. Can't you use Kuro as the official name? No, it'd be too pitiful for it to have such a tasteless name. Tasteless name?
I ignored Ionion, who was in shock.
I thought hard about its name.
At this time, Kuro suddenly turned its body. As if it was saying, Kuro is fine. Look, Kuro seems to like his current name.
And this kid is still a kitten, changing its name randomly would confuse it.
Ionion insisted that the name she gave was better, but I already thought of a good name.
I decided. I said confidently.
Conversely, Ionion looked uneasy. Hey, Megumin. Kuro is a female cat, okay?
Consider this fact and give it a cute name. I interrupted her. I looked at my familiar before me and announced to it. Your name is Chomuzyuk. That's right, Chomuzyuk.
The familiar that usually swaggered about, and possibly had a very terrifying true form.
Shivered like never before. Interlude, last scene. Greater demon and demonic girl.
Oh, Komekko. Oh, Hoost. I stood before the evil god's tombstone. At this moment, Hoost flew over with something in its hands.
We haven't met in a while.
Yes, what is the matter?
It seems the area around the tomb is really messy. There is even a region where the trees were flattened. What happened here?
I heard the evil god revived, which then woke up the nameless goddess.
They fought and the evil god was destroyed. Hoost dropped whatever it was holding onto the floor. It was a cage containing a chicken and a few small chicks. You must be joking. That is what the adults said. Hearing this, Hoost dejectedly lowered its head. But I was more concerned about the clucking chicken in the cage. Why would Lady Wolbach's seal be? What is this? In just the time I was away, but this is very strange. If Lady Wolbach's other half was destroyed, I wouldn't be able to remain in this world. I sat by the cage and looked into it. Hoost suddenly shouted. That's right. Lady Wolbach's other half must have survived. It must be hiding somewhere. I must find it quickly and protect it. Hoost looked over to me. That's how it is. I must go. I probably won't ever see you again. I don't need this offering anymore. You can have it. I will eat the mother hen. Chomuzyuk can eat the little chick. Don't eat it.
Wait, this is not good for the kid's moral and emotional education.
I better bring it along.
By the way, what the heck is Chomuzyuk?
A black magical beast about this big. Want to see?
Who cares? It's probably just a cat, right?
At least give it a proper name. Seriously, what's wrong with these crimson demons? Hoost spread the wings on its back. Are you leaving? Didn't you hear what I said? I need to find Lady Wolbach. What? Don't look so sad.
This can't be helped, and you are a crimson demon, right?
I nodded.
I have a strong feeling that you will become an archmage. If my contract with Lady Walback ends. If that ever happens, and if you can summon me, I will establish a familiar contract with you. Really?
You would have to summon me first.
But the chance of successfully summoning a greater devil like me is very low.
You might not be able to summon. Hoost was hovering in the air with its wings. It tilted its head and hesitated, then dropped back on the ground. It squatted down to my eye level. That is how it usually is. But I feel you have the potential to become a devil specialist. Who knows, you might actually be able to summon me. I will work hard at it. Hoost said, still not possible, right? To dampen my enthusiasm, then he roughly ruffled my hair. Then, goodbye, Komekko.
You must do your best to become an archmage. My name is Hoost. The greater devil who attends to the evil god Lady Walback, Hoost. My name is Komekko.
Watching the house is my job. I'm the #1 femme fatale little sister of the Crimson Demons.
And soon to be master of Hoost.
I flipped my cloak and made a pose at Hoost. Hoost laughed loudly, spread its wings, and flew away from the village. I watched my first friend, who frequently grumbled yet always brought me food, flew away. I waved my hand until his silhouette vanished beyond the horizon.
Epilogue. At the shopkeeper's urging, I sat on the chair in the dark shop. This shop is the house of divination owned by the diviner, Soketto. Just as I thought everything was settled, Soketto suddenly called me over. You really encountered quite a few incidents, Megumin. Soketto smiled at me, who didn't even know what I was doing here. A few incidents should be referring to me being chased by the evil god's minions, right?
You should buy your sister a proper toy in the future! !
Seeing my surprised expression, Soketto laughed heartily. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Diviners are usually very tight-lipped, okay?
I didn't call you here to talk about this. She raised her hand to the crystal ball. I sighed heavily. Then, why did you call me here? Is it about Buck O'Reilly? Did that guy did something stupid again? Even if I know that neat, please don't take it out on me. No.
He sometimes walks around my shop, but it's not that troubling.
Soketto beckoned to me with her hand, wanting me to come closer. Today, I want to divine your future for you. Soketto smiled.
Divine?
Divine what? I'm not interested in matters of romance. That's regrettable. But that isn't it. I just want to see what you would accomplish in the future.
Based on my intuition as a diviner, you will accomplish an extraordinary deed.
Out of curiosity? Well, fine. But if you see anything unfortunate in the future, please don't tell me.
The future can be changed.
Helping you to avoid future misfortune is part of my job.
Soketto happily infused the crystal ball with her mana. Firstly, you intend to leave the village and head for a city named Axel.
So that's how it is.
You will encounter all kinds of trouble there, and finally meet some good companions.
These people are really excellent.
Excellent?
These people, personality-wise are excellent. This youth. What? Continue talking, I'm very concerned.
What's with my companions? They are excellent, respectable, and gentle, right?
Soketto silently looked away.
To give suggestions on avoiding future misfortune is your job, right?
Spit it out.
I grabbed Soketto's shoulders and shook her.
Suddenly, Soketto's expression changed. This hair.
Truly, Megumin is very fortunate to meet such great companions.
What is it?
You said the future can be changed, right? Now I must reconsider whether to go to Axel or not.
Soketto smiled bitterly and said, It won't be good if this future is changed. I won't tell you for now. Please tell me. I am really very concerned.
Soketto ignored my question and simply smiled happily.
All of you will complete a great task.
After that, you will return to the Crimson Demon Village due to certain disaster, which will probably be related to you and your companions.
This divination seems overly abstract.
I heard Soketo's divination is very specific and accurate. Soketo smiled bitterly and shrugged.
The disaster in Crimson Demon Village should involve me as well. A diviner can never divine things related to herself. If an event is related to me, the crystal won't show anything.
She touched the crystal ball's surface lightly. If one can predict one's own future, then a diviner can do whatever she pleases and changes the future accordingly.
But looks like reality wasn't so simple. A disaster related to Soketo.
The disturbance this time, or the various dangerous things sealed in the seal, there were simply too many potential hazards and not enough clues. Could it be an invasion of the Demon King's army? Yes, Bakorali even assembled the Neats to form a strange team. She should be speaking of that so-called anti-Demon King army guerrilla unit. When Soketo attempted to divine Bakori's future lover, the crystal ball did not show anything. If it was related to Soketo herself, the crystal ball wouldn't show anything? Bakori doesn't seem like a bad guy.
It'd be nice if he found a job. And change his weird habits of stalking people. His fateful mate should appear. Megumin, what's wrong?
Why are you suddenly smiling?
No, nothing. I just felt it was too much of a mismatch.
Mismatch? After hearing my words, Soketo tilted her head in bewilderment.
In any case, I can tell you this. Please look forward to your life in Axel.
Listen, even if you are subjected to some sexual harassment, don't take it too hard.
I will be sexually harassed by whom?
Is it my companions who sexually harass me? Hey, can they really be considered excellent companions? After I left the divination shop, Komiyusuke hooked its claws on my shoulder, swinging back and forth. Although the claws brought a bit of pain, it wasn't too uncomfortable. Before I even started my travels, I suddenly received this uneasy news.
Might as well stay in the village as a Neat.
Well, firstly I must stay in the village to prepare the money for travel.
I can think about this later.
I tried my best to convince myself and carried Komiyusuke off my shoulder. If I encountered some shameful companions, I could just drag them along.
That should do it. My goals were twofold.
Firstly, let that One-san witness my explosion magic.
And the other?
This world was full of monsters, criminals, and even demons.
I wanted to prove to the powers that be.
Prove that I, who learned explosion magic, am the strongest.
Regardless of whether the opponent was the evil god or the demon king. For some reasons, Komiyusuke shivered in my arms.
I held Komiyusuke upright, and let my crimson eyes flared. Yes, upon the powers that be, I would cast down my explosion. Komekko's Sugar Daddy, Bakuan One Short Story.
Just what is happening?
Oni-chan, I want to eat frost lizard steak next.
Leave it to me.
Oni-chan is really strong.
It doesn't matter if you want a frost lizard or a salamander, it'll be a cinch to me.
On the way back from school, I came across Bakori trying to bribe Komekko with food.
This is probably something I should be reporting to the adults of the village.
Though, this Neat is a rare lifeline to Komekko who's still growing up, so I could turn a blind eye to this. I'm going to become Oni-chan's wife when I grow up.
You damned Neat, how dare you seduce my sister?
YST stop, Megumin.
Why are you hitting me all of a sudden?
After hearing his explanation, it seems like Bakori found Komekko wandering around the village and is keeping an eye on her. Komekko would probably have ended up going into the nearby forest in search of food if left alone.
Listen up, Komekko, the forests around the village are full of strong monsters, so you must never go out of the village by yourself. Hearing that, Komekko responded.
Even if I am with the powerful Bakori?
Definitely not. This Neat might be strong in combat, but if you go alone with him, it'd be dangerous in a different manner. What are you trying to say?
I don't have that kind of tastes. Komekko looked at the two of us as we argued incessantly.
Who is stronger, One-san or Bakori?
After a short silence, the two of us both pointed to ourselves.
Obviously it's me, the #1 genius in the village. Obviously it's me, who spends a lot of time hunting monsters every day.
The two of us started squaring off in front of Komekko again.
You didn't forget how you cried after I pushed you into the pond when we were little, did you? How long ago was that? I can do this now, you know. Light of reflection. Why, you bastard, how could you use magic during a quarrel with a girl who's younger than you?
I angrily shouted after Buck Orally, who concealed himself with magic, and I heard his gloating voice ring out from somewhere in response. Admit your defeat, Megumin. Don't think I'm the same guy as when I was younger.
Even if I face the Demon King's army.
Oh, isn't that Megumin and Komekko? The one who interrupted Buck Orally mid-sentence is the owner of the #1 shoe shop in the village.
In other words, Buck Oraly's father.
I asked him to mind the store, and he ended up disappearing off somewhere.
Have you two seen that wastrel around?
Komekko and I pointed at an empty spot in the air.
He should be around there. As we said that, we heard frantic noises of someone quickly running away.
And Buck Oraly's father cast a spell in that direction.
Volume 1, Megumin's Turn.
Taking my first step on the path to explosions, Bakuan manga short story. Underneath that hood of hers, the big-breasted One-san seemed to twitch. Wah, what did you say?
I said, please teach me that spell. I repeated myself to that One-san.
The One-san made a face more troubled than when I said I wished to conquer the world. More troubled than when I asked for a way to grow my chest. And even more so than when I asked her to make me into the Demon King.
That spell.
I said it before, didn't I? I really don't recommend that you learn this spell. Fine then, can you at least teach me how to catch some crayfish?
I want something for dinner.
Don't look at me so coldly. I can teach you that spell if you really want, I just don't want to because no good will come off it.
I looked at the One-san panicking in front of me. What was the spell you used just now?
That spell?
It's called Explosion, so called the strongest spell.
Strongest?
It's the most powerful destructive force known to mankind.
It doesn't matter if the opponent is a god or a devil, Explosion is the ultimate offensive spell that can destroy anything in the world.
Ultimate.
However, learning it requires an enormous amount of skill points, and even if you learn it, you won't be able to cast it if you don't have a massive amount of mana.
Even if you can cast it, the mana required would leave you unable to move after a single shot.
Hey, are you listening to me?
Not at all. Please teach me that spell. I want to cast Explosion.
I grabbed onto the One-san's robe and started shaking her.
How did this happen? I just wanted to thank her. But I might have messed up her life instead. The One-san heaved a deep sigh. The next day.
The One-san asked for a day of rest due to having already casted Explosion, so today is the day she promised to teach it to me. Young lady, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? We met up at the tomb, before One-san took me to an empty plain quite some distance away from the village.
No, the only spell I want to learn is Explosion. The One-san sighed in response. Well, I'm only teaching you the spell. It should take you about 10 years to learn it, so you'll probably give up sometime along the way. Never. I will learn it for sure. Just you watch.
Even though she frowned after hearing my answer, the One-san nevertheless started slowly reciting the chant of the Explosion spell. Right, that's the chant to Explosion.
First let's see if you can memorize.
Before the One-san could finish her words, I flicked my cloak and the true Crimson God of Destruction, Megumin, hereby commands. With my authority, manifest the power to render all creation to ash before me.
What kind of chant is that? What's that about God of Destruction or authority or what not? I definitely didn't say any of that.
Thus, from that day onwards, I spent my days learning magic from that One-san whose name I still didn't know. Hey, young lady, I really don't think you should add your own lines to the chant when performing magic. Your lines do sound cool, but that isn't Explosion anymore.
I'm a Crimson Demon, so I want to add some of the Crimson Demon flair to it. persuading me not to add my own lines to the chant.
Young lady, don't strike a pose.
If you make that kind of pose, the spell will end up flying all over the place.
The shoemaker's son told me that a crimson demon who achieves victory without striking a pose is no true crimson demon.
That person is knocked in the head, don't listen to him. Please don't grow up to be like him. Correcting my posture while channeling magic.
Look, this is the advanced magic spell Inferno. It's a powerful spell that creates a large blaze and incinerates the entire area.
What do you think? Do you want to learn this instead? Not at all. Anyway, hurry up and cast Explosion. I want to see today's explosion.
Young lady, explosion isn't a firework, you know.
Even if you learn it, you can't just set it off whenever you want. No, I will.
The One-san was frequently left on the verge of tears as she tried to persuade me, who stubbornly clung to explosion. Young lady, advanced magic and teleport is a very potent combination that can deal with most enemies. Explosion. If you use the spell Light of Saber, you can cut apart anything if you have enough mana. Explosion. Okay, instead of explosion, how about learning Blast or Detonate?
They're both pretty strong spells in their own right.
Explosion. I'm begging you, listen to me. The One-san finally snapped and burst into tears as I practiced my cool lines.
Afterwards. I don't want to learn anything other than explosion. I don't care how many years it takes. Even if I have to practice until I become an old lady, I will not give up until I learn explosion.
Say, just what exactly it is about explosion that made you so obsessed with it? I ignored One-san's question and handed her a piece of paper.
Please use this chant for your explosion today. You changed the chant again?
The invocation for a spell isn't for increasing its power, but to control it.
If you just carelessly change it.
Sigh. One-san covered her face with her hand after reading what I wrote.
However, in the end, she relented and used my chant for her spell.
Explosion.
A new crater appeared in the field that has since become pockmarked with craters after the past few days.
What the? How did the strength of the spell suddenly increase?
The One-san became flustered after seeing the power of her spell. Of course, a cool-sounding chant would increase the power of the spell. Magic isn't that simple.
Okay, I understand that you are a genius, but please don't carelessly modify spells from now on, okay?
I refuse.
Once again the One-san appeared to be on the verge of tears. She looks to be a very beautiful lady, but for some reason I think I've only ever seen her when she's about to cry. Then, before the actual training starts, there's something I wanted to show you.
But it's really big and scary, and you're a child, so I shouldn't force you to come along. Do you want to?
My mom's really scary, so it's fine. One-san actually laughed for once. The thing I was talking about is several times scarier than your mother, you know. Really? When my dad went out to borrow money for his strange inventions, my mom froze his body from the head down and threw him out into the forest as he cried.
It's scarier than that?
Oh right, your mother should also be a crimson demon.
If she's anything like you, then she'll probably be just as scary as that. Something that is as scary as Mom.
Are we going to see the demon king or an evil god?
Just how scary is your mother?
Why are your eyes glowing? Are you interested in the demon king or evil gods?
The One-san said that with a sly smile, and I nodded.
After I defeat the demon king, I will take on his title and become the next demon king.
You can't do that.
The demon king is the king of all demon kind.
It's not something you can become just by defeating the current king.
After saying that, the One-san suddenly let out a sly expression. Although, demon king aside, if we are talking about evil gods, you might have already met one without realizing it. She said, a strange smile playing on her lips.
That's impossible.
If an evil god got anywhere near the village, the villagers would have captured it and sealed it away to turn into another tourist attraction. I think the Crimson Demons should stop treating divine beings as toys.
Deep inside the forest on the outskirts of the village.
This place is usually forbidden to me as it contains numerous strong monsters. After One-san took me here. Young lady, I think we should go back.
It was my fault, please listen to me.
The liver and stomach of a one-strike bear are worth a lot of money.
I don't know why they're so afraid of us, but this is a wonderful opportunity. If we catch one, we can eat it for dinner.
We ended up chasing a pack of cowardly one-strike bears who were running away from us in fear for some reason. I've been eating nothing but crayfish for some time, so the prospect of having a different sort of meat for dinner is really appealing. Wait, I only brought you here because I wanted to teach you that advanced magic is much better for dealing with dangerous monsters. I didn't come here to hunt one-strike bears.
No problem. I don't feel like I'll lose to anyone right now.
I'm sure my abilities as the god of destruction will appear in the heat of battle.
How are the Crimson Demons so? Are they like this from the moment they are born?
One-san started chanting her magic after heaving a deep sigh.
Freeze gust.
A white powder burst from One-san's hands and enveloped all the one-strike bears, rendering them motionless. Oh, I think that this can be made into a new attraction if we bring it back to village.
No way am I letting you do that.
This is just to show you that there are other, better, stronger spells out there. Looking at the frozen pack of one-strike bears who could do nothing except whine pitifully, One-san let out a rare smile.
What I just used was the intermediate magic freeze gust.
See? With enough mana, even intermediate magic can be a powerful weapon.
This requires much less mana than explosion.
If you use advanced magic and intermediate magic strategically, I'm sure you'll be able to become one of the best mages. Young lady, what are you doing? She hurriedly moved in front of me as I approached the pack with a large stick. It's a rare chance to have a herd of high-level monsters lying helpless, so I'm going to finish them off and earn some experience points.
The people in the village often use this method to power level.
They freeze them up like this and finish them off, and some even raise monsters specifically for this.
What in the world? Do the Crimson Demons have any decency at all? These happy days continued for quite a while.
But in time, it looked like One-san finally started to get restless. Young lady, can I ask you something?
What is it?
I'm not telling you where the crayfish nest is, so don't ask. Don't worry, I don't want to know that. Say, Crimson Demons have their adventurer cards made when they're born, right?
Then, can One-san take a look at your card?
Hearing this, I tried to hide the card that was originally in my robe pocket. One-san once again sighed after seeing this.
I knew it. Explosion already appeared in your learnable skills, hasn't it? No, I am a slow learner, so I need a lot more time to learn something like that.
One-san raised her hand towards me.
Paralyze.
After she chanted some strange spell, I found that I couldn't move at all. What, you want to have your way with me while I can't move?
I will call for help when I get back to the village. When I get back I report to my mom and dad that an One-san with big breasts and yellow eyes kidnapped me.
Stop.
Stop. I just wanted to see your adventurer card. Please don't tell people about me.
As much as I wanted to resist, I couldn't move a muscle, and my card was easily taken from me. One-san removed her spell once she took my card, and started reading it in a low voice.
Explosion is under learnable skills, all right.
Huh?
The other skills that I showed you are here as well?
How can you call yourself a slow learner? You learnt all these after just seeing them just once. Seeing me cross my arms and look away, the One-san made a troubled expression. Young lady, I still have things I need to do and places I need to visit.
Now that I have taught you explosion, it's about time that we part ways. I don't wanna.
If One-san leaves, I won't be able to see explosions anymore.
Hearing that, she bent down to my eye level.
Didn't you say you will learn explosion for sure?
You'll see it again once you learn it.
The One-san gave me a gentle smile.
Then it's time for us to part. It'd be dangerous to go further from the village, so there's no need to see me off.
I don't really approve of this, but in the end, it's your life. I won't stop you, it's up to you to make your own decisions from now.
The One-san said that as she gazed at the road leading out of the village.
We didn't spend that much time together, But I enjoyed every day that I spent with One-san.
I got to eat great food, hunt powerful monsters, and see many different types of spells. So.
Okay, it's time to say goodbye. If the day ever comes that you learn explosion magic, I would really want to see it for myself. Then don't forget about me before that day comes. I don't think I could forget about you even if I wanted to.
Your unusual name, all the things you did, and your aptitude for magic. Just seeing you makes my heart thump.
You should try and lead a peaceful life from now on. The person who casted that spell for me many times, the spell that I fell in love with. My goal is to defeat the Demon King, so I can't promise you that I'll lead a peaceful life, but I can promise you that I'll definitely show you my explosion, so. As if she knew what I was about to say, One-san gave me a wry smile. Could I please see One-san's explosion one last time?
I'll definitely show you my explosion one day.